I do believe. Good morning, everyone. Bright and early. How's everybody doing? Let's make sure we're on the public instead of private. Let's go over here to our channel and day trading in the trenches. Let's go over here and see if we've got everything running publicly. 7 watching, so yes, we must be up and running. Good deal. Good morning, G. Rusty, shirt's going out to you today. Shirt out to you today. Rusty was a recent drawing winner, and gonna get him a SoFi shirt. He's been gonna get something. Something like this. If I can get the hanger out. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Wow. So this is a shirt that I have to send to Rusty. Well, it's not the exact shirt, but it's close. And I do have many, many, many other shirts here, ladies and gentlemen, as you know. Some of you know. So we're going to be talking to you about trading in the trenches today and what that means. But first, we got to get our computador to connect to the internet here. It's so strange. Once in a while, we have one computer like this one here connected. It says it's 6:51 a.m. And the other one over here says, sorry, no internet. Yes, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, always searching. Yes, good morning for you. CI, good morning. We're ready to start making some money today. All right, so let's get connected here. Connect. So let me get over here. And come up to the current time. I'd like to congratulate all of you Dodgers fans. And today we're going to go with this shirt. There we go. In regards to that baseball game and the entire World Series, that just had a feel to me of it. It just had a feel like it was almost destiny for the Dodgers to win. Because there were so many circumstantial plays that were within a millisecond of going one way or the other, and including, in my opinion, the Toronto Blue Jays missed the opportunity of getting the World Series banner because of several reasons, but the most critical point was a play at home plate where had the runner known that you can get to a base faster by diving to it than you can by sliding to it, he would have won the game, and the Blue Jays would have won the World Series. It's as simple as that. I would have scored there. I would have scored. He did not, because he chose to jump back and slide into the plate. And it was literally that far away from him being safe because the catcher's foot had come off the plate. And had he slid in head first, dove for the plate, and hit that plate with his hand, World Series. Blue Jays won the World Series. Jesus is the only way. Thank you. You're right. That's right. Go listen to my song, Thank You, Lord, which is on Spotify, along with many, many other songs I have on Spotify. And if you want to see a really cool video, watch that video I have on YouTube, Thank You, Lord, with the artist, the girl drawing. And then read in the description about that girl, and then go click on her story, which is nothing short of a miracle. Just so you know, the video is called Thank You, Lord. It's on YouTube. I think I might have two versions of the song on there, but look for the version that has the girl artist drawing. Ghost Rider, hold on a second. I will add that to the list. ALPS. Ghost Rider. Got it? Someone here in the tank asked me to send them some charts because they were a Goliath member, but I did not see an email from you. So please send me an email so I can get the charts to you. Or at least, or you may have sent me an email, but I just couldn't relate it to your user ID that you're using in the chat. We got some stocks that I sent out notification on last night. One in particular was RANI. So congratulations if you're an RANI stock owner this morning. Well, I don't know about this morning. Last night it was up substantially. All right. All right. So did everybody have a happy Halloween? I hope so. Hope you had a good time. I told everybody I was going to be showing you a very scary Halloween video, and then I forgot to show it. Well, we've got no internet over here, so I'm going to have to turn off this computer and restart here. I don't know why it does this sometimes, but it sure does. Let me make sure I save all the word sheets I have open right now first. Save. It really stinks when this happens because this takes time to have to open all these back up for you guys. Save. And exit. So this morning, like I said, in case you weren't aware, have a look over at RANI. Let me look at it on this one here. right. And this one just loads right up, and it's up 16% this morning. RANI. All right. Let's run over here and take a look at ALPS. Maybe it's headed for the Alps. Definitely way down, 23% down this morning. They do a public share offering. Two days ago, ALPS announces closing a business combination with Global Link Investment. Okay. So that did not have a good effect, obviously, on the stock. Could it be oversold? Yes, it sure could be. And it could be even very, very heavily oversold this morning. Now, let me go over here and open up Thinkorswim. And let's take a look at some stocks here on Thinkorswim. And we're going to talk about trading in the trenches, what it means, what that means exactly. Hold on just a second here. And this stock here is not a true example of trading in the trenches, but in a way it is. So, and you can clearly see this wedge is moving upwards, folks. But trading in the trenches is knowing and looking for the center of the trench. And in this case, it would be right here is the center area of the trench all the way up. Okay. The line closest to trading in the trench would probably be this orange one, which is the 10-day average. But when you're day trading in the trenches, you're right here catching this trench. Then you move to higher ground. Then you catch this trench. Then you move to higher ground. Then you catch this trench. Move to higher ground and you catch this trench. Now, at each higher point, you take some of your victory spoils and you put them away by selling right there. Then you wait till it gets back down here. Then you use those spoils and you buy again. Then you get up here and you, again, sell and remove some of your spoils. And then down here, you're buying, day trading here. And what I'm looking for is I measure the gap. How far is it going up? How far is it going up? How far is it dropping? How far did it drop? 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 There's some patterns here. This distance from here to here and from here to here and from here to here and here to here, that's a pattern, folks. And as a day trader, you learn to take advantage of these patterns like this. And the line, if you just were to put a line here, it would pop from right here, right up there, just rising and rising. Now, the stock I'm talking about here is CMBM. And the reason it has a probability of running up drastically is because this stock is heavily, heavily shorted, ladies and gentlemen. And one of our tank members was nice enough to send me this information that I can show you right here. And I'm happy to do it. Well, I thought I was going to. Where'd the page go? Okay, here we go. So this is a website data location for stocks. It's called Grok. Many of you are familiar with this. And the stock we're looking at here is CMBM Networks. And last week, we made the largest gain that we ever have on a stock in the history of trading on this channel. And, oops, I'm sorry. And what we made on this stock last week was 477% gain is what we made on this stock. So could it pull back? Absolutely. On this day that it did this, the volume was, I believe, 1.3 billion shares traded. And the excitement was all about, that shoved the price up that much, is all about a partnership with, well, not partnership necessarily, but contract with Elon Musk. So this company is trading very, very high volume right now each day compared to its traditional trading pattern, which is only, sometimes only hundreds of thousands of shares a day and, 10 million or so. But I'm going to show you CMBM, why I'm looking at it. Because right now, you can see short interest, 594 million shares, and they don't even have a day to cover, folks. They have right here, short interest ratio, days to cover, 0.02, folks. The cover short interest right here. Take a look at that right there. All right. Off exchange short volume, 60 million, folks. The dark pool volume, short volume ratio, 59.46, folks. Wow. It'd be worth it to get yourself some of these shares, I believe. But believe me, the shorts are going to work this very, very, very hard, borrowing shares and try and keep it held down. But this is such great news, folks, for this company that over time will likely push this price beyond their capacity to contain. All right. Short squeeze score. And again, this data is on a site called Grok, Grok. And this data is not 22 minutes ago. This is something that was sent to me, or maybe it is. But we owe it to Bam Bam, I believe is his user's name, Bam Bam 001, for sending us this valuable tank information, everyone. All right, thank you. I'll write it down. Thank you very much, CI. NCRA. Thank you. We also had another call out. Always Searching says, "Morning, Catfish, you bloody legend." Sweet. Gabriel, hello, good morning. Ghost Rider is the one that told us about ALPS. I always like to give credit for stocks that are called out and who called those out, because sometimes we even put them in the drawing in the CRA. All right, thank you very much, CI. I'll write that down too, and we'll take a look at them. But anyway, the borrowing rates for this stock have gone sky high as well. We're looking over the data here, and I'm giving you a chance to read it all. This is on the stock CMBM. We're looking at all of their data. So, in a nutshell, the CMBM, ladies and gentlemen, is very, very heavily shorted and is a very high on the potential short squeeze list. Just so you're aware of this. And CMBM is a provider of wireless network infrastructure solutions, including fixed wireless broadband, enterprise networking, and fiber connectivity products. Short interest value 1,594,096 as of their last settlement date, mid-October. No change reported in late October. Days to cover is extremely low, 0.02, folks. See, they're rolling in and out of this stock, borrowing and selling and borrowing and selling and borrowing and selling and borrowing and selling immediately. Extremely low, indicating shorts could cover positions quickly based on average daily volume. Short interest float is moderate level. Float is negative 12.7 million shares. This is up from prior periods, but not extreme. Institutional ownership is 63%, which is limiting the available float. Short borrowing fee was a massive spike on October 31st from 4% on October 29. Indicators acute scarcity of shares to borrow, heightening squeeze risk. Okay? CMBM, folks. The borrow rate, 247% minimum, and the maximum on October 31st, 277% to borrow shares to short against that. So it means a ton of, and these are deep pockets that are shorting this thing when they're paying that kind of interest, 247% to short CMBM. You know, they're paying something like 0.3% to short SoFi. And matter of fact, interest used to be negative. They were paying people to short SoFi. But this is CMBM, folks. I'm just letting you know all about it. Very high short demand right now, ladies and gentlemen. Short shares available. Look at that. Short shares available. 6,000. There's very, very few shares left to short with this thing, folks. This thing could squeeze like a mother. CMBM. Now, all this data was sent to me by one of our viewers, Bam Bam 001. So I appreciate you doing this for us. It says CMBM exhibits classic short squeeze characteristics amid recent price action. High borrow costs, the 247% APR is extraordinarily elevated. Typical rates are 1 to 10%, making it expensive for new shorts to enter and pressure existing ones to cover. Yes, combined with low availability down to 0 shares recently, this creates scarcity. Elevated short volume, October 29th to 30th, saw 130 million off exchange short shares traded, but the stock surged 300%. Even with them shorting 130 million shares, forcing covers and amplifying momentum. Float dynamics, tight float, 12.8 million shares with 12.55% shorted leaves limited liquidity. Any positive catalyst could spark a trigger and rapid covering, okay? CMBM, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reading about here. CMBM is what I'm reading about. Now, let me see if my silly computer over here wants to connect to the internet or not, participate and play. Oh, screw it. We're out of here. I already saved all my files, saved my spreadsheets. I think I've got them all saved. Yep. Why you ask that question? So redundantly stupid. All right. So we're unable to connect there. We're going to restart this computer. And hopefully it can find the internet. All right. Get back over here. SoFi up green this morning in the pre-market, a little bit green. Good morning, everybody. We've had some stocks called out this morning. One of them is called out by Ghostwriter, ALPS. ALPS. It's way, way down. They broke apart their company, announces closing of business combination with Global Inc. So they're massively down. And NCRA called out this morning by CI. Might be a good one for a pullback tomorrow because it might be up too much this morning. Let's see. Yeah, see, this is up 61%. Good one to catch tomorrow on the fleecing. I'll put an italics beside that one. Buy that in the morning when they fleece it out. Get the newbies out of it. Hold on a second here. So this is what we do. This is the nature of our trading, is by these viewers coming in here and telling me about stocks that are massively down or way, way up. Houdini, hello, good morning. Good morning. World Free Speech. Check the chart on Fubo. There's something going on. People and big money stepping into it and talks about it being a early Netflix. All right. Why not? Fubo. Let's go look at it. FUBO. World Free Speech. All right. Looks pretty good there. Let's take a look at the 6-month chart. It certainly has individuals who own it for more than it is currently. And looking at where it is right there, here's the problem with it here. Frequent opposition here. Back here once, back here twice, 3 times, 4, and now 5. This is a break point. It needs to break this. It really definitely needs to break this point that it's visited 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to break this. Let me know if that thing breaks 383. Let me know if it breaks 388. It needs to break 388. And by the way, in case you're not aware of it, you should have sold right in these numbers. And they're starting to kind of catch on to me, although I have on my sheet to sell 384, 5, 6, 7, and 8. But there's the high, 386, 1, 2. And if you look on my buy-sell sheet, folks, these are the numbers you'll find. Look down there, 4th from the bottom. It says sell 183, 84, 86, 87, 88. Sell there, folks. There's a reason that those numbers are on that sheet. And they're some of the most critical ones because 88 is a very, very big time stop point. So you can see it right there for sure. Sell it right there, folks. That's the 86. Sell it right there, 87. 88, folks. Sell it there. Sell it there. Sell it there. 88. I mean, from that sell right there, look what they pulled it down to. I bet you 66 or less. 55 even, maybe. What was it? 30. Shit, 50 cents. and that's the perfect buy-in. 330. Interesting, huh? Looking at this sheet right here. Says to right here, sell in the middle there. 83, 84, 86, 87, 88. And then buy back. And look at this buyback number up here. Way up here, folks. Buyback 31, 33. Buyback 31 and 33. That's one of the numbers right there. And they got it down to 30. From the 88 to 30, which is common, by the way. Just so you're aware of that. Usually from 88, they'll only come down to 66. Sometimes on a strong stock, only to 77. But they'll always bring it down from 88, folks. 99 times out of 100, unless the news is just too big, and then it just blows past 88. And they'll also stop a stock on a heartbeat at 66 as well. Yes, they will. 66 is prime stop number. If you don't believe that, look across here at all the 366s where that white line is. That's a 366. Every one of these is the price 366. Let me get over here and make sure you can see this. Hold on. We'll try to get it right in the middle of it. Close enough. So here's the price, 36526, almost 366. And look at all the points of resistance. Point of resistance, and sideways. Point of resistance, 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 point of resistance. 66, folks. It's on my sell sheet. So anyway, right now though, this thing, if it's going to make the real move, needs to go over 388, and it's at 394 right now. So it's already broken that point, which is important. That is an important part. I hadn't noticed that. I wasn't looking at that because, of course, even though I have selected over here for this chart to be shown in extended hours, they're not going to show me that. They're not showing me the extended hours. I've got it selected for extended hours. Let's see if I go to chart, if it'll show me the real price now, or if Yahoo's just doing the same old Yahoo BS. I'm going to go click on the chart on this and see what it does. There we go. Now it's showing the real price. Nice. And they are showing the 50-day moving average. They let me put that in, and they kept it this time. Let me see if I can put in a moving average of a... And again, this is so screwed up. Yahoo has all the data that I'm supposed to put in down below. Where you're going to put in moving averages, it's off the screen, folks, down here at the bottom of the screen. You can't even see it. You got to hit Control, scroll out. This is so stupid, Yahoo. Fix this. There it is. I got to Control, scroll out to get a different colored line. And I want my 200 day to be green. It's freaking pitiful. And I want it 200 day. Ah, God. I want the offset to be bigger. And it it won't even, it still won't let me hit save. I've got to scroll out more. There it is. Done. Wow. That's genius, Yahoo. That's powerful, Yahoo. What you're doing there. So I got a 200-day moving average on there now. And let's go and put in an indicator for the 5-day moving average. There it is. At least you guys know how to overcome their obstacle, because you're not going to do it without this offset. We're going to make that 2. You can't even see that down there. It's so, and the 5 day is going to be turquoise. There we go. And done. Yay. Now we got a 5 day. And then just to do the nice short term, we're going to put in a 10 day as well, which is orange. Moving average. And we're going to make this 10 day. And we're going to make the offset nice and big. 2. Change the color to orange. And then click done. And now we've got all our indicators on here. And my 50-day moving average is currently orange, but I want it red. I want it 50-day is usually my yellow or gold. There we go. Okay. All right, I think I got them all. Let's take a look at these now. All right. 10-day is dropping, 5-day is dropping. 200-day is steadily rising. And this is the definition of capitulation, ladies and gentlemen, on this stock. FUBO. And it is completely consolidating on the 200-day moving average, folks. And it is going to most likely rise from here because the 200 is rising. And we've got the 50-day rising in yellow. Let's go do 45-day is going to be dark blue. We're going to put in 45-day dark blue. Just give me a second here. Moving average. 45-day. And we're going to click the offset 2. And then we're going to click. I don't know if you guys can even see what I'm doing here. And this is going to be dark blue. So we can see the blue back yellow belly and click done. All right, now we're going to take our scroll button, our control button, and scroll back in up on the regular screen so we can get it back into focus here. Yahoo couldn't make it any more difficult for you to do this, folks. And they certainly are. All right. So this is FUBO on the FUBO on the chart. And it is rising right along this 200 very nicely right now. So look for a possible springboard off of this 200-day is what I'm saying. Now, also, let's look at it on Thinkorswim. Wonder why it isn't doing anything. That's not pulling up on Thinkorswim. Let's try Buru. Will that come up? No, it says connecting. Why is this dang thing connecting? I know I'm connected. Everything I just put on here on the internet is connected. SoFi is connected, right? Let's look at this. Hold on. Yep. Says 7:30 a.m. So this is right. Says 7:30. Okay. So what in the world is going on with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim this morning? It was working a little bit ago. Is anybody else having trouble with Charles Schwab this morning? Huh. Interesting. Well, let's see if I've got internet now. I restarted my computer and it says connect to the internet. Something's going on with our internet, folks. Happy Riverboat, good morning. Well, we've got strange things happening here right now. Let me just try something here. I'm going to put SoFi institutional ownership. Yeah, it's working, man. Oh, man. Of course, SoFi has record all-time high institutional ownership right now. Companies and investment companies pouring in. October 31st, just look at all that. Increasing by 20%, 76%, 20%, 41%, 45%, 59%, 58%. Increasing, folks, increasing. Over the last most recent quarter, the average portfolio increase in SoFi, folks, is almost 30%. Nothing else compares. No other big legacy banks can hold a candle to SoFi for institutional purchases right now. Institutions are pouring in. 1,078 long and 28 stupidly shorting SoFi. Looking at CMBM this morning, which I own some of, as you might know. I am expecting to see the shorts come early out of the gate and then a possible run. This stock has 0.02 days to cover. Less than a day. They have hours to cover this stock. Hours, folks. Huge potential short squeeze on this stock right now. Huge potential short squeeze on CMBM. The short cost to borrow on this stock, ridiculous. Hold on. Cost to borrow fee for SoFi, 0.3453%. It costs these companies practically nothing to borrow shares against SoFi, folks. But let's go look at this stock, CMBM. The hell is that? CMBM. I wonder why. Hang on a second here. One second here. CMBM. There we go. Here it is. Cost to borrow CMBM. 256%, folks. And they have only a partial of a day to cover. Okay? That is crazy for a massive short squeeze potential, folks. I'm telling you. That is huge. Diggity, keep your eyes on Fubo coming days, because if this deal goes through with this, it will make a real good gap up. It's 50. It's so-called early Netflix for Fubo. Yep. Well, I'm watching it right now and on the chart. Kat, you have the repeating blocked nose and sound like you are sick. I think you have a dusty bedroom. Try to put the air cleaner in that room where you're sleeping so your nose doesn't get clogged up. Thanks. Yeah. Also, this is the worst time of year for us here. The fall season gets spores and stuff. I was noticing already in our backyard, we never have almost ever, but there were mushrooms growing everywhere. So there's a lot of, this is the time of years for spores and stuff. And I'm very allergic to many of that kind of thing. So, but my son, I usually can use a little bit of, I take Benadryl once in a while. I try to avoid taking any medications to heal myself. I like to do it naturally most of the time. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not the kind of guy that depends on antibiotics unless it's last resort. I have to be on my deathbed before I'll take an antibiotic. SLNH is running. Thank you. I'll write that down, but most likely would be more likely to buy it tomorrow morning for a little fleecing, because I've learned not to buy stocks that are running. But at any rate, I'm letting you all know that this stock right here has a very high possibility of a short squeeze. Okay, CMBM. So certainly it will be manipulated heavily because the shorts are heavy into this, and they're struggling right now, folks. They're running out of time. They're running out of shares. I had a email sent to me by Bam Bam this weekend showing that the shorts are in trouble on this stock. And you can see the cost to borrow was 247%, and they were saying that's extremely extraordinary. And also, now it's even higher. It's gone from 247% to borrow against to 256% to borrow against this stock, folks. The short squeeze potential on CMBM is quite high, quite high. Any news at all and this thing completely explodes to 1,000% up, folks. Not just 300 or 400 like it went up last week, but even more, because they're heavily shorting it, and they're doing it. It's logical that they would, because the stock went up 400%. So yeah, they're gonna, people want to short it because it got too much hype. It was overextended. They're going to short it. It's going to make them tons of money when it falls. But one of the problems they have is it's so cheap. And this is what draws in retailers. That's a problem for them, folks. This thing is freaking under $3, man. People can buy, if they find out it's got a short squeeze potential like that, and they have less than a fraction of a day to pay back, return their shorted positions, and they're being charged 256%. Word gets around, and people are like, okay, well, I'm going to buy 100 of that, or I'll buy 10 of that. It's only $3 a share, If the thing goes up $2 a share and you got 100, you made 200. If you got 1,000, you made $2,000. And it could easily go up 2. It could go up 4. It could go up 6. CMBM. It already has. It already went to 7. I sold it at $7.66 3 days ago. So it has a short squeeze potential is extremely high right now. And it costs a lot of money to borrow shares against this stock, folks. Their share percentage, look at that, 256% to borrow shares against this stock to short it. And you know how many shares are available to borrow? Look right there. Look, 20,000 at this at this location. There's only 20,000 shares left to borrow at this from this one here. These numbers you see on here are represent just one of the loan that will loan out. There are others that have shares that can be borrowed from, but here they've only got 20,000 shares left. And that could be an indicator of many other places. They're almost out of shares to borrow. And think about it, 20,000 shares to borrow at $3 a share. That's $60,000. That much has already been spent in the last 5 minutes on this stock. I'm sure of it. All right, world free speech. I hear you. So it's worth it to get a few shares of Fubo, then, is what you're trying to get at. And I understand that, and I probably will. Right now, they sure are coming at it in the pre-market right now, trying to knock the shit out of it. What price was what? Almost $4, over $4, and now just now in the pre-market 371. Wow, somebody's trying to take a stand. We're not going to let this thing go over $4. We'll run it down 30 cents when it hits 4, and it probably was 408. Savannah, look at this price right here. Look right there. Savannah, look at the price. You see what that is? Look right there. 408, Savannah. And I'm talking about someone who came into the tank a couple weeks back, maybe a month or so, 2 months now, saying that I was ridiculous about my numbers that I had on my buy-sell sheet. But that's one of the biggest numbers of all, the '08. And I encourage people every time a stock breaks over a solid number like 8 or 7 or any solid number, whole number, that you sell at the 8 cents after it crosses that number. Sell the 6, the 7, and the 8 cents, because they're going to bring it back down off of 8 cents 99 times out of 100, folks. And you're learning from someone who's been trading for 26 years now almost, and I've seen it so many times go up to 8 cents and then just get slaughtered. And you can see it right there. It went up to 408 a share, and they brought it all the way down to 366 almost. They got it down to 368 there. After 408, 368, a 40-cent drop. So that's why you sell the '08, folks. Here on my buy-sell sheet, this number is one of them, and it's right up near the top. It's on the top line. It says sell 6, 7, and 8. So please don't forget to sell the 6, 7, and 8 and buy back 93 or 88 or 77 down below. I'm telling you, they'll pull it back like that all the time. They do it all the time from the 8. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right. I still cannot get this silly computer over here on the left to connect to the internet. I don't know what in the world is going on. We'll try to connect again right now. Yay, I'm back online, it says. All right. Well, thank you for that little gift. Back online. Now I got to come over here to YouTube, and I've got to search for train whistle. All right, we got our train whistle there. Then we got to search YouTube for running sound. There we go. We have to have our sounds, folks. We have to have our sound effects. It's very important. Yes, indeed. It's part of our criterion. All right, CMBM, real low to buy right now. Good morning. Yep, CMBM, great price to buy. That's right. If you had $500 to make a risky move to lose it all or win a lot in 3 months, yeah, I'm not sure it'll take 3 months. Please hold a minute. Okay, I got those three hooked up there. Now we're going to go over here to log in. And sorry I didn't already have this all done this morning, but it is what it is. All right. Okay. And I'm going to have to try to get logged in on my account here. So, you know how that works. I've got to get a code sent to me. So let me get this code right now. And just give me a moment. I will return here in just a brief moment. I'll be back. And hey, Bobby, good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys just hold on a second. I'll be right back because I have to get this code off my phone. And hopefully they don't do an update. You know how YouTube is. They watch my channel, and when I'm ready to tell you, I'll be right back, folks, then they do an update. Hopefully they don't do it right now. And if they do, I'll just start another stream. I'll put a link to the new stream here in this chat here because they do like to do this to me. They like to do updates when I put you guys on hold for a moment. Here we go. I'll be right back. All right. And they didn't do an update. Yay. All right. Okay. Got it. And now log in. I'm going in, folks. Going in on my account here. And I intend to make some money today. I hope you guys are ready to make some money with me. And we're going to be trading in the trenches, folks. I'm going to show you how to trade in the trenches. All right. And let me get a little piece of pipe out here out. We'll be trading in the trenches. And there's a trench right there, as a matter of fact, on this one, Fubo this morning. They just created the big, deep trench there. A good place to have bought. A good place to have bought there. All right. So let me start out here with a list of the stocks I'm sitting on. All right. All right. SoFi looking good today. All right. So I've got my data that I needed here. Oh, by the way, someone was saying, I think they said SLNH was moving today. Is that correct? SLNH. Now I know Rainy was took off nicely. Rainy's looking good for you Rainy owners this morning, up 14%. But I think someone told me SLNH was going up. Is that true? Yes, SLNH up 6%. All right. Nice. All right. Well, and I think maybe we might have seen, is BYND on the move a little? Oh, 8% down. Okay. Only a handful of shares of that left. I only have a handful left. All right. I'm sitting on 58 shares of that. All right. Good deal. Guten dealen. Okay, here we go. Hold on just a moment here. And we've got some stocks that have been called out this morning. Take a look at several stocks that have been called out this morning. One is ALPS, which is down quite significantly. So have a look at that one. ALPS. This is the stock right here that someone called out this morning. Called out by Ghost Rider. And it certainly could be at the bottom right now. Down 40%. All right. Yes, I'm up like 60,000 on TSSI since Friday open. LOL. Oh man. Yeah, I've been telling people about TSSI stock for a couple of years. Before it even ever took off, I was telling everyone, including Double K, who was extremely happy with his entry into TSSI. I know all about it. I started showing people when it first had its very first triple upside crossover. I pointed it out to everyone. I was using it as an example of what I thought could happen with SoFi. And there were a couple of other stocks that were in the same boat. All right, you guys, give me just a moment here. I'll be right back. Got to get a code. All right. Okay. All right. All right. So just give me a second here. SoFi, SoFi, SoFi. I'm just jotting down a few numbers here, and then I'll be talking to you about trading in the trenches here in a second. All right. Okay, got it. And we're looking at several other stocks this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the tank members have called out one here called NCRA, which is this one right here. It is up 28% this morning. NCRA. It might be one for us to look for a pullback on tomorrow. Okay. All right. All right. I think that pretty much covers everything I want to write down here. YYAI. All right. That looks good. That touches on all the bases. Right on. I want to take a look right now at another stock this morning, NERV. Yep, let's take a look at this. Okay, was up 3.96% on Friday, just a tiny pullback this morning. NERV, all right? And we've had several people call out, like I said, some stocks this morning, and I haven't been really, because I've been having a little trouble with my computer getting it hooked up here. Haven't had a chance to look over too many other things, but one of the things I wanted you to be aware of is RANI, ladies and gentlemen. This stock right here, some of you are holding it. Be aware, RANI, right now up 14%. Last night, I sent a notification out to everybody. It was up about 20%, I think. Last night, I sent a notice. And I'm going to get over here to my channel right now. All right. And here we go. View your channel. And manage videos. And we're going to come over here to, get off my screen, please. Thank you. And we're going to come up here to live. And before we do that, we're going to come over to our analytics. And we have a monthly goal here to get $1,000 in revenue per month. Over this last 28 days, the channel's had 767 new subscribers, and we are now $7 away from reaching the monthly requirement to keep the channel going. So if anybody wants to help out by sending to $7 in, and you can certainly come directly to me if you want to, rather than donate through YouTube if you choose to. You can come and send it directly to my Cash App or Venmo or PayPal. I'll show you those addresses right here. And right there you have my Cash App, and there's my Venmo. And if you do send money in, I make sure everybody knows, and you get added for a chance to win the drawing on Friday. Rusty Prater, your shirt is on its way to you now that I'm having mailed out today. And Piyush Bhakta, the big winner on Friday's drawing. If you're going to contact me via my email, make sure you contact that top address if you are sending me your address to ship your shirts to and stuff. And if you want to send in any cash, like some people have done, you can send it directly to me there, including Mr. Bobby, who's been very kind and taking care of me with some nice contribution. Oh, somebody just came in, I think. Hold on, let me see. I'll be right back. Hold on. All right, David Corns, thank you very much. We just reached our goal. Thank you very much, David. That's very much appreciated. And in case you happen to be a baseball fan, I want to say to all of you Dodgers fans, congratulations on winning a very hard-fought World Series. And I want to let you know that you should also be handing out an award to one individual that got picked off at second base on a base running mistake in Game 6 that could have given the Blue Jays the World Series championship. Just one base hit away, but he got thrown out at second base, misjudging a pop fly that was a line drive sort of hit that was really a blooper, and it went further than he thought it would carry, and he got caught off at second base. So you can thank him for one of the victories that you got. And a little bit of fate also in that game where a ball got wedged out at the home run wall, and wedged at the bottom of it's just so uncanny and ironic that run didn't get to score for Toronto because the ball got stuck in between the padding and the ground. What a miraculous intervention, I would say. And then the last person that you should all thank, Dodgers fans, for that victory and your World Series win is a guy who apparently does not know that when you're running home from third base and you're trying to get to the plate, that you should dive to the plate and you'll get there faster. Because had that runner dove at home plate instead of sliding, Toronto would be holding the trophy over their heads right now. And it's a mere miss by that runner not to realize that if he just dove, his hands would have crossed the plate before the foot hit the plate, the catcher's foot tapped the plate. So it was a really tough way to watch a team lose a World Series. I felt like, the Dodgers did win a very hard fought game, but I think it was sort of in a couple ways given to them. They had a couple gifts there that were pretty unbelievable, including the guy getting thrown out at second base to end the game of the sixth game of the World Series, and then the guy not apparently knowing that if you just run home and dive for the plate, you'll get there faster. It might be just a fraction, but that's all he needed was a fraction of a second, folks, to win the World Series. It was that close. In case you didn't watch it. Amazing. All right, folks, listen, before the market opens up here, I want to go up and see if my wife can track me down where the Benadryl disappeared to, because I think when my son went down to Tennessee for this job he was working on, I think he took all the Benadryl, and I need one. So I'll be right back, folks. Let me, oh, goodness gracious. Let me step over here. And I have, let's see here. All right. Now, one other thing about me that you might not know, besides just showing you how to day trade and all the stuff I'm going to be showing you and the criteria, I'm going to be letting you know that I also provide you with entertainment here on this channel, all kinds of music. I play several instruments, and this is my playlist that's on YouTube. And you can come over and listen to 125 of my original songs, one of which you're going to hear right now while I go upstairs and try to see if I can find myself some relief from my runny nose. And I'm going to skip this ad, and hopefully we'll get to hear. All right, I'll be right back. Might be a movie star. Ride around in a big black limo or maybe drive a fancy car. I can have every single thing, everything this world could give. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. A diploma, or I could get some degree. I can make a lot of money, and I can buy anything. I can make $1 million or become a millionaire. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could travel all around the world from sea to shining sea. But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I could climb the corporate ladder and go all the way to the top. Be a doctor, a lawyer, or get rich trading stocks. But it's all superficial, and it doesn't mean a thing. Because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing.
nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. If you live in a California zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully. I was an insurance agent for 30 years, and what I'm about to tell you could save you up to 80% on your auto insurance. Here's what the industry doesn't want you to know. California drivers pay the most for car insurance out of any state in the country. As we all know from the recent 2025 leak, insurance companies are now in trouble for overcharging California drivers by as much as 80% for the same coverage. We call drivers in this state gold tier clients, the ones we fight to keep because of inflated commissions. But here's the dirty secret. If you're in California, they won't let you know you can lower your rate now, and they're happy to keep overcharging you. My neighbor Jessica from San Diego, perfect record, was paying $180 a month for 15 years. I told her, try out my new website. She found the same coverage for $72. Saved 60% after filling out the form through my official website. After 30 years in insurance, here's the truth. If you live in California and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, you're being overcharged. But they won't call you with a better rate. Why would they? You're already paying too much, and their shareholders love it. I'd quietly tell my favorite clients, be proactive. Go through my service and get what you deserve. When you click below, you'll reach my website where you just fill out an application. It takes about 5 minutes. It will ask for your zip code, about your vehicle, and some other information. Then it will show you what you qualify for. California drivers with 0 DUIs can save up to $610 per year. Here's what most people don't know. Own your home? You're a premium lead. Multiple vehicles? They want you even more. Currently insured? You're exactly their target. Have all 3? We call that the Triple Crown customer. The bundling can amplify your savings. My brother-in-law is a homeowner in Sacramento and was paying $250 monthly for 2 vehicles. He applied through my site and found the same coverage for $65 a month. Think about how much money he saved per year. Here's the insider secret. Insurance companies have been exposed for overcharging California residents. Right now, you can take advantage of this opportunity to save. Once they meet their quota, those rates disappear. I've seen this cycle for 30 years. It's happening right now. They're counting on customer inertia, people who keep paying without checking. We called them sleepers. Customers overpaying for years. Don't be a sleeper. The service is free. You visit the site, answer basic questions, and complete the application. 5 minutes to know if you're overpaying. If you're a California driver with no DUIs, you could save up to 80%. You're not begging, you're telling them to recalculate. But quarterly quotas don't last forever. The window is open now. In 30 years, I never saw companies lower rates voluntarily. Change that with one 5-minute application. Maybe you already have a great rate, but why not spend 5 minutes to make sure? Click below, answer a few quick questions to pre-qualify, then complete the application to get a rate reduction. After 30 years in the business, I'm telling you what I'd tell family, you're exactly who they want. Apply right now. Any moment now, she will arrive. The one who came along and changed my life. She's my only love.
moment now, I'll see her face. And when I do, I know my heart will race. I'll be 10 feet off the ground. Once I see her in her wedding gown, in moment now, any second now. And any moment now. All right. All right, there's a little song there I have called Any Moment Now that you can listen to on Spotify, Apple Music, or here on my YouTube channel on my playlist. And I'm back, and we're going to be trading in the trenches today, ladies and gentlemen. Got our eyes on several different stocks this morning, and including this stock right here, CMBM. My belief is it's going to be a potential for a major short squeeze. I got this information from one of our channel members, and very grateful to Bam Bam 001 for letting me know all about the rate to borrow shares, short borrow fee. That is massive, folks. You got to have a lot of money, ladies and gentlemen, in order to short this stock right now, okay, with a 247% APR. I mean, this is crazy, folks. And short interest volume is 1,594,000 shares. And they have this much time to cover on CMBM. They have 0.02 days to cover this stock. Extremely, extremely low, indicating shorts could cover positions quickly based on the volume, all right? And we need to stay the volume. It needs to stay in this. So we're going to come over here to historical data right now, and we're going to look at the volume on this stock, CMBM, ladies and gentlemen. Now, another thing that attracts me about it is the price. It's so low where everybody can get in on this thing. And this morning in the pre-market early, this stock was up 3%. So the shorts are coming at it right now. They're trying to attack it down. And this is going to be a great stock, ladies and gentlemen, to day trade, in my opinion. Okay? I think this is going to be a fabulous day trading stock. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And so I am going to invest in some of it right now. And the stock is CMBM, the stock that I'm buying. And I'm going to come over here into my account, and I'm going to buy right here because I like to get anything around the 66 or less. So I'm ready to come in on this right now for just 10 shares. I'm not coming in heavy. All right, and I want to do a limit buy order, good till cancel plus extended, review order. And now what I want to look at before I place this order is the percentage, okay? I'm going to be watching the percentage right there. That's what I'm going to be looking at. And the other thing that I wanted to do is with this I want to see this volume on this stock. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the most recent volume. And I'm going to come back to just weeks ago, and there was nobody watching this stock. and the price was 75 cents to 69 cents, hit a high of 76, a low of 69, so a 7-cent trading range with just 188,000 shares on it. And then down here we see it go up to the dollar range, and it's got 523,000, and this was in September, the end of last year, going into the fall, October. I mean, recently, I'm saying, and now we're looking at October the 7th, only 127,000 shares traded. $127,000 went through the doors of this trading that day. That's how much the churn was. That's all, folks. The churn was just 127,000. That's like $100,000, folks, because the price was at 82 cents for the low. So there's no volume and no money in this as of October the 7th, all right, 2025. Suddenly, they get the news about a deal with Elon Musk, and the volume spikes to 580 million shares, 560 million. So how does it do this? And then how is the price? And believe me, it was higher than this because I sold it in the pre-market at $7.66. And I bought it when Piyush called it out this day right here, and I bought it at $1.60 a share. I started buying it at $1.60. And this is the day we all made out like a bandit because the thing went up 400%. But what we need to see here, ladies and gentlemen, is the volume needs to stay substantial enough to get the shorts out of this thing. And it's really starting to cut back on the volume. And we need to see strong volume to keep pushing this up. All right. So if it doesn't, it's got a lot more room to fall because the stock that goes up on this day, it was up 450%, folks. So it's got a lot more possible room downside because I think before the thing took off, it was only in the 60-cent range. Now, that being said, if you just hold on to this stock, you will eventually make some pretty good money because there's a low float and not many shares out there. But I'm going to take you back in time. And if you can just be patient, it should pay off. And here's what I mean. I'm going all the way back to November the 1st, 2024. See how this thing was in the $1.30 range? $1.40, $1.50. So this is being heavily swing traded. I call this swing trading this stock. They're coming in, and I want you to see sometimes, and I'm just going to count it out for myself for my own curiosity. If they're swing trading this in 6-day periods, I've seen this before with some stocks, so I'm going to try and teach you something here right now. This is a swing trade, a 6-day period, all right? So right here, you got November. This is a 6-day I'm going to look for. So this is the high, $1.50. All right, how many days was it until it got to the lowest low that it reached after that? 1, 2, 3, $1.50 to $1.18. 3 days. Then it started to rise. 27, 29, 23. It was at the $1.29. Then how many days was it to the next low, which was $1.06? 1, 2, 3, 4 days. 4 days to $1.06 from $1.29. A slug, folks, hardly moving at all. But still, when the price is at a dollar range, it can move just a few cents like this and be a pretty good profit. So now we're at $1.06 low. Then how many days to the next high off this $1.06? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 days up. 4 days up to 136. Then how many days down to the next low? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 days. That's a pattern I've seen often. Let's go look and see now. After it got to that low of 102, then it went back up to 108, 111. And from there, how many days was it to the next low from 111? December the 11th, December the 10th, 111 a share. How many days was it to the next low? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days to 65 cents. How many days to the next high? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. 7 days were at 95 cents. On December 27th, how many days to the next low from 95 cents? 1, 2 days, and it was 64 cents. A 30% drop in 2 days. December the 30th. We're looking at CMBM. The stock is CMBM. All right. Now, December 30th, it hits a high of 94. How many days to the low? 1, 2, 3. It was just 1 day, folks. It went from 84 cents down to 66 cents, a 20% drop on 1,400,000 shares. It's the identical amount that made it go up to 84 cents. But I'm looking at here, December 27th, the high was 95 cents. How many days was it to the low? 1, 2, 3 days. 2 days really to 64. And then how many days from that low on December 31st was it to the next high? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 days, folks. This is a 4 and 5 day stock trading, swing trading. 4 days, it's at 119. How many days to the next low from 119? June the 6th is where we are now. From 119, how many days to the next low? 1, 2, 3 days. 3 days again to 87 cents. January 10th, volume only in the hundreds of thousands here each day. January 10th, the high's 105. How many days to the next low was it? 1. 1 day, folks. 1 day they pulled it back from 97 to 92 cents. That was January 14th. From that low, 92 cents, how many days was it to the next high? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days of running up to January the 28th. 9 days of running up to January 28th, and the price was 128. What do you know? On 128, they made the high the day after it was 128. But here's the high, January 28th, $1.36. And still the volume is low, just 200,000 shares being traded. You're talking 400,000 in a day, folks. That's low. Then you've got from January the 28th, how many days from that high to the next low was it? 1, 2, 3, 4 days. It was at $1.10. 4 days on February the 3rd. And still low volume, 100,000, 53,000 the next day. That's $53,000 traded only on this stock on February the 4th, 2025. Because it was only $1.11 a share. So here we go. From this day's high, 136, how many days was it to the next low? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 days, and we were down to 110 on 135,000 shares traded. From 110, how many days? From that low, from 110, how many days did it go to the next high? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was really 1 day. From 110, it went to, well, let me look at this. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 days up to 169 from 110, and that's a nice gain, folks. And it wasn't on a lot of volume. It wasn't on huge volume. It's moving on minimal volume, and it goes to 169. Now, how many days from 169 did it go to the next low? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days to a dollar, 10 days, February 24th, it's at 98 cents. How many days? And that was again on very low volume, just hundreds of thousands, folks. How many days was it after February 25th at 101? And you're talking, how many days did it drop? From 116's high or 118 high there. There's 118. It was on February 21st at 118. How many days did it drop? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 days to 68 cents. 6-day drop. And then how many days up? 1, 2, 2 days to 83 cents. That's a 20% move in 2 days. 20% move. And then from 80, and the volume is still very, very, very low over here. Only in the 60s and 100,000 and very low volume. March the 5th, high 83 cents. How many days to the next low? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now it's at 77 cents. 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, man. It just kept falling from then. From March the 10th and 75 cents. And it was really March the 4th and 83 cents. It just pummeled down. Went down into the 61 cent, 59 cent, 58. That was March 13th. So from March the 4th in just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of trading, 7 days, it was at 58 cents. And then a low volume still, just in the hundreds of thousands, 58 cents from that low. How many days to the next high? March 13th, we're going 1, 2, 3, 4 days to 88 cents. Then how many days to the next low? Very low volume here, extremely low volume. Going now from 88 cents, how many days to the next low? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, and we're at 61 cents. Then a small recovery of 1 day to 75, and then the plummeting continues. As of April the 1st, April Fool's Day, April 1st, 2,300,000 shares must have been bad news because the price went from 75 cents to 28 cents. The low 28. And 3 days later, it was actually at 23. So April 1st, bad news came out, and it took one whole week, basically, for it to get to the bottom of 23 cents. And then the volume was pretty high through here in the mid and upper 100,000s. And then the price recovered from that 28 cents. How many days to the next high? 1, 2, 3, 4 days. CMBM is what I'm following, folks. April 15th. 4 days, it's at 44 cents. It's up almost from 28 to 44 cents in 4 days, folks. That's a nice move. 40 cents, 44. 324,000 shares traded that day. Then from that 44, how many days to the next low? 1, 2, 3, 4. Really 4 days, 37 cents. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, it's at 48. 2 days later, 42. And then it just hovers here in the 40s. Hits a low of 44.90 or 44 cents. And after that, on May the 7th, 2025, 44 cents, very low volume over here. We're in just low mid thousands. There's hardly any volume on this CMBM at all. But I'm just looking for trade patterns on this stock that can make 20 to 30% every 5 days or so. So now we're down to 45 cents, 44 cents on May the 8th. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days to 53 cents on May the 15th.
Very low volume, just 58,000, 59,000 shares that day. And then from 53 cents, 1, 2, 3 days, 4, 5, 6, 7 days down to 37 cents. From 37, just 1 day up, 2 days up to 45, and then back down to 31 cents, June the 2nd. And the volume starts to pick up here on June the 3rd. 82 million shares comes in. Price closed the day before at 35 cents. And it went up to 70 cents, folks. But that didn't get retained because on that volume, folks, you got to sell out of this when they pop this stock, CMBM, folks. Because on that volume, look at that. It went from 40 cent open up to 70 and closed at 35 cents on 82 million shares, manipulated down, sold short all day long, folks. So when it pops, get out, CMBM, because, man, they have a way. 40 cent, and the days before close was 35 cents. And on this news, it jumped from 40 cent open to 70, 30 cents up, and then they attacked it down to 35.50, and it closed at that low at the end of the day on 82 million. They just kept selling it short all day down. And they got the price down to 35.30 close. 2 days later, it was down to 32. Then it hung around 35 and 34 and 35 and 34, and then 40 and 40, 42. July, now we're in July. Then all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, from a low of 40 cents, July the 10th, and 360,000, all of a sudden all this volume starts to come in here on this stock, CMBM, in July, mid-July, and the price goes from 40 cents up to 80 cents in 5 days. Then it's at $1.49 5 days after that. Then how many died? July the 22nd. Volume starting to pick up, getting some eyes on this now, getting a few eyes on this stock. July 24th, high was July 22nd, $1.49. How many days did they take to take it down 50%? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days later, 74 cents. Then 4 days after that, 1, 2, 3 days later, it's back up to $1, a 30% gain. Man, I like the look of this for swing trading, folks. Not day trading necessarily, but swinging it. Every freaking 4 or 5 days, get in on those lows. $1 there on August the 4th. How many days later to the low? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days down to 64. Then 5 days later, it's up in the 80-cent range. Then down to the 60 cent 5 days after that. Then back up to the 80-cent range 6, 7 days after that. Volume starting to pick up right through there a little bit. This is CMBM, folks. It's got a huge short squeeze possibility to it. Now you see the volume is moderate. The price is in the 80s to 90 cent range. Gets to 96 cents, and then 1, 2, 3 days later, 75 cents. 4 days after that, it's at 83. So after it hit 83 cents, and the volume is still very moderate in the hundreds of thousands here, 83 cents, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 days later, 61 and 60 cents. And then 4 days after that, 60-cent low on October 23rd with 205,000 shares traded. The day before, only 53,000 shares traded at 61 cents. CMBM gets this news on October 29th of a deal with Elon Musk, and all of a sudden, the price rockets from the day before close at 61 cents. And Piyush Bhatta told us about it that morning, and we got to buy it at $1.60. And then it opened at $2.26, and it went not to just to a high of $6.80 on October the 30th, but it was at $7.76 where I sold it. $7.76 a share. And a lot of you sold it with me in the pre-market that morning. That's where we got it, in the pre-market, because we were up early. Early bird got the worm. So CMBM is the stock I got my eye on. The reason I do is because of this recent news about short interest and what it's costing them right now to borrow. And it's outrageous, folks. 247% borrow fee on this stock, CMBM. And they have less than a day to cover any shorted positions they take. That's right, 0.02 days to cover right here. Look right here, CMBM, days to cover, 0.02. I've never actually seen that in my life, folks. They don't even have a day to cover their short. I've never seen it in my lifetime. CMBM, folks, going to be very volatile, so be very careful. It's not for the lighthearted, okay? This is not for the lighthearted. The shorts will be trying to manipulate this like crazy, but that will become our advantage. That'll be to our advantage. CMBM summary page. And it happens to be down 13% right now in after hours. So I'm going to buy some right here. So what I'm going to do, though, is I'm looking over here before I place this order. I'm looking at the percentage. I'm looking at the percentage, not the price. All right, everyone. I'm looking at that. Your focus should not be on the price, but on the percentage. And I showed someone this on Friday, and he came back and told me he was using it with his Bitcoin trading, and it gave him a great advantage, he said. So he was saying, thank you so much for showing me this percentage, which I'd never thought about before. So you're welcome. And hopefully you subscribed and you're back to watch me now trade on percentage. And so what I'm looking at here is the deepest they've dropped it. And right now it's 1304. And now the shallowest is 1237. 1304 and 1237. And this will show you how algorithms work. Okay. Now 1270. All right. And I'm watching the percentage. Now I'm ready to place this order right here. I'm ready to place the order right now, but I'm not going to place it until I see the percentage move in my favor. And I just saw it then move in my favor. Oh, hold on. Hold on a second. Good till cancel plus extended. Buy. I've got it ready to go. And I'm looking at that percentage review order. I got to acknowledge this order is similar to an open order. All right, I'm ready and I'm acknowledged. And now I'm looking at the percentage, still 12.04. And so I'm not going to do anything yet. I sure like to see that percentage number drop into the 11s right now. And then I'd be ready to go. But I tried just now to place an order and it wouldn't let me do it. Huh. Weird. Good morning, all. PHIO moving on great news. Don Bordelon, thank you. But I don't, you know how I am. I like to not buy those types of stocks. I like to pull back to catch. So I'll write it down there. Thank you. PHIO. Got it? Okay, so I'm watching the percentage there, watching the percentage. And the percentage will be your first indicator if this thing is doing better or worse. Time to get in or time to sell. So right now it's sitting pretty stationary here in the pre-market. It's not lighting any fires, but let me also look now at that stock that was just called out. Hold on. PHIO. Wow, up 82%. Okay. All right. What's the news on this stock? Phio Pharmaceuticals announces positive pathology results. Final maximum dose cohort for Intasil. 1 hour ago, the news broke out. Folks, be very, very, very careful of this stock. Could see the same thing happen to it that we saw happen to that other stock, which was just beaten down all day on massive, massive volume. They have a way of doing it, folks. My suggestion would be to hold off on that until tomorrow morning, and let's look for a pullback on that. But that's a good call out. Thank you, Don, for letting me know about it. All right, so I see that this is where I want it to be. I'm in the 11%. CBM just dropped into the 11%, so I'm buying it there. And please hold for just a minute here, folks. I'll be right back. I'm going to heat my coffee up here so we can be ready to rumble. time. All right. All right, everybody. Well, let's see what we got here going on. What did we just buy and what are we paying for it? 263 I got. Okay. Okay. And the bid is 260, ask 261. So, and then notice, folks, I'm not buying a lot of shares here. I'm not buying a huge amount of shares. $260.67. Man, that's a big spread between that bid and that ask, isn't it? All right. Well, I'm not going to go hog wild on this thing, but I think that when it's down, I'm going to snag some if I can get it near the bottom, and I think it's near the bottom. Seeing a bid ask that big extreme is just shows you how the shorts are trying to work this thing. Let's review order, and we'll go in at last marked was 26691, so they're not even coming close to getting what they want. Review order and place it. I'm watching the percentage, and it's getting better, folks. The percentage is getting better on this stock every moment that it passes. And that order there isn't going to probably fill, but I'll try again here, the 263, duplicate order. And I'll come up to 264, review order. Place. So I did just fill that 264 on this. I see the bid is 263. The ask is 265. And I've filled now at 263 and 264 on CMBM. And how we looking on SoFi today, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And I'm going to be showing you trench trading today. Trench trades. And I think one of the stocks that'll be good for that is one of the stocks that was called out this morning. We've had some call outs this morning. One is ALPS, which has been slaughtered down. This is how much it's down right now, and the price is 166. And folks, this stock has now dropped almost 50%, 45% down in the last 2 days. And this was brought to my attention by one of our viewers this morning, ALPS, because he knows I'm a bottom feeder. And he knows probably that I like to buy around the 6.6. ALPS, Ghost Rider called it out. And I do like to buy when a stock is driven down to 6.6. He's right. He's right. And that's where we are this morning on this stock right now, ALPS. Now, the news that caused this fall 2 days ago, ALPS announces closing of business combination with Global Link Investment Incorporated. So, Kuala Lumpur Alps Group, a fully integrated biotechnology research and healthcare platform specializing in predictive prevention and precision medicine, and Global Investment Incorporated, a Delaware corporation and a special purpose acquisition company, Global Inc. today jointly announced the successful completion of their previously announced business combination. The business combination was effected pursuant to the amended and restated merger agreement originally dated January 30th, as subsequently amended. The transaction, which was approved by Global Inc. stockholders on October 7th, 2025, was completed through a two-step merger process comprising, well, we won't go into all the details here. Following the closing, the ordinary shares of ALPS will commence trading on the New York Stock Exchange on the ticker symbol ALPS on October 31st, 2021, while the company's warrants will trade over the counter market under the symbol ALPWF on a consolidated basis. ALPWF. Just give me a second here. ALPWF. Oops. Sometimes these stocks can move together, and ALPS Group, the warrants, folks, is trading up 11%. Interesting, huh? That the stock would be trading down so deeply, but the warrants are up 11%. ALPWF. All right. That's sort of interesting. I wonder what the cost to borrow is on this one. Oh, accept their cookies, huh? No, I don't have to. No, no, thank you. I'll go up here. Company name or ticker ALPS. Alpine Summit Energy Partners. Is that it? Nope, that's ALPSQ. So that isn't it. All right. Well, I'm not seeing anything on that. But what I'm seeing this morning on, ladies and gentlemen, the stock CMBM, you can see the latest borrow fee for CMBM is 256%. And their days to cover is 0.02. Okay? They have no days to cover. They have fractions of days to cover, folks. This stock could go ballistic at any minute. The shares available. All right. Are we back? Are we back on here? Yes, we are. Okay. Well, sorry for the technical difficulties this morning. I apologize. There we go. So let me get updated right here. Watching several stocks this morning. ASST was up last night, I noticed. So I'm going to take a look at it again this morning. Yes, ASST looking very good right here, folks. Chart looks good anyway. Let's see what it's doing in the pre-market. Now down a little bit, but last night this was looking good, and the chart was looking good on it. Looking at the futures markets right now, you can see over here, S&P futures are up, Dow futures are up, NASDAQ futures are up. Russell's the only one down. They're trying a little double ta-ta action on the Dow and on the Russell, little double ta-ta this morning in the futures. And stocks that we have our eye on this morning, there are several. All right, let's look down here at some others that have been called out, and I just want to make sure I address everyone. SLNH is rising. Rudiggity. SLNH. Rudiggity. Wrote it on the wrong sheet of paper. Okay, got it. SLNH. SLNH stock. Saluna Holdings. Let's go take a look, see. All right. Looking good. Thanks for that call out, Rudiggity. I appreciate it. Another one we had called out this morning was this one here. And that is PHIO. Now be careful about this stock. But this could be a very good day trader today, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to watch it closely and monitor what they're doing with it as far as running it up and down. And we might be able to make some real good money on this one, especially tomorrow. PHIO. And weird thing is, I just got them putting in all kinds of indicators on this chart here. And let's see if they're going to be on this chart, CMBM. So we know shorts are really working this stock really hard, man. They're heavy. They're up to their noses in this thing. And they're paying big time interest to borrow shares, 250% interest to borrow shares on this, to short this. And one brokerage only had 20,000 shares left to borrow. Man, this could be situation critical, folks. So I'm trying to catch the bottom. And I like it here with a bid of 255. So I'm going to come in with a limit here. Good till cancel plus extended. And the stock I'm buying, believe it or not, is CMBM because it has so few shares left to borrow. So I'm going to try to buy right now. 10 shares, good till cancel plus extended. I'm using my Charles Schwab account right here. Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. Placing an order right now to try to buy this stock at 255 range. Place order. Because I like to buy around the 5.5. Order status. And I just picked up 25699. 25699. And the bid is 255 and the ask is $2.58. Any news at all, and this thing blows over $7, and it'll be halted 11, 12 times. We already know that, folks. Any news at all, and this thing goes to the freaking moon. To the moon. Any catalyst of positive news whatsoever is going to push this thing into skyrocket zone. So I'm going to duplicate this order right there. Buy. Duplicate order. Limit. 257. Good till cancel plus extended. Place it. And by the way, I can now no longer buy at that price. 257 will not fill, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you're aware of it. I'm going to come in here, duplicate order. And it has jumped to 263, folks. Bid is 261. I'm going to come in with a bid at 261. Review order. And place it. Coming in below it, folks. I want to buy below. And my last order filled at 25699. And I've also filled at 263. When was that? 8:51 this morning. Nice. But I got 256.99 to fill there. And this 257 is not going to fill, so I'm going to change it. I don't think there's any way I'm going to get 257 here. I'll try 258. Now let's go ahead and put in 259. Review order and place it. CMBM is what I'm buying. And I just got a 258.92. So I've now filled it 256.99, 258.90. All right. And I'm buying CMBM partly because of this data that I got from our friend Bam Bam 001 showing a major possibility of a short squeeze on this stock, CMBM. And there are a lot of things here that are showing us a possible move here, including the dark pool action. And you can see the volume, 60 million in short shares traded. Also, on this stock, CMBM, if you want to borrow some shares on this stock right now to short, the short percentage charge to borrow shares to short this stock is unbelievable, folks. Very, very high percentage to try to short this stock. You can see as of October 31st, when the price was $3, the volatility following a 241% surge. And right now, folks, if you want to borrow shares of this stock, you're going to be paying 247%. And I checked this morning and it said 253, I think. 247% to 273%. Short borrow fee, 247.07, folks. And there's only, on this brokerage, only 20,000 shares available to short. On October the 30th, 59% of the total volume was shorts. Oh, man. High borrow costs, short squeeze potential, high borrow costs. The 247% APR is extremely elevated. Typical rates are 1 to 10% to borrow shares. SoFi is even below that amount. SoFi is not even a full percent. But to short this stock, CMBM, you got to pay 247% APR. That's outrageous, folks. And they have hardly any, they don't even have a full day to cover. 0.02 days to cover. Risks are included, the days to cover, reducing sustained squeeze duration. The estimates say it's been cut to 0% from 0.01 days to cover. Says short activity borrow rates exploded on October 31st, post surge as shorts rushed to cover. Volume ratios peaked midweek but dipped at October 28th to 23.85%. But right now, I checked it this morning, it's way higher. Cost to borrow was very high this morning. Right now on CMBM, the cost to borrow is 256%. Annualized, and the shares available to borrow is 20,000 shares. So, just to give you an idea, these are the number of shares that used to be available to borrow. It says up here, number of shares available to borrow in the last 7 days. Look at how they've dropped to virtually nothing. Shares available to borrow. Look at that, folks. There's right now 20,000 shares available to borrow. Look at that. That's all they got is 20,000 shares at this brokerage available to borrow to short this stock. That's all they got left. They used to have 300,000 shares available to short. So that's why I think this is a good time to be buying this stock. Short squeeze possibility is very good. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's the stock CMBM that I just got through picking some up. As you just saw, I just bought it at $256.99. And I'm going to try and duplicate that order. On holy cow, it's already gone back up to $266. So I'm going to come in here at $264. Review order and place it. And this is CMBM is the stock. If you want to short this stock, it'll cost you 250 something percent to short it. And I just picked up a 2635. 2635. And the bid is now 264. So that's good. And some of you might wonder, what does it mean to trade in a trench? And I'll be happy to show you that. think I can show you a pretty good example of it here on this very stock here, CMBM. So I'll show you what trading in a trench is all about. And you'll figure this out, I'm sure, pretty quickly. And this is the stock that I'm referencing today, and I'm day trading today, CMBM. And I'm probably going to day trade this stock for a good week. The volume is good. There's a lot of attention on it. The news is exciting about signing a deal with Elon Musk. And so here it is, ladies and gentlemen. CMBM. I'm trying to show you the chart. And unfortunately, they've taken away all the lines that I just put in. But this thing is taking off right now. It just went over 270. CMBM. My last buy was at 2. I bought 256.99, 261, 258, and then 263. And this thing's going off, folks. Congratulations if you've been buying with me this morning. And what I'd like to know right now, I'm going to start over here in this chat. Did you buy? I'm going to do a poll here. Create a poll. Did you buy CMBM with me in the pre-market in the 2.60 or below range? Question mark. Because I got it as low as 256. And it was in the 260 to say 260 to 255 to 2. Man, I can't see anything here. There we go. That'll be good. I'll do it that way. So we'll find out if you bought in the 256 to 260 range. Did you buy CMBM? Okay, good. Start poll. That's what I want to know. And that's because I thought it could be a good short squeeze possibility. And I've been showing you the data on it this morning. And look at him. Oh my gosh. Look at him try to then attack this thing down. 255 again, you could get some right now. Man, they're really trying to suppress right here. Wow, radical. I'm going to try to get some more down here if I can. Shoot, and it's already gone right back up. It doesn't stay down long, folks. And my last order filled at I got orders here, 256.99, 261, 263, 258.92, and 263.5. And right now I've got a bid in at 258 trying to catch it. See if the dumpers will try to dump it one more time. And the reason I'm buying this stock, ladies and gentlemen, CMBM, is because I got some information sent to me by an individual in the tank called Bam Bam 001, and he said, look at this short interest. The cost to borrow on this stock, folks, is 256%. And the shares available to borrow on a stock that only is $3 a share is it's below $3. There's only 20,000 shares. There's only $60,000 worth of shares available to borrow from on this stock from this one brokerage. And it's probably going to be the same with many of them. They're probably just about tapped out with shares available to borrow because this one brokerage is an indicator of what's across the board. There's not many shares left to borrow, folks, to try to short sell it. And they're paying very big. They got deep pockets, those that are shorting the stock. And there's a lot. And there's been a lot in the dark pool and a lot in the... But folks, stock like this, man, it can be fun trading. So I'm going to be doing that with it. I'm going to day trade it, folks. I'm going to day trade this stock today. CMBM. And... you guys give me a minute here. I'm going to play you one of my songs that I have on YouTube on my playlist, and I'll be right back. This song was written by me and music and lyrics, but I had a girl, 15 years old, is going to be singing this song you're about to hear right now. Here we go. But I had a girl, 15 years old, is going to be... And this is me, Tyler, last name Self, S-E-L-P-H.
We were more than just two lovers. We became the best of friends. We were crazy about each other until it all came to an end. When you told me you were leaving, I thought I begged for you to stay, 'cause you
I didn't know so, but I saw right away she was right next door. Didn't know who she was and she didn't know me, but she knew I could see in her room at night. Oh, what a sight. She kept a small candle by her bedside at night, and she'd draw up her curtains, yeah, draw them up tight. And when she'd light her candle, her shadow would appear on the curtain. She always kept closed so tight every night. Then came one night, she lit up a candle, and I lit mine up too. And there on that night, to the right, moved my light, and I wondered, would she move hers too? Well, she moved to the curtains, and her shadow grows. Started flirting with her candle's glow. She lifted it slow, like a moon in the sky. I could see we were starting to see eye to eye. We were conversing with candles and flirting with flames, even though we didn't know each other's name. Conversing with candles, just like two little kids, and sharing with shadows. Yeah, that's what we did. Conversing with candles, and flirting with flames. Well, after nearly an hour, our candles burned out, but we had lots of fun with our playing around. Then along came the wind, and it blew out our flames. Yeah, the wind put an end to our candlelight game. But there's more to this story, and I'm happy to say there were many more games which the two of us played. Hadn't met face to face and still didn't know names, but we chatted with candles and we flirted with flames. Oh, yeah. Conversing with candles and flirting with flames, neither one of us knowing each other's names, speaking in circles and sharing in squares. Nobody knew what the two of us shared. Conversing with candles, flirting with flames, conversing with candles, flirting with flames.
Oh yeah, conversing with candles, conversing with
candles, and flirting with flames.
All right, you're listening to the music of Tyler Self. Soon you'll be hearing that song and others of mine on the radio if we get lucky here and sell a couple more. And thank you for taking the time to check out my music on Spotify, Apple Music, or whoever you have for a provider under the artist name Tyler, last name Self, right there in the middle, Tyler Self. Come and check me out and subscribe and help stream my channel and share with my friends and enjoy the musical journey that you'll be taking. The stock that I'm trading this morning is this one here because I believe it is going in for a short squeeze potential. It's one of the highest short squeeze ranking scores that you can achieve right now. And the volume, if we can see it stay into it, we could see something really, really dynamic happen with this stock. And I don't make any promises at all, ladies and gentlemen, but I like to buy stocks that were heavily, heavily overbought, and then they fleeced them out day after day. And I like each morning's rundown. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The market is rocking and rolling, and we're seeing them trying to take this down to a new low. And I'm going to pick some up right here on it. So let me get over here to my trading order status. And I got an order here that should have filled already because we're down in the 250s range now, and I did fill there. Yep, good deal. And we're going to go into another order now, duplicate this order, and I'm going to go in right now at market
Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I'm looking for a stock that I want to buy, I come in with small orders. I don't buy huge amounts at a time. And there's some other things that I'm looking at besides just the charts, but I do use these charts, and hopefully we can get this chart to connect again. I don't know what is going on here on my computer with Thinkorswim. It just is not connecting. So I'm just going to log off of it. I don't know why. Everything else seems to be working on my computer, but Thinkorswim. It just keeps saying connecting, 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 and it isn't connecting. It's lying to me. So we're going to say goodbye to Thinkorswim right now for a little bit. And we'll be back after these messages with Thinkorswim, I guess. Hopefully it will load up now because, interestingly enough, my computer's working fine, but Thinkorswim just will not kick in. So I'm going to go over and try and log into it again, see if we can get it to actually work. See if we can get this to actually work. All right, it says installing updates, which it really shouldn't have to do because I just fired it up this morning and it should all be already updated. But at any rate, Thinkorswim is currently now loading up here on my computer door. And the stock that I want to buy is this one. Now, what I'm watching here, ladies and gentlemen, is the percentage change, all right? So I'm going to review this order here to buy at market, and I'm going to put it in there, and then I'm watching the percentage change. I'm not looking at the price. Okay, so we're going to log in here into my paper money account. Continue. And here we go. All right, and we're logging in. And I got to get a text message to my phone that I'm streaming from. So please give me a moment, and I hopefully will be right back unless YouTube decides to now do an update of my channel while I take a brief moment to break to get my code. Hold on. All right. Continue. And we're logging in on our little computer door right now. And the price of this stock is currently at bid 260, ask 262. Sleeper stock this morning. All right. So we've got this working now. We've actually got it working. CMBM. We got Charles Schwab Thinkorswim working. And I'm looking over here at the chart on this CMBM stock. And ladies and gentlemen, trading in the trenches is pure and simply this. This low was 247 this morning, 247. This high that they took it up to was 279. So 22-cent swing. Then from this price here at 277 really is probably where they took it to, or right there. Yep, 279. They dropped the price down here to what? 252. $0.27 drop. Then the price went up here to what? 278.79 again. And then what price did they drop it down to? 253.
25-cent drop. Next time it comes up here, you should sell it, folks, at 279 and then buy it back here. All right? Because at least that's just my thinking. And this is trading in trenches. It's trading in trenches, folks, is what it is. You're in this trench, you buy in this trench here, you buy in this trench here, especially with right now where they're trying to double bottom this. And by the way, let's not just look at the 1-day chart on this stock. You'd be wiser to pull out and take a bigger look at the whole picture. Look at the 10-day chart. Maybe that thing is capitulating on the 200-day moving average, folks, right there. And this is very, very common to see a pattern like this. Look here. See this right here? And then this drop right here? That is a small version. And after that pullback right there, that's a small pullback, and then off she went. And here you see an exaggerated version of the exact same thing as this. This right here, and then there, and then this right here, sideways, and then drop and pop. Folks, this is, in my opinion, and I could be completely wrong because this 50-day could drop below the 200, but it looks to me like all the MMs had an idea, and that is get that 50 to hit the 200. Get that 50 to touch that 200. Do it this morning, right out of the gate, and then a collect on the 200 with the 50-day moving yellow average hitting the 200. Buy there. Okay, because why not? They did it right here, folks. They got pretty dang close to the 50-day right here. They tried to drive it down to that 50-day and couldn't reach it. This time, at least, they've actually made the yellow, the 50-day hit the 200. And now she's going to pop off this, most likely. So I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So I'm going to buy some of this right here. And I'm going to buy at market. And I just filled at $2.60 a share. And now I'm going to try to buy $2.59. And the stock that I'm trying to buy here, ladies and gentlemen, is CMBM. And this is where all the accumulating's going on, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the pressure cooker is under the pressure. This is where the pressure's building right here on this stock. This is where the pressure's building. It's mounting, folks. A lot of desire to get this here on this 250-day moving average convergence. And I just bought 258. Just got 258. And I'm not buying there alone, folks. There's a lot of others that are happy to buy at this price right here, 258. A lot. Whole bunches of people are wanting to buy there. Matter of fact, it happens to be the most bought price today of this stock. And interestingly enough, down at the lowest price of the day, which was able to fill $2.47 price, the lowest of the day, how many shares were available there? 7,903 shares, folks. This stock traded 1.3 billion shares just 4 or 5 days ago, trading days ago. And there at the very bottom price of $2.47 today was only 7,900 shares available at that price. Think about that, folks. There's 444,000 shares which have been purchased up here above. 444,000 believing in this stock at 250 is a good price at 258. But there were only 7,903 shares available at the lowest price of the day today. And I've been telling people on this channel for a long time, people love to accumulate shares of a stock at 55. And they just did it there. They just did it. And they didn't get as many as they did at 58, that's for sure. And this thing is most likely going to rise on any catalyst. All right, let's go look at some other stocks that have been called out today. Right out of the gate, someone called out ALPS. Someone called out ALPS today out of the gate. So let's go look at these stocks that people have been calling out. ALPS, ladies and gentlemen. Someone called this out early. Ghostwriter said, check out ALPS. It's getting decimated. Well, and it just hit the low of the day. $101.27 was the low. And there were only 735 shares there. But right above that, there were 54,000. See that? This is another instance. Right here, there were 54,000 sold at $1.28, but $1.27. For some reason, there were only 735 shares at $1.27 on this stock today. That's all. 700. I could have bought them all myself. And this is ALPS, which is majorly down today. If you look at the chart on it, ALPS, there it is. ALPS. Man. $1.27 where everybody wanted it. Everybody's wanting it at that price. Another one that was called out this morning was NCRA. And by the way, let's move this chart over to the 1-day chart instead of the long term. So this is a more indicative of what's going on with this stock, ALPS. And folks, that might have been the Nutsack 127. And that might have been the place to buy some shares of this because it really, really, really got beaten down. So I'm going to come in on this account, trade, ALPS. Ten shares, ALPS. And heck, it's so cheap, I'll even get more than that. Let's step up to 100 shares. And limit market. Is this out? Select action is buy. Review order. And we're going to go market. And I don't need to go that heavy on it yet because I don't know really what it's going to do. It could do a little double faker here. So let's start out small and then monitor it. Let's do that. Let's be a little on the safe side here because we don't know for sure what this thing's going to do. Let's just monitor it. All right. I'm going to buy it at market right now. Place order. Because the bid is 140, the ask is 142. And let's go see what I just picked up. And I got 141.98. Okay. All right. I don't want to get too much more of that. But I'm going to duplicate this order on CMBM now. Put in a limit order on this. 1050. I'll live on the edge. And let me get over here to CMBM. Yeah. Trying the double tie right now on it. And I'm going to bring this down here to see if I can get 248. Or actually, even better than that would be a 244 price. So I'll try 245. Knowing how much they like that number, let's see if we can get it. Review order 245. All right. And then let's go in on this one. CMBM. Duplicate order. And CMBM is on the rise. CMBM is turning and going north, folks. Let me highlight it a little bit better so you can see it more directly. There it is. And you can see that that light turquoise line there is now moving in an upwards trajectory to be passing up over the 50 and 200 day. And I'm buying this stock on the 200-day moving average with the 50 moving average on the 200-day. Duplicate order. Big gap between the bid and the ask. I'll put in a buy at 252. I see they have a bid in there at 251. So I'll come in at 252 and place that order. And what do you know? 252 will not fill. So the bid is not 251 that we're being told on, because I just put in 252 and it won't fill. But sometimes we get differing information. As you can see up here, it's showing the bid 251, the ask 255, but I put a bid in at 252, folks. It's a real bid I put in at 252 and it didn't fill. So I like to make sure you're aware of this. And my 245 is definitely not going to fill here, so I'm going to change that. And it says the bid is 253. So I'm going to try it 2.55. I'll try 256. I'll try 256, and I bet it won't fill. Review order and place it. Unfortunately, I did get that, and I got a 255.99 and a 256. And I see my ALPS is still dropping. I only bought 10 shares of that, folks. I've only got $14 in it. ALPS is still dropping, folks. But CMBM, it's the slightest news. All right, so let me get over here again. And my last buy order filled at 255, 256, 258, 258.92. They're trying again now for 255. Trying to, folks, listen, on this CMBM, all they're doing right now is accumulating this on the 50-day moving average. If I go out to 10 days, you can see this clearly. They're just accumulating this stock right on the 50-day, right below it. There's the chart right there. So right now, they've just gotten the 50-day moving average to touch the 200, and that's where they're buying with me. Whoever they are have established once over here their dominance to push it down here near the 50, and then here on a bigger scale down to the 50 again, the 50-day down to the 200. Down here, here's where the 50 crossed over the 200 right here. This is called a golden cross, and Piyush Bhakta told us about this when it happened. Thank God he did, because we made a fortune on that. Folks, if you can buy in on a golden cross, get in on it, man. And Piyush was right. And the funny thing is, after we got in on it, I think it had come here. We got in on it here, which was at $1.60 is where I bought it, right there. Piyush, he told me after it came out of the gate, he said, look at this stock, Tyler. Go buy some of it. And he was right. And the stock was CMBM. And we bought it at $1.60, and I sold it $7.66. 766, 767, 768. I was selling like mad there. 7:30 in the morning, and I told everyone to get out with me. Everyone I was saying, get out, get out, get out. And now they've dropped it all the way down to the 200-day and been accumulating on the 200-day now for 2 days. And this morning, they try one more push out, shove them out, shove out the week right now, and buy with the 50-day on the 200. That's their plan. And then after they accumulate with that 50 on the 200, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I could be completely wrong. It could fall right on off and keep falling all the way back down to here. I don't know what it's going to do, but the likelihood with all this volume on it. And speaking of volume, how much volume does it have today? Let's go look at the volume today on it. Cam Bam. Thank you, ma'am. Here's the volume on it now. Summary page. That's probably not correct. 20 million. That's probably from last week. Let me refresh this page. Yeah, 3 million so far this morning. 3 million. 3 million on it in 45 minutes trading. 3 million. Right now, looking across all markets, the S&P 500 is slightly green, just by a fraction. The Dow has been driven down out of the gate, but is still, well, just barely in the red. The NASDAQ is up 119%. 119, not 19%. It's up about a half a percentage. And the Russell is barely in the red, just skimming underneath, going green. And this is a stock that I have been showing people about this morning, CMBM. It has a very, very, very high likelihood of a short squeeze. A very high likelihood, not saying or guaranteeing that it will, but folks, days to cover is 0.02 days to cover. They're running out of time, folks. Extremely low days to cover. That means they could be covering their positions quickly, it says. And also, the percentage to borrow shares, short shares availability. Look at this, folks. Short shares availability, 6,000 is all they have. 6,000, folks. Short shares available. Holy smokes. Let me refresh the page and see if that's accurate still. Short interest, 1,594,000 shares. Days to cover, 0.02 days to cover this on this shorted position they have on this stock. And short volume, 60 million shares. The dark pool volume, the ratio of short volume, 59% short volume, folks. When you come down here, you'll see some more very interesting things about this stock. CMBM's, what specific factors will possibly cause a short squeeze? I'll show them to you right now. And this is very, very, very cool information on the website, by the way, called Grok, Grok, okay? And coming down here to look at the overview. So, as I said, short interest percentage borrowing fee, 247% interest on borrowing shares, of which there were only 6,000 available. Short shares available, 6,000. Well, no wonder they'll probably stay there because no one wants to pay 247% to short a stock. So those 6,000 shares will probably be there until hell freezes over. It says here, short squeeze potential for CMBM, which exhibits classic short squeeze characteristics amid recent price action. High borrow costs are one of them. The 247% APR is extraordinarily elevated right now. Typical rates are 1 to 10% to borrow shares to short it. And here on this stock, 247% if you want to borrow shares to short this thing. Very expensive for new shorts to enter this right now, and is pressuring the existing ones to cover. Yep. Also, elevated short volume, October 29th to 30th, 130 million plus off exchange short shares traded. 130 million short shares traded. That's 10% of the total overall volume that day, which I think was 1.2 billion or 1.3 billion shares. Float dynamics, it's got a very tight float with only 12 million shares, with 12.55% shorted, leaves limited liquidity. Any positive catalyst could trigger rapid covering on this stock. CMDM. I'm not saying that you need to jump in on this thing, but this is a short squeeze potential, which is very high on this stock. CMBM. And trust me, with that much money on the line, the deep-pocketed shorters will fight to try to keep it down. But any news at all that breaks in favor of this stock could create a massive short squeeze, and it could go up again 400%, like it did last week. So just be aware of it. It's a good short squeeze potential. Now we're going to look at SoFi, our mothership stock. Well, how do you like that, folks? $30 for SoFi. $30. And now take a picture. I missed that. It just updated. But it was 30. And I'm sorry that I actually missed that picture that I wanted to get. But we'll show it at $29.88. That is a great number to buy, by the way. So, buy $29.88, sell it at $30.20. And you probably could have already sold it at $30.30 this morning, right? Where was it this morning? There was the high of the day right there. And you guys all should have known to have sell orders there at that price. You should have known to sell right there at 30.30 a share. I should do another poll and say, did you sell SoFi this morning at 30.30? Because you sure should. Always. Buy it back at 29.94, 29.88 after a 30.30 sell. Nice. And they had this thing down this morning to 29.35 at 9:45, 29.35, and it's already come back 60 cents. Wow. Holy smokes. That's strong, SoFi. All right, now I'm looking at some other stocks that have been very beat up today, ladies and gentlemen. And someone called out this stock for a possible major move. World Free Speech is calling out Fubo today for a possible major upcoming swing. And right now, 333. Wow. That's a good number to come in. I like to buy the 330, 331, 333s. Especially if they've driven it down to that. And boy, have they ever this morning. Man, oh man, look at that thing get run off the chart. Whew. Total recall formation on it, folks. 1 ta-ta, 2 ta-ta, 3. Total recall on this one. Right now, Fubo down 11.97%. And it was called out by World Free Speech as a possible real runner today. ALPS was another one that was called out. And I just got through picking up some of these shares on ALPS because I thought it was on the bottom. Also, I like to buy a stock at 133. And my order filled at, well, I filled one order for 10 shares at 141. And I should buy some more here just to DCA, but I don't know how far it's going to continue to fall, so I'm going to be patient with it. I only bought 10 shares right here of this stock, but it was called out this morning because he knows I like to buy on the bottom, and this is Ghost Rider that called this out. Now, tomorrow, we're going to look to buy this stock, NCRA. Not today, when it's up 33%, or it was this morning in the pre-market. Let's see where it is now. NCRA, ladies and gentlemen. This is the stock I'm looking at now. It was called out early this morning by CI. And I told him I don't like to buy them when they're up that much. And it was up to 350 in the pre-market. And look at it now. Folks, this stock was at 350 in the pre-market. This is the pre-market this morning right there. 361 in the pre-market. NCRA, 361 in the pre-market. Volatile. It says 3 hours ago that Nocera secures up to $300 million private placement to support digital asset strategy and strategic acquisitions. Well, there you go. They just secured a $300 million private placement to support digital asset strategy and strategic acquisitions. That should be not enough of a news for me to make it go up 30%. And that's why it fell so sharply off of those big spikes. 362 all the way down to what? 188. See this bottom right here? Look at this number, Savannah. 189. They were trying for that 188, folks. They got 189, it looks like. At any rate, right now, this is the stock. Take a look at it. NCRA, it might be a good spot to get in. It looks like it's been herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked and doing a lot of herking and jerking on the $2.11 to $2.13 range. And they're trying to keep it from breaking 217. So, folks, this NCRA, if it can break 217, which is where the resistance level is, and this 217 isn't just resistance twice to a little run up here, but it's also resistance 3 times to the drop. That price over here. And the stock I'm talking about is NCRA. This price where it is right now was a resistance level already at 8 o'clock this morning, once, twice, 3 times there. And now it became resistance to the recovery once, twice, and 3 times there. NCRA. If it breaks over this line, it could make a nice move up to at least here, 238. Just saying, NCRA, ladies and gentlemen. And I think I just picked up a 249 buy on this stock. I had an order there. Let me see here. Nope, the lowest I've gotten so far is 252. I thought I had a buy order at 249 on this thing. All right. Well, got some at 252. And she's already tapped a 249 for an instant there and back up to 251. So it's probably the end of the rundown for this. But I don't know that for a fact. This thing was up 450%, folks, and it's only fallen about 100% since then. So this stock was up to $7.66 3 days ago. So it could fall much lower because it was at 65 cents before it went into the sevens, folks. I don't know exactly what it's going to do, but I know it has a very high possibility for a short squeeze. And I think we saw some covering happen on Friday when it started to really take off and and then they got some help because they had returned all those shares. And so others started borrowing them so they could start selling them again. But there's not many shares left to short on this stock, folks. There's not many left. One brokerage only had 6,000 shares left for the shorts to borrow. And they're charging 250% to borrow the shares now to short this. Well, I appreciate you guys all being here with me this morning. And one of the things that we can always do to help promote this channel and get more people over onto it is every once in a while we'll all hit the like button at the exact same time. So I haven't done it yet this morning, so I'd like to ask you if you wouldn't mind to please let's show some love on the screen. And let's at 10:34 and 8 seconds. We'll all hit the like button together. And I'd appreciate it if you would help me out by putting in some where you're calling in from or something in the chat or whatever you want to say in the chat. SoFi being itself again. Yep. JP Panic, hello. U.S. Army Home Facilities, hello. Yes, I'm accumulating. PHIO, yes, I saw that. Someone called it out. Here we go, folks. We're going to count down and hit the like button in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please gently tap your like button. Please, folks. Philadelphia, all right. The city of brotherly love. Ronald Hart, California, saying hi. All right. Okay, CMBM, boy howdy. Take it to the limit. 244 just then. All right. Take it down and beat it. Beat it. Beat it. Tied to the whipping post. Tied to the whipping post. Oh. Tied to the whipping post. Oh, Lord, I feel like I'm dying. Well, folks, I just filled at a price of $2.44 and a half. 244, one of my favorite numbers to fill. Let's try for 239. And actually, screw that. Try for 243. Review order and place it. Give me that 243 on CMBM. I don't see any other stocks getting attacked. I don't see it. Duplicate order. I'm DCAing here, folks. Now, let me show you what I'm going to do here, folks. I'm not just blindly buying here, okay? I'm not just blindly buying. I've got my order. I'm ready to place it. It's a market share buy. And I want you to see something. Now I'm going to come up here, and I'm not placing my order blindly. I'm not going to risk my money that frivolously. Take a look at what I'm watching. I'm looking at CMBM percentage. That's what I'm looking at. Percentage loss. All right? And my order's ready to be placed when that percentage loss is maximized. So I'm watching right now CMBM down 18.06, trading on an algorithm, and let me show you how that works. So now down 17.95, 1806 just went to 1839.13. So that number 1839.13 is the deepest drop so far right now. 1839.46. So it's still working its way down. So I'm waiting. 1839.46 is the deepest drop at this stage of the game. Now 1839.46, 1812, 1839. And I'm ready to place my order when I see the first chink in their armor, folks. That's what I'm looking for. This is real trench trading, folks, when you're buying in a trench. But I'm looking at, like I said, I'm looking at the percentage. It's down 18.14 now. And there isn't a lot of movement. It's sort of like watching the grass grow. But now 18.7291, deepest drop. 18.7291. And I want to see that equalized here again. 18.7291. 18.7291. Now 18.6957. Watching the percentage. And I'm ready to buy because I'm looking for a breakaway. I'm ready for the first. My finger is on the pulse of this stock, folks, is what I'm doing. My finger is literally on the pulse of this stock. And I'm waiting for a first sign. And that's looking good. Let's see this thing drop into the 17s, and I'll hit that buy button right away. $18.40, that's promising. Let's see if we can get that 18.7. There it is one more time. That's the deepest, 18.7291. So you guys are learning here now something to trade on the percentage, not the price. And you can learn a lot from this, folks. You really can. You can see right now 180602. You can write that down. And sometimes, believe it or not, folks, you'll see an 180601. Just even 1/100,000th of a percent can give you an indicator, folks. I know it sounds crazy, but it's absolutely true. And I've used this method for trading for a long time, folks, especially when I think that this thing is near the very bottom, which I think this is now. And right now, shorts need to show me an 18.7902, or I'm going to think they're starting to falter. All right. And it could be fractional, folks. I'm telling you, fractional. This is like looking at the stock under the microscope, okay? This is what I'm doing. I'm looking at it under a microscope. Now, in case you were not aware of this, I told you about a stock in the a notification last night. RANI was up 20% last night. It's now down 1.7% this morning, but RANI, I sent a notice out about it, and this morning it was up 17% in the pre-market, and you could have sold it there. Now, I'm really starting to like the look of a stock that was called out this morning by one of our newer viewers. CI called this stock out. NCRA. N as in Nancy, CRA. And this is the stock right here. And here's what it's doing. NCRA. Now, this is a critical number for it to get over 20, 220. And this number was a number of resistance to the price being dropped. And they tried to drop and hold it there. This is the same number right here. And I usually tell people to sell at 220 and buy back at 208. But I'm looking at this stock, NCRA, folks. Keep your eyes on it. Look at that. 220 and back down to 203. Now you know why I tell you to sell the 220, people? Golly. Sell 220, buy back 197 often. Even 188. Man, what a slaughtering down after I just went over and looked at it. Look at that. Could be a wild and crazy ride today, this one, NCRA. Better off to buy it tomorrow morning when they fleece the newbies out of it. Just saying. All right, CMBM. CamBam. I like it there. I've got an order at 243 that won't fill on this. CMBM. And why I bought this stock is because it has the highest probability of a short squeeze on it right now, with the interest percentage to borrow is up to 247% interest to borrow against this stock to short it. So it's got major short squeeze potential, CMBM. And the shorts are really working this hard. They got heavy positions. But they've got 0 days to cover. They don't even have a full day to cover. Anything they borrow right now and pay 247% makes you wonder, why would they want to borrow a stock that costs 247% to borrow it and only make an 18% gain on the price falling? Wait a minute, huh? Wait a minute. Hold on. What's up with that? They're going to go borrow shares and pay a 247% interest to borrow shares, and then they're going to only make an 18% gain when the price falls? Something's wrong with that. Holy crap. Why would they do such a thing? Does that make any mathematical sense whatsoever? Not to me. I guess the only explanation is desperation, folks, because they shorted it at such higher prices. Or maybe they even shorted it at lower prices. It was lower. 65 cents was the price of this stock a week ago. Well, anyway, I'm here to accumulate on the bottom. And I'm showing you right here that there's a very good likelihood that this stock could explode to the upside. And I can't make any guarantees, but the days to cover on CMBM is 0.02, and that is extremely low, indicating that shorts could cover positions quickly based on average daily volume. Short interest percentage of the float, 12.55%. That's a moderate level. The float is 12.7 million shares. The short borrowing fee rate has spiked to 247%. And this morning I looked at it and it was higher. And it jumped up to 256% this morning when I looked at it. To borrow shares, and this brokerage only has 20,000 shares left available to borrow. Here's the cost to borrow percentage over the last 7 days. Cost to borrow was at one time 4.143%. 4.143%. Then it jumped up here to 22%. Sat at 22%. Then the news breaks out with Elon Musk and it jumps up to 277%. Now 257% to borrow shares to short this stock, folks. That's the interest. If you want to short any shares, you're going to pay 256. And notice the number 256616. 256616. The number 616, folks. The true mark of the beast. Looking at our mothership SoFi stock today, green, still green. All right, folks, and here goes CMBM. And you can clearly see it right here on this chart. CMBM. Just about got the 50-day to the 200-day right now. They've almost got the 50-day down to the 200-day. That's on the 10-day chart. Let's look at the 20-day chart. Oh, yeah. Well, the 20-day chart, they're not even remotely close to getting the 50-day down to the 200. They're not even close. They're not even close. They're so far away from the 200-day with that 50-day. All they're doing right now is buying on the 200. This is the short-term price, and they're trying to buy it on the 200. But even better, if you look, like I said, at not the 20-day chart, but the 10-day, you can see that they're buying on the 50 right now. They got the 50 on the 200. The yellow 50 average is right on the 200, one of their favorite places to accumulate. Right, you can see how long they accumulated on it over here for a day and a half, right on the 200-day. And now here they are with the yellow on the 200, and they're going to accumulate with the yellow on the 200. The 50-day on the 200, they're accumulating. And I could be wrong, but there's a lot of buyers here. Yeah, I was telling everybody, to me, this chart right here in a small scale looked like the same chart right here. And the cool thing was, this thing was about to do the exact same thing with this chart. It was about to do the exact same thing. You can see that. What happened right here and took off, this was going to happen here. But market makers said, wait. We bought all these shares that we've got now. Before we let it go, like we did down here with the hitch and go, I call this pattern the hitch and go. And here it was. It started to come up here, and here was the hitch and the go, and they went, whoa. Let's get it down here. Let's get it down on the 200. Let's accumulate it here. Let's get that 50-day down to the 200 and accumulate there. Then once we get our coffers filled, then we'll let that sucker go right on up and go to beyond. But ladies and gentlemen, you can see this right here, this little hitch and go. It was happening here with this stock. It was about to go right there. And some mighty powerful money said, wait a minute, let's do something here. Let's accumulate a shitload of shares of this. There's not many shares outstanding. And once we've got them all hoarded, then we can just start selling them and sell them and sell them until we get the price down to the 200-day. And notice the 200-day just rising and slowly rising and rising, all under the unsuspicious nose. You don't even see that. You're not supposed to look at this 200-day rising steadily. All you're supposed to, as a retailer, is look at this short-term 20% drop today. But don't notice the 200-day slowly and steadily rising during all this manipulation effort. All of it. So my call is this stock was going to go up here, make the little hitch and go, which it did. Here it was going to go up here and make the little hitch and go. It got stifled, and they decided, no. Let's get a lot of this. Let's get a lot of this. And I think that's what they're doing right now. And I could be wrong, but I think that they are. I think they're accumulating it, folks. So I'm going to come over here. And I believe I will buy with them right on that 200-day. And I'm not going to place a big order here, but I am going to look at the percentage that it's down right now. And I've seen that for quite a long while. Now we got a new number, 1906. All right. So they're still coming at it right here. Trying to force it down a little more. I hadn't seen that number yet. Nothing in the 19s. So guess is they're going to go for some 20% stop losses here if they can get them. See if they can achieve that price that it gets them 20% stop loss. But I'm ready to place an order right now. I'm ready to place an order if I can just see it gravitating my way slowly. I'll put another order in to buy it. And we're looking at some other stocks today as well, ladies and gentlemen, not just this one. There's been a lot of stocks that have been called out this morning, and I'm happy to show you the other stocks that have been called out. And let me just get over here to my channel and back this screen out a little bit more. Scody 159HS Yamamoto, the GOAT. Yeah, I tell you what, man, if you're talking about the baseball game, in my opinion, the Toronto Blue Jays would have won the World Series had it not been for a professional baseball player afraid to get his jersey all dirty on the chest area. Because at that play at home plate, that guy dives for that plate and he is safe, people. And the Toronto Blue Jays win the World Series right there. It was over. In the ninth inning, he dives for that home plate and he is safe. And the Toronto Blue Jays won the World Series because the catcher's foot came off of the plate for a few seconds, just a millisecond. And if he would have dove instead of sliding in, he would have caught that with his hand and he'd have been safe and the World Series would have been won by the Blue Jays. That's my call. That's the way I saw it. As simple as that. And but it was a very well fought baseball game. And the Dodgers their coach played a good strategy by putting in that pinch hitter that pulled off that home run that was just hard to believe. They were 2 outs away from winning the World Series. And then later on, like I said, they were a half an inch away from winning the World Series, the Toronto Blue Jays. A half an inch away from winning the big one. And you just slide head first and you hit that plate with your hand and your team just won the World Series. All right, man, look at all the chat going on here that I've been missing. Golly, I can't keep up with it. You know, sometimes there's over 2,000 comments in this chat sometimes, people. That's right. You're exactly right, Mark. Bring in Lenny Dykstra, yep, or Pete Rose, and they would have won the game. It would have been all over, and they would have won the game. Also, another one that would have dove in there would have been the Boston Red Sox player. You know who I'm talking about. His mind slips. His name slips my mind right now, but man, that kid is one of the fastest base runners around the diamond I've ever seen. I've never seen anybody that cuts corners like he does and motors around the bases. I keep thinking Dar something, but I don't know why that doesn't sound right. But anyway, man, that guy can motor. Anyway, just got my seat. What do you guys think about MSPR? Red Stick Smarty. Let's go look at it. MSPR. Let me look at this on the one-day chart before I go away here. Hold on. This stock is CMBM. All right. And it certainly is flattened out now, and they're starting to buy into it. These candlesticks here show that they're starting to buy in. This looks good. I like it. CMBM, folks. CMBM. Now, let's run over here and take a look at the stock that was just called out right there. MSPR. Let me write it down. MSPR. Red Stick Smarty, okay. Yeah, that's it. Jaron Duran. That's it. That's it, Mark. I guarantee you, he wins that game for Toronto. Right there at that play at the plate. He wins that game for Toronto by sliding head first. Yep. I've been playing baseball my whole life, people, and softball and everything, and I know the game. My dad played baseball for the St. Louis Cardinals organization and also for the Philadelphia Phillies, which at the time, the Oakland Athletics. They were actually the Philadelphia Athletics, at the team when he played for them in the 50s, 1956. Yep, Jaron Duran. Man, that guy can motor, man. Whew. It's just amazing how quickly he can get around the bases. All right, so folks, this stock here, MSPR, looks fabulous right now today. It is up 386%. And I don't tend to buy stocks that are up this much. And let me tell you my biggest concern about it. My biggest concern is that they're on the fringe of going over $1. And there will be many, and I would really have to look at this stock on a bigger scale. So let me go to MSPR here on, just give me a second. So please give me a second here while I do a little dissecting of this stock. And what I want to do here is I want to look at the historical data on this chart, folks, on this stock. All right. Because let me tell you the problem. If it doesn't stay over $1, they're going to get delisted from the NASDAQ. So let's go over to the historical data and let's look at, has it been over $1 within the last few months? Okay, that's what I want to look at. So I'm going to historical data on this screen. And yes, as a matter of fact, they just did a 1-for-7 stock split on September the 2nd. So that's out of the picture. We won't see a stock split most likely. Chances are very slim of seeing a new stock split. But isn't it interesting? You know how many people sold this stock when they did a 1-for-7 stock split, and now they're up 341% a week later, 2 weeks later? Wow, MSPR. Well, that's why I wanted to go look at this, folks. That's why I wanted to go look at the historical data. I wanted to see a couple of things when I look at the historical data. But the thing is, they did that reverse split to get their price to go up over $1, people. September the 7th, they did one. Let's see if they've done any others. Because you don't want to get messed up with a stock that keeps doing reverse splits to make money. Oh, there's another one. So in November 18th, 2024, 1-for-25 stock split. Wow. Yikes. 1-for-25 stock split to get their price to go over $10, folks. Yike. Did it when their stock price had been at $35 on November the 12th. Whew. November the 18th, 1-for-25 stock split on this. That's not good, MSPR. And then price descends, comes back up into the 14s, the 16s, the 16s. Then no volume on it at all, folks. There's no volume on this. This stock doesn't have any volume on it at all. 8,000 shares, 3,000 shares, 9,000, 4,000, 4,000. That's nothing, folks. At $15 a share, 4,000, 2,000 shares. I don't like stocks that have such low volume. Let me just tell you that right now. That's in February. Oh, no. Sleeper. But with this stock, folks, it could look at every 6 days and it swings up and down. Look here. Where are you going? Okay, beautiful. Can I come get a kiss goodbye? All right. All right, folks, what I want to see, I'm going to show you something interesting about this stock here in just a minute. Just give me a chance to go give my wifey Pooh a kiss goodbye. And in the meantime, I'll play you one of my many songs on my music playlist. And hopefully you'll like this one called They Called Me Pendejo.
Most people believe you need hundreds of thousands of dollars
All
and years of
right,
experience to
sorry.
invest
Here, hold on. Let's get rid of that. There we go, and we're on. They Called Me Pendejo.
in pendejo.
And I'll be right back, folks.
Trip, so I boarded a ship for a cruise down to lovely Cancun. I'd heard of this beach where the women were sweet and was hoping to get there real soon. And when I arrived on the shore, there was much to explore. Pretty soon, on my way to the bar, didn't speak any Spanish, but still I could manage with women not getting too far. As I drank at the bar. I kinda got loud and everyone in the crowd started thinking they all must be dumb. I had told them my name and I know this sounds strange, but not one of these guys seemed to know. And I still don't know why they forgot my name's Ty and they called me instead Pendejo. Yeah, they called me Pendejo. Yeah, they called me Pendejo, that's the name I would hear. Say Pendejo, how long are you here? Hey, Pendejo, how long are you in Cancun? They said Pendejo, hope you're leaving soon. Now I tried and I tried, but I still don't know why all the guys were all acting so ticked. They were waving their hands at me while I was dancing with all the fine Mexican chicks. So I asked this young lady and she told me maybe, so both of us walked out the door. We went to her place and we had quite a night. In the morning woke up on the floor. And I never forget that wild night in Cancun. The memories will remain. The bar on the beach where it seemed out of reach for the folks to remember my name. And they called me Pendejo. That's the name I would hear. Yeah, they call me Pendejo. They say, how long are you here? And they call me Pendejo. Why are you in Cancun? And they all say Pendejo. Hope you're leaving soon. Pendejo. Yeah, they call me Pendejo. Why it isn't clear, but they call me Pendejo every time I appear. They say, hey Pendejo, why are you in Cancun? Say, hey Pendejo, are you leaving soon? On my trip to Cancun.
When I invited you for dinner, you surprised me with a yes. When you asked what I was serving, I told you you would have to guess. You smiled when I suggested that we dine in candlelight, but in the end you said alright. And I had dreamed of this night. So I really can go for you, baby. And I'm so good, baby, that you would make all my dreams come true. And I might share
All right, that's just a little sampling of some music on my playlist. I hope you'll come over and give it a listen and stream my music. It'll be on a musical adventure. And let me just turn this volume. There we go. And let's make sure we got ourselves not all zoomed in here so you can see the entire screen, because sometimes this camera likes to zoom in like it's zoomed in now. So hold on. Somebody gave me an idea of how to get rid of that zoom, auto zoom, and I did it. And it's even called follow focus. And it's still, the camera still wants to zoom in without my knowledge. Hey, look at SoFi breaking away, ladies and gentlemen. 30.26. And I just took a picture of it a little while ago at 29.90s. So nice. Let's get a picture of that. Oh, yeah. Congratulations, all you SoFighters. Can you believe this thing has gone from $8.60 just 7 months ago, $8.60 to over $30 a share? Man, what a great pick that was, guys and gals. Congratulations to many of you who own in the 6s and 7s and 10s and lower teens. Nicely done, everybody. You listened to crazy old Catfish Tyler, and the stock went from freaking there all the way up to over 30. And it's going to go over 35 as soon as we get the crypto come out. And even maybe before then. Watching now on CMBM, CamBam, with a majorly high short interest. And the cost to borrow shares to short this stock is 247% right now. It's got such a high short squeeze possibility. And I'm watching the market manipulate it down. And I just saw a nice pop right there from the 240 to 243. And folks, that is the end of this. In my opinion, that's the end. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to place an order right now on this stock. CMBM, I'm coming in right now. That was a big jump. And I just filled at and I got an order waiting at 243 that should have filled already. Let me see here. And I did fill at 243, so let me go in again. And this is going, folks. Duplicate order. This is the stock that we're on, CMBM. This is what it looks like on Thinkorswim's chart with my mega candlesticks. And by the way, these candlesticks can be made yours if you decide to become a Goliath member. Those candlesticks I use, some people pay $2,000 for these candlesticks right here, folks. These candlesticks that I have are the bomb, and they're the real game changer, folks. They are. These candlesticks can make a big difference whether you realize the money's coming into a stock or going out of the stock. And right now, it's coming in, folks. And right on this little hitch right there is why I just bought there. And I'm going to come in again now, market, and I'm going to show you what's going to be my deciding factor as to buying this shares right now at market. I am watching the percentage, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking right there at the percentage, okay? And I will take a look at these other stocks people have called out. Let me take a look at this one right now, MSBR. THAR was called out by Matthew. THAR, and I've made good money on that stock before in the past. I know it can move quickly. Oh, man, but look at that thing get decimated after this run this morning. Look at that nutsack, though, right there. Holy cow. Oh, my goodness. That looks interesting. And the RSI was just completely oversold there. THAR. Price hit $7.47, and now it's at $3.16. Wow. I like that. Trade. Let me come over here to this THAR, folks. Man, that looks like major manipulation.
And the stock is currently up 8.14, now 7.80. Star. I'll buy 20 shares of this. Market, select action buy, review order. And before I place this order, I'm going to be watching its percentage gain. And right now I see that it is up 7.12%. Now it's up 7.12. It is up 7.12. And all I'm watching, ladies and gentlemen, before I place this order on this stock right here, is I'm looking at the gain, okay? It's up 7.80, now 7.46, 7.12 revisited, 6.91. So they're still coming at it. It's down 6.91. And I want to buy there if I can when it gets down into that 6.91 if it does it again. Percentage now is 7.46% up. 6.78, it's even lower than the 6.91, so still gravitating lower. I'm watching the percentage up there, folks. 7.12, 5.76. I'll buy some there. And let's go see where the order status is. And I filled, what do you know, at 313, folks. I got a 313 buy there. Well, I certainly like to buy at that number, so I'm going to duplicate that. Right now, market. Now, I'm looking at it at the percentage that it's up. And it's up right now 6.44. Review order. Now it's up 5.76, 5.77. So look at what I'm looking at here, folks, to decide when to put my market share order in. I'm looking at the percent, not the price. I want to do a microscopic look at this thing. I want to get in there tight and look at this thing. It's only up 5.42 now. And I'm watching this. This is what I'm watching. This number right here, 5.42 up, 5.42, 6.1. And I need to see that 5.42 again. And if I don't, then I'm going to go in on this because I think it's going to climb. And I could be wrong. 6.10% up now. And this could move very rapidly, folks, 5.77, because it sure fell quickly. It fell quickly, folks. Let me explain something about this stock right here, THAR. When it was rising, there was very little resistance from this point to here. So therefore, there can be pretty much very little accumulation at any one of these numbers because it rose so fast in a 5-minute period. And it fell in a 20-minute period. But again, there would be very little resistance here. There's a gap from here to there, and there's a gap from here back to here. So over here, as it starts to rise, well, there's a gap from here to there, and there's a gap from there to there. There's a gap here, folks. There's a gap because of the way that it so rapidly jumped and so rapidly fell. Well, there's a gap here, folks. Whether it will regain and fill that gap, I don't know. But I'm just saying there is a gap there. And so I'm going to place an order when I see this thing down the lowest. And right now, I see that it is now only down, it's only up 4.61. And that is now 4.41. So I'm going to wait here, and I want to see this turn around. 4.41 is the lowest. 4.41 is the lowest gain so far is what I'm getting out. Now 4.07. Let's see if it goes into the threes. 4.07, the lowest percentage gain. Now 3.73. So they're certainly coming at this right now. THAR. This was called out here by Matthew. And he's got some numbers. Matthew 34841 called this one out. 307. Whew. Place order. Well, I like to buy the 308, and I just did. I just bought 308. So I've filled now twice on this stock at 313 and 308 now. So I'm going to come in again, duplicate order. And yeah, I love to buy the 308 market. Look at the percentage. It's up 4.07. It's up 4.61, 4.41. Watching this very closely here, THAR. Review this order right now and get ready to place it when the gain gets higher than 4.07 for the low gain, if you know what I mean. So we're watching this now, 421. Watching the percentage gain, 4.07 is currently the smallest amount of the game. What's your sale target? I don't have a sale target at all, but usually 20% up is where I like to get out now, 508. Watching this closely. Are we going to see a 4.07 again? I don't think so. Am I going to see 4.07 up? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. 4.07 was the lowest amount we were seeing so far. Let me look at this closely now. THAR. Grab some Fubo now. It's almost down 13%. Okay. Just let me get my orders in on this, making sure that I'm getting the bottom on this. 4.7. Oh, it's done. Okay, so I just bought now at 308, 310, and 313. So my DCA now is 310. And the stock I'm buying is THAR, duplicate order. Now, I want you to see this stock on the chart, folks, and why I'm buying it here. All right? It was already $7.47 this morning. And I'm buying it right here on the double nut. Okay? Yeah. Or what you might call the double A. That's not much of a cup, either one there. So I just bought the double A, or you could call it the double TNADs, teeny tinies. And so that's why I'm buying this stock, THAR. I believe it will now accelerate upwards. I can see more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers. On these candlesticks down here right now, they're indicating more buyers than sellers. So I just bought THAR. And my first order filled at 313. And now I've gotten some orders to fill at 308 and 310, and it's back up to 311, 312. The ask is 313 again. So it's turning to the upside, and it's THAR. I'm not going in too heavy. I don't see it running like a wild banshee up, but that was some good buys right there. And since the bid ask is just 1 penny now, and I'm going to review this order, and what I'm watching is the percentage, folks, the percentage of the gain, and the percentage is now a gain of 5.76, 5.59. And I'm ready to place another order as soon as I see those numbers increasing. And I'm sure not seeing a 4.07 anymore, that's for sure, which I just got it when it was at 4.07. Watching this very closely here, folks. 5.76. THAR. And I'm in. And I just filled at 312.99. 312.99. THAR is the stock I'm buying, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're going to go back over here and take a look at some of our other stocks, which I'm holding long right now. CMBM. And there it is right there, making a nice build now on the 50-day. Look at it capitulating nicely on the 50-day. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Build that position on the 50-day. And I told you they would. I told you they would build a nice position on the 50-day moving average, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. And if you look at this for a bigger chart out, the 20-day, oh boy, look at that. They got to get it all the way down and got some shares just now on the 200-day average. They just got them there. They just were able to pick up where they've been intending to on the 200-day, folks. They've done the perfect execution, and they got it today on the 200-day moving average on a 20-day chart. Nice. They're buying it now and accumulating it right here. And interestingly enough, you can see over here that they tried to stop it here earlier to the run up. And now this becomes the stop point to the drop, because this 200, folks, is not going to change direction. It's going to bounce off this 200-day moving average on this 20-day chart. Just like here where they got it here and accumulated, and right here where they stifled it. Now this is just accumulation point where they got some there and now accumulate on the 200-day. And by the way, folks, this point right here, as you can see, was a point of resistance to it running up. They dropped it down to here. So now this is going to be the point of what was once resistance will now become resistance to the drop. This was resistance to the run up, and then this will become resistance to the fall, because the 200 is just rising. And look at the 45 and 50-day moving averages. Look at the angle they were going at until this last 3-day obliteration of it to get it to the 200 where they could get it. Folks, listen. Right here, this little hitch right here and this takeoff on this chart, that right there, shoot, I didn't want to do that. There we go. Yeah. This little move right here, this hitch and go, it was about to be recreated right here. They stopped it right here. They were going to recreate this. This was going to happen here, and then this was going to happen here. But they, whoever they were, said, no. We're not going to have this repeat again right yet. We got to get it down here to the 200. We need to get it down to the 200, and we're going to accumulate along that 200. Then we'll let this son of a bitch go, and it'll gap right back up on any news. Oh, yeah, watch it. Watch it go. Because, folks, they ran it up too fast. They dropped it too fast. There's a big gap from here to there. There's a big, huge gap of empty space from this price where it is right now up to there. There's a gap, because they created the gap when they ran it up, and they recreated the gap when they sold it down. So there's a gap there, folks. And if we bounce off this 200, this gap could easily be filled back up very quickly, by the way, faster than it even did the first time up, believe it or not. So let's go look at this on the 10-day instead of the 20-day. Let's go look at the 10-day chart. There it is. 10-day chart. Trying to get that thing to come right down to the same place where they stopped it when it was running up. It's the same place. Folks, look at the 10-day moving average, that light blue line. Look where it is. Look where it is. And look where it is here. It's the same spot. It's exactly the same, folks. The blue, light blue, turquoise, 10-day moving average. Look at it. It's exactly there. They've gotten it. They got it there again. They got it there, folks. Right where they stopped it before. Boom, they stopped the run up. They got it back to the point. This is probably all their design, folks, was to get it back to that where they stopped it up, the run up before, to get it back to that number today. After 3 days of humiliating retailers, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, completely fleeced out, back to the exact same price where they capped it off right here, when they capped this off before it took off. And here now, they're back to there. See, this was going to happen again. It was getting ready to go, and they capped it off there. They capped it off there. And they said, no, 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 let's cap this off right here and let's get it down here to the 200 and accumulate a bunch of shares. Then the last morning, we'll fleece them out real good and take it down to the exact same price where we capped it here the first time. And then we'll go off that number and we'll bounce it right off of that. And let's just see if I'm right or not. Okay? That's what I think is going to happen with this stock. And I could be wrong, but I've seen it before. Cat, we can't see. Okay. I need to keep this other image open here. So again, over here's, folks, where they capped it before. Right there. Right there's where they capped the stock before. And now they run it all the way down, coincidentally, to the exact same price where they capped it with the 10-day light blue moving average. It's exactly the same, folks. Right there, 4 days ago, they capped it off right there. And this is exactly where they've taken its price down to right now, to the same point. I'm using this Thinkorswim platform in a simulated account while I trade with my real account right over here. So I use the charting information off Thinkorswim to make my decisions when to buy on the real account. But thanks for pointing it out so that everybody knows what I'm doing here. That's how I do it. I use the Thinkorswim platform for charting capabilities. Someone says, isn't SIM data 15 minutes delayed? I have seen that happen before in the past, but right now the price is showing at $2.39 a share. And $2.39. It says 239.5. And the time indicated here on this is 11:32, so this isn't delayed. So I think it's pretty accurate. It says 238 right now. That's another number they love to accumulate. And by the way, so they just did what they were intentionally, their design was today. See if they could trigger some 20% stop losses. So they just did that. So I might even get some buys here at around 233 if it falls on down to 23% down, if it triggers those stop losses. Thanks, I appreciate you letting me know that. Joey Wong, thanks. So we're seeing right here 238.01, and I saw it touch this number down here and then instantly get bought up. When it got to 230, man, this thing was gobbled up quickly, folks. From 230 back up to this price, it was quickly bought up. All right. So, but this Charles Schwab account here, see, I've got it open and it's not trading delayed. This is real time. So, by the way, this THR that I just filled at 312 and 310 and 308 and 313, the price on it now is 322, folks, bid. So I'm going to come on in on it and buy some more. THAR. This is the stock THAR. And be aware, it's on the move right now. Someone called it out a little bit ago. Matthew 34841. Thank you. THAR. let me go show it to you. But before I do, I'm going to look at the 1-day chart on my CMBM, CAMBAM. And now I'm going to go THAR. There it is. This is the stock that I think you might want to get in on right now. It just got itself a nice big hairy, and it looks good, folks. That looks good. This is THAR, folks, and there she goes right now. THAR, ladies and gentlemen. THAR. So I'm going to come in on this at 330. THAR, I'm going to try to buy 330, and I'm going to try to buy 331. This is my method. I come in below it. 20 shares limit. I'm going to try and buy 329. And let's hold on a second here. All right. Okay. All right. Now, what I'm going to be doing right now is I'm going to move some money over. Last week, I bought a stock called NERV, and I'm down on it, so I'm just sold it all off. But here's the thing. Some people might say, hey, Catfish, I don't understand. Why are you selling when you're not making a profit? When you're taking a loss, why do you do that? I don't ever look at it that way. I always look at when I sell, I'm selling for profit. If this stock went down 10%, then I'm going to move it over another one that's going to go up 10% this afternoon. I'm going to try. All right. So right now I'm coming in on THAR. And hopefully we'll continue to see it rise. And we're going to come in here, and I'm not buying massive shares at a time, folks. I'm only buying 10 shares at a time at limit orders, and I'm placing these orders down below the current price. I want there to be constant pressure from down below, forcing it up. So my buy order is coming in right now here at 331. All right, review order and place it. That's 2 cents below the current price that it's selling for. And then I'm going to come over here and try to buy it again, 10 shares at the next penny higher. And that's going to be limit. And actually, I see them coming down a little on it now, so I'm going to try to get 330. Day, review order, and place it. Wouldn't be surprised to see them. But here's what my call is, what's going to happen with this stock this afternoon, folks. What they're going to do is this price, the current price is going to get right up here to the 200-day, and then I'm going to sell it. The price will be 338, and I'm going to sell this stock, folks. All right? Because once it gets to 338, they're going to attack it back down to 329 or 330. But as soon as it gets up here and starts to cross this 200, and it might even go a little over it, and it might be a good idea to sell at 344, 343, 44 if it breaks over this 200 day. But I'm telling you, folks, right now it's time to buy it and keep pushing it up. Or I think it's going to. So I'm going to come at it right here. And I'm going to try to buy another 20 shares or 10 shares here at limit. And I'm going to try 333. Review order. And place it. I really like the look of that chart, folks. It looks good. This is the stock THAR. The stock looks very strong here, folks. And I just got some buys on it at 329. I also bought 330, 330, and 331. And I just filled at 332.99. 332.99 I just filled that on the stock THAR. THAR. It really looks good on the chart, folks. It really does. That looks very, very good. THAR. Yep. SoFi 3020. Well, you should sell it. You should have sold it at 30.30 this morning already. You could have sold SoFi at 30.30 and bought it back at 29.80s, I think. Charles Schwab, customer service. Oh, I see. Joey Wong said you can ask Charles Schwab for live data for paper trading. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. I did not know that. I'll have to contact him. So, folks, this THAR is out of here, folks. It's leaving the station right now, and it's time for you to get aboard. If you ask me, this thing is out of here, folks, and it's leaving the station. And I think it's time that you consider getting aboard this train right now, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I would do if I were you. I would certainly think it would be time to make board of the train. Get on. Run. You better get on that train. I'm telling you, folks, you can clearly hear that it is leaving the station right now. THAR, ladies and gentlemen, THAR. That's it, the sound of it blowing that whistle. It's time to get on THAR, I do believe, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so, people. Yep. Yes. Time to get your tickets and get on board the THAR train, ladies and gentlemen. It is looking very strong right here. Now, it's hitting this line, and I expect the resistance to come at it right here now, a big attack. So I'm going to come over here to trade order status, and I'm going to go right there. And I've got right now THAR. I'm going to come over here, click on it, and I'm going to sell some here, folks. Sell, and I'm sitting on right now fairly good number of shares. I got 170 shares, and I'm going to sell 40 shares right now at 344. Market limit order And I want to go 347. I already showed you that 347, 48, 49. Review order and place it. So I'm going to sell some here on the 200 day. I just sold some on the 200 day. Okay, I'm going to do it again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go 40 shares, and I'm going to go up here, limit, and the 49 is my next goal. 40 shares at 49. Day only, review order, and place it. Now, one thing I've started doing, folks, is deciding to sell larger quantity shares when we get up higher. So I'm going to sell again here now, and I'm going to try and get 40 shares out here at 351. 350, 40 shares, sell, review order, and look at the buybacks now. See, they're always attacking at that 200 day. I told you that they would knock it back down now. So here we come in now with our buys. All right, so let's come on in with our buys here. And we're going to be buying 10 shares at a time only. We sell 40 at a time. We sell 10, limit, and come in at 338. Coming in at 338, day, 10 shares, review order, and place it. And I expect to see 338, no problem, maybe even the 337. So we'll come in here and try an order for 10 shares. And I'm buying the stock because I expected them to drop it back 10 cents, and I was right. And we're going to come in here for even fewer shares here, 5. And we're going to come in here, select type, market, review order. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm watching right here, this stock. I'm watching the percentage of the gain is what I'm watching. Up 16.27. Before I place my order, I'm not going to place it until I'm sure I'm in a good situation. But right now, I'm going to look at that, and it says I'm up 16.27. The THR is now up 1707, 16.61. 16.27 was the lowest I saw, 16.27. And then 16.61, 16.27. There it is again. That's the lowest. 16.27, watching that closely. Up 16.61. Where's that 16.27 again? Up 17. I'm in, ladies and gentlemen. And I just bought. Order status. And the stock I'm trading on Charles Schwab here is THAR, and I just filled at 346.99. And look, I just sold 349 and 348. And I got back a 346.99. And now it's back over 349 and rising. And I'm going to go ahead and sell some more here. But actually, I'm going to try and duplicate that order that I just got there. And I'm going to change this 338 buy order. I'm not going to get 338. Change that. And we're over 350 now. So now we want to come in at 343, folks. 10 at 343. Review order and place it. Because I've seen them knock it down from 355 to 343 so many times, or even 355 down to 348. Now I'm going to sell or should have just sold right there. And I did just sell at 350 right there. All right, and let's come down here to the buy order we've got sitting that we filled just moments ago at 330. Let's duplicate that order and see if we can get a 339. And you might think I'm crazy, but from 355, I've seen them hit 339 before. And I'll try 338 even. Well, let's just go up to 339. 10 from 339. Review order and place it. Buy. This is the chart right now that I'm buying. It's THAR, ladies and gentlemen. THAR. And now I'm going to sell, duplicate that order. And I want to sell 355, 354 day. And actually, I'll even try to sell 353. Review order and place it. All right. My account positions. I have very little exposure to THAR now at all. And ALPS, ladies and gentlemen, has now dropped a little bit. THAR looks good. Just give me a minute here. I'm going to move out some of these 2 shares things I've got because they're not moving at all. So I'm just going to clean up my house a little bit. There we go. This looks very good, though, this stock, THAR, folks. Looks very good. The chart looks good. All right. Man, that YYAI, I'm sure glad I only bought 42 shares of that sucker. Wow. What a collapse of that thing. I'm going to move that money over to a runner right now. And so much for 40-something shares of YYAI. I'm done with that loss. Just hold on, please. All right. And again, we're looking at the stock symbol THAR. And we're also watching CAMBAM, CMBM. CMBM. CAMBAM, thank you, ma'am. And there she is right there, folks, starting her climb. Little teeny sack. Broke the mother's back. Now we're on a crack, running up the stack. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, CMBM. And ALPS is now starting to falter a little bit. ALPS, I only bought 10 shares to monitor it. ALPS. And it is starting to pull back a little bit more. THAR continues to rise. Right now, I'm up 3.3% on that stock, THAR. Let us see if there's anything else at all here to thin out today. Okay. let's take a quick look at this chart, Hive, and see what it's doing perhaps today. Oh, God. Okay. Let me get back over here now. We're going to go over here into accounts, trade, order status. And we want to go into this stock BYND. And HIVE looks like it could be on the verge of a possible breakout to the upside. All right, so let's look at some stocks that we've just sold or been buying and selling, filled orders. And right now it's at 236, 237. So still coming after CMBM. Still coming after CMBM. 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 Here we go. And they have now triggered the 20% stop losses. And you can actually see Shalal Hassan, Hershey stock. Thank you, Shalal. All right, I'll take a look at it. Thank you very much. And your name is on the drawing list now for the next drawing, along with David Corns. And always, folks, if we get over $50 in drawings, then we don't have any more commercials today. So we only need about $40 more. And, $42 more in donations today and no more commercials the rest of the day for everybody. Thank you so much, Shalal Hassan. So let's go over and look at Hershey's. Okay. Let's do that. All right. HERSH. HSY. Not looking too good. Oh, nice, Shalal. Nice. Dang, you're helping us out, man. We're just now $22 away. Someone else want to step up, we'll have no more commercials. Shalal gets his name in the drawing for many, many other items that we have available at the catfishtyler.com. So he gets, and the way these donations work, if you give $5, you get one entry in the drawing on Friday. If you give $10, you get 2 entries. If you give $15, you get 3 entries. And if you give $20, you don't just get 4 entries, you get 5. All right, VZ Rover. We're almost there, folks. Holy smokes, we're up to 34. And someone gave a little bit in Cash App, so we're up to about 40. We only need $10. Oh, Cake Fine Pastry pushes us over the top, and no more commercials. Let's go over to my channel. Beautiful. Look at all that. Look at all that. Show some love, everybody, to these people. Put a heart on the screen for these people. Come on. Let's do it to it. VZ Rover. VZ gets them 2 entries. And we got Cake Fine Pastry. Nice. And I'm going to, that is a nice donation there to get yourself into this drawing in a big way and eliminate commercials today. You guys are great. Guys and gals. Man, my daggum pen's going to run out of ink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for you, Cake Fine Pastry. All right. Thank you, guys. Now, let's go over here and edit this video right now. Edit video. And we're going to come over here to monetization. Bing. And monetization off. Yay. Done. Bye-bye to all you pesky commercials. Yep, Shalah Hassan is here. Yes, guys and gals in the... Yes. A little play on words there. Guys and gals in the gals and guys. I like that. It sort of reminds me of a saying. Look at SoFi, by the way, everybody. I told you we're headed for $35, folks. We're headed for 35. I told you we were. Let's look at the 1-year chart on this stock. Laisse-moi voir le char énorme. Ah, laisse-moi voir maintenant. Regarde le prix ici, $30,66. Ah, ça, c'est pas un bon numéro. Ça, c'est le numéro pour votre vendre cette stock. Okay. That's right, folks. I'm speaking French to you a little bit. This is where I'm telling you, you normally will sell 30, 66, 30, 67, 68, 69, and 70. Ladies and gentlemen, all these numbers are indeed on my buy-sell sheet right here. You can clearly see them right there in the center of your screen. Sell 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, and 70. Eke some out there, folks, because they'll take it down to the 49 cent after that often. All right, they'll take it down to 30.49, 30.53, 54.55. They will from these numbers, folks, often, very often. I'm just telling you, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. As a matter of fact, they just hit 30, 77. Well, that's on my sell sheet. That number's definitely on my sell sheet, folks. You should know already to have sold some there. I hope you did, because that number right there is on my buy sell sheet. Right here it is in the middle, in the blue. Sell 72, 3, 76, 77, 78. And then after you sell there, you can buy back 56 or 66, 67, or even 71, folks. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And look at that. You're getting a 30.55 buy now. After selling the 30.77, you're getting a 30.55. And that's on my sheet. It's one of the numbers on my sheets right there. I just showed it to you. Sell the 77, buy back 54.55. It's on my sheet, folks. It's a science, folks. It really is a science. Here it is right here. It says to sell in the middle of the screen there, 76, 77, 78. Oh, you know what? I didn't save this demonetization yet. So if you saw another commercial just now, it's because I forgot to hit save. So now we save that, and now we're demonetized for the channel for the day, thanks to your contributions. But please be aware that these numbers, they're oftentimes like clockwork. And yep, Kate Fine Pastry says, SoFi, the gift that keeps giving. Yep. Short eating porpoises? Yes. SoFi hit 30.79 just briefly. Thank you for letting me know. She's a flipper ripper. Gary, how is SoFX doing? Ronald Hart wants to know, Gary, how SOFX is doing. Kat would know better than I. I got out long ago. Let's see, Randy and CMBM are flagged on Hood that they are not meeting the standard requirements to trade on NASDAQ. What's up with that? They're flagging that on Charles Schwab, too. They just need to get their price back over whatever the NASDAQ requirements are. I see that when I'm trading it, too, on Charles Schwab. CMBM. But, wow, folks, you can see right here, again, I want to make sure I point this out very clearly. In the middle, on the blue, right here, this is trying to tell everybody to sell on the 76, 77, and 78. Right there in the middle. Sell there. And look at the buyback. 56, folks. Well, we just saw that number. 56. We just saw the buyback there just then on that stock, on it. Look at that. It's down to 30.59 now. But I saw the 55. I saw the 55. After selling 30, 76, 77, 78, bam, you get a 30.55 buyback. It's almost a guarantee, folks. Now I want to go over to CMBM. Loading up at 233 a share. Right on the frickin' 200-day moving average. The 50 is day right on the 200. This is beautiful for them. CMBM, this is beautiful for them. And I'll show it again to you so you can understand it, not looking at the 1 day, but looking at the 20-day chart. And ladies and gentlemen, they're sitting here and they're buying the shit out of this stock right now on the price where they stopped the run-up before. I show you this very clearly. You can see. And I'll even show you on a better chart so it's easier for you to see it. The 10-day. Look at the turquoise line. Look where they pulled the plug on it when it was running up the first time after the news of the deal with Elon Musk broke out. Look where they pulled the plug on it, right there. See that turquoise line is the 5-day moving average. You see where they pulled the plug on it and drove it down here? Well, look where the price is right now, ladies and gentlemen. Look where the price is now. The exact same place where they pulled the plug before and made it fall. Now they're going to fill the tank and make it pop, ladies and gentlemen, at this same number here where they stopped it and made it fall. And it took off up here and it started to go on them. And they said, whoa, 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 we got to stop it up here. We can't let it go beyond that. We got to run it down to the 200-day first and accumulate on the 200. So they did. And now they've got this 50-day moving average to get right to the 200-day moving average. And they're going to fill their coffers here, folks, at the same number where they were able to stifle it from going up before. Now they're going to fill their tank here, baby. That's my call, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so, especially with the number being at $2.33. 233, what a convenient, happy little number. And I'm telling you, folks, I've seen this type of activity before. This move that you see right here and started to take off when it did, this is the same move right here, and it started to take off. You can see it was ready to freaking go off right there. And they said, whoa, let's get it down and accumulate along the 200 and do it so long that on the last day we break the spine on these retailers, we'll hit the 50-day we'll hit the 50-day on the 200, and we'll buy with the 50 on the 200. And that's what they're doing right now. I could be wrong, but I think they're buying right now, and I think they're going to run this thing right on up like they did here. I think and the way they ran it down, oh my gosh, folks. There's a gap from here to here. There's a gap from here to here. There's a gap there, folks, a gap there. And if this thing comes off this 200, if the 50-day bounces off this 200, which I think it will, because, hey, look what they did here. Like I said, look at the turquoise line. That is the 5-day moving average. Notice where it stopped and stifled. And they ran it down here before popping it. And now, coincidentally, they take this number down to the exact same freaking point. That's the 5-day, folks. It's the light turquoise line. It's at the same point. It's at the exact same point as they got the turquoise line here to stop before. That's what I'm trying to show everybody so that you understand. This was a point of resistance to its catapult. And they did the hitch and then the go for the cata. This right here is the cata, and there's the pult. And when you look up here, folks, in my opinion, this was the cata, and this was about to be the pult right here, folks, when it hit that. Somebody had to say, no, we got to stop this first. Let's get it down here, and let's beat this thing down, and then the last day we'll take it below, way down below the 200-day. We'll get the 50-day to tap the 200, and then we'll fill our tanks. And that's exactly what I think they're doing right now. They're filling their tanks right where that 50 is reaching this point right here before, right there. That's what they wanted to do, folks. They want the 50-day on the 200 to accumulate it. That's what I think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think I am wrong. Yep. Coach O says SOFX up a couple of bucks today. Good. The reason, I don't know why the reasons work the numbers they work out like they do, but I've been trading for 26 years, so that's why I made that chart. Because I've just watched it, the history of it happening over and over and again. Stop points, buybacks, stop points. I've been watching it for 26 years. And you can learn from a lot of years of experience I have here, folks. You can learn from a lot of years of experience I have in trading. And it's things like I'm showing you here about this very chart that you can get vast knowledge from. And man, folks, you might see this thing spring off of that just like I'm saying. It could easily happen. If it was stopped here right there so aggressively and dropped to here, then it certainly could stop aggressively to the drop and then pop from here. That's just what I'm saying, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So now let's go look at this on the 1-day chart. And right now, to borrow any shares to short this stock costs 247%. If you wanted to go over and borrow shares, they'd let you have them, but you'd have to pay 247% interest to borrow them. That's how much That's how much certain entities believe it's going to skyrocket. They're afraid, and they're making people pay exorbitant amounts to short this stock because number one, there are hardly any shares short left of stock. This morning, I saw two reports. One brokerage had only 20,000 shares left available to short, and the other one said 5,000. So there are very, very few short shares left to keep buying here to short it, short sell it down. And I believe today is Maximus. And I can see the 5-day getting ready to rise right now. I can see the RSI sitting perfectly right in the middle down here. No pressure at all. Looks good to me, folks. CMBM just sitting in 235 for quite a while. Also, I understand that, but I also want you to see something. This CMBM stock has outrageous potential to be to go on a short run. CMBM, all right? It's got outrageous potential on any catalytic news to run up to $7 or $8 again very quickly. Is there a risk in investing in this stock? Yeah, there sure is. Especially if you can't hold that 50-day above that 200-day. If that 50 and 45 fall below the 200, I'll sell this in a heartbeat. But I don't think they're going to. I think this is just going to very nicely recover right off of that low today that they got just now that they sustained. At 11:45, they got a low of $2.25. And could they go lower than that? I don't think so. And plus, look at the amount that it's down right now. 666, folks. The amount the stock is down up there. Look at that coincidental number that it's down. Now 665. Now 665. But down 666, folks. And the low already today was the lunchtime low right there at 11:44. They got to 224 a share, it looks like. 224 a share. And there's no shares left to borrow of the stock. If you want to borrow any shares to short this stock, they're going to cost you 246% interest to borrow shares to short this. And I can't say for sure that it is going to bolt on up, but it sure could. And like I said, it could happen on any news at all. Now going back to SoFi, oh my gosh, 30.88. That's a sell, folks. And look, you could have just sold the 30.77 right there. You could have sold the 30.77 on SoFi with your good till cancel plus extended, and then bought back right down here at 30.57 on my sheet, folks. And now 30.88's the next sell. 30.88, 89, and 90 sell there, folks. And what is the all-time high of this stock over the last 52 weeks? $32.56. $32.56, folks, is the all-time high of SoFi stock. We're $1.50 away, folks. Going to break over right now, and I'm going to take a picture of the last time we see the price possibly under 30. There it is. There it is. The last picture, 30.99, folks. Yes. Well, you were searching for a stock to buy, and then you stumbled on Catfish Tyler, who said now's the time, perfect time for you to buy SoFi. And I showed you why. I showed all the lies they told about SoFi. And now there's nothing that those shorts can do. They all realize they're totally screwed. Ha ha! They shorted SoFi, but David was lying. You should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, no cheaperina. So sad, but now your game is over. Well, short's been shorting and selling SoFi, but you've been listening to Catfish Tyler, who said shorts will all be screwed way back on August 5th. Remember 601, it's not a myth. That's where we bought a ton, and from that day on the price just flew. Oh, nothing that the shorts could do. Oh, they shorted SoFi, but David was lying. You should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, your cheaperina. So sad, but now your game is over. SoFi, David's a liar. He should retire. Why is he not fired? SoFi, your cheaperina. So sad, but now your game is over. Now David's living on a dead-end street near a dumpster where his broke friends meet. To survive, they dumpster dive with David all night long. And they all wonder where things went wrong. Oh, what a blunder. And now there's nothing all his friends can do. They all thought Dave was telling the truth. They shorted SoFi, but David was lying. They should have been buying. Now the shorts are crying. SoFi, your cheaperina. Oh, so sad. Now your game is over. SoFi, David's a liar. You should retire. Why is he not fired? SoFi, your cheaperina. So sad, but now your game is over. Why don't you go and search that dumpster over? SoFi. Oh, David, look at him cry. Yes. Gotta energize and watch his rise, right? There should be no surprise that the price now rises. Catfish sings, and it's to the skies. All right, singing profits into the air. Yes, yes. Nice, nice, nice. Now, we've got some other stocks we're looking at today. Soon, boom, out go the lights. Yeah. And I told you once they triggered those 20% stop losses on CMBM, it could drop. It could then fall 23 to 24%. So they did trigger the 20% stop losses, and they have achieved their low today, 226. I wonder how low they have a coordinated price. They have it coordinated, folks. It's just a question of how low is their coordinated descent. Do they want 220? Is that the game today, 220? On CMBM, is that the game today? 220, is that what they're aiming for? Well, it doesn't matter to me because I think they're close enough to where they want to be even here. So I'm going to fill another small order here. Duplicate order. And I'm just buying little shares here, 20 bucks at a time, folks. 20 bucks at a time is what I'm spending. And I'm going to try to buy this stock at $2.30 a share. I'm going to review the order now and place it right now on this stock. Yep. And see if I can get this right now in the 227. And I just got 228.81. 228.81. Merci beaucoup for whoever's giving away shares at 228.81. I'm appreciative of it. And I'm going to try to buy 228, review order, and place it. And let's see if I can get that. No, I cannot. So I cannot get 228 to fill, and that doesn't surprise me. So I'm buying the stock CMBM because it is now, a week ago, this stock was on our top gainer for all time list. That's right. This is a stock called out by Piyush Bhatta. And 1 week ago, this stock reached an incredible gain that we made a ton of money on. And this is the biggest gaining stock we've ever had in the history of me trading on this channel, 477%. On the 29th, folks, the price opened at 61. Mr. Piyush Bhatta called this out, and I got it at $1.60 a share, and I sold it in the pre-market 3 days ago for $7.76 a share. And that's the biggest gain I've ever had since we've been streaming on this channel. But we've had some other very big gains during the month of October right here. We've done well, folks, during the month of October. No complaints at all since October the 2nd. We've had some very, very, very good runners. And that reminds me, just looking at DVLT, I saw last night that one was up. What's it doing now? DVLT. Slightly down now, but I saw that was up, making a nice move this morning, a little bit. All right. So SoFi shows the high today. Just hit 30.99. Is that right? $30.99. Well, let me go back to this one more time for you folks. This is my buy-sell sheet, and it says, second from the bottom, sell 97, 98, 99, and buy back 67, 78, 84 range. So where is it now? 83. That's one of the numbers. Wouldn't be surprised to see the 76, 77 number achieved here now after just hitting that 30.99 price. But that's on my buy sheet, 83, 84, these two numbers after you sell the 99. Those are on my buy sheet. And even I'm saying you'll see this 77, 78 most likely. So again, looking at this buy-sell sheet right here, you can see it says to sell 97, 98, 99, buy back 67, 78, 84. There you go. You just got the 80, 83. And there it is, 30.82 right there. And you could have picked back up after you sold 30.99. You could have got 30.82. And you might even get a 30.77 still. Like I said, 30.76, 77. Or even from 99, I've seen it go down to 66 and 67 before. But don't be surprised to see this thing hit 30.76 or 77. Or even 30.72, 73. Right now, the next number is 30.72, 73 buy. If they don't turn it around right here, it's going to go down to 30.72, 73. The next buy number is 30.72 and 73. But it's not going to do that. So it's gone. If you buy here, your chances of selling at 31.08 are very high. If you buy here at 30.70, they almost got 30.77, didn't they? Here they come. They're coming for 30.77, folks, and you're going to watch it right now. And that would have been a number I would have just filled. 30.77, right there. I own that. And there you go. You just bought back after you sold 30.99. You just bought back at 30.77. Easy peasy, folks. Easy peasy. Now, let me get over here. You can see I just filled some shares of CMBM at 228.81, and the price is now rising over 230 to 232. So that was some good buys there, 228.81. I had a feeling that was the bottom. So I'm going to duplicate this order, and I'm going to come over here for a buy order at 231, review order, and place it. Place it at 231. And I just filled at 231 just then, 231, CMBM. Okay, now, someone called this stock out this morning, MSPR. MSPR, I want you to take a look at it. I did not suggest you buy into this stock because I think it'll be manipulated like crazy tomorrow. And so I'm going to go take a look at it right now. MSPR, up 264%. And let's get to the summary page on it. And I do not ever recommend buying a stock up this much, folks. Never do that. We wait until the following day and we look for a fleecing out in the morning early of all the newbies that got into it. We want to see them get fleeced out of it. And they're already fleecing them out. The high already was at 107. And folks, again, these are numbers that you have to learn from. That high right there, folks, that was achieved was 107. 107 there. And right over here, you can see this is, again, a number. 108 is on my sell sheet. I'm pretty sure that's probably what it hit. And it says down here, the day range was 109. Well, what do you know, folks? Another number achieved that's on my buy-sell sheet. And I mean, it is one of my key numbers right at the bottom of the sheet. Sell 206, 7, and 8. And then buy back as low as, look at the number it says, 78 cents. Well, holy crap, that's exactly where this thing is now. That's exactly where it is. So if you just sold the 106 and 107, well, that's exactly where you just bought back at the number that's on my sheet. The first one down there is 78, folks. See? It's not luck, folks, what I'm showing you. It's not luck. And by the way, I just said if it doesn't stop at 77, it would go to 72, and that's the next number it just hit. 77 down to 72, and that's the number it bounced off of, 72. So I told you, then the next low is going to be 67, 66, folks, and they may even go to 64, and they may even take it to 55. But don't buy the stock now, but just watch the way they're playing it. And to show you I know what I'm speaking about, just watch this, folks. I'm going to play-by-play this stock for a while. All right, so the next number you're going to see it run up to is going to be 76, 77. And it's going to be trading in a trench right now. And it's going to stop probably at about 84 cents, which is 13 cents higher than it just achieved. So let me see if I'm right in here, if this doesn't go up right now to around 76, 77, or maybe even 83, 84. And then pull down from there. But it got the 72 and the 73. After you sold it, if you did sell it at 106.07, you got the 72, 73 buys. Then you still yet may get 66 and 67. But 72, 73, it lately has been a big accumulation number. It didn't used to be, but in the last year, they've really picked out 72 and 73 as big accumulation numbers now. Thanks, Tyler. I appreciate your comment there. Hey, Tyler, I said you were wrong about SoFi, and I just want to say I'm glad to have found my way back up here to say I was wrong. Good stuff, man. Oh, no problem, man. I've had a lot of people tell me I was wrong about SoFi, including David Chiaverini. When I bought SoFi first at $4.59 on May the 4th of 2022, I bought it thinking that it was going to go much, much higher as a great investment long term. And then out came David Chiaverini a week later saying my stock was only worth $2.50 a share. And man, did he light a fire under me from that day on. And I've been talking about SoFi every single day for the last 2.5 years. And I now have almost 23,000 subscribers. And lately, in the last month, 700 new subscribers to this channel in the last month. So this channel is really starting to get big. And it's because I talk sensible ways of trading. I'm teaching people the sensible way of trading. And CMBM is down 23%. That's how much I'm down on it. But have I stopped buying it? No. And as a matter of fact, just then, I just had an order fill, 2 of them, one at 228.81 and also 231. And now look where I got to fill. Doggone it. I'm not going to get that anymore, am I? No, I'm not. I got to go in market. I'm not going to get that anymore. Review order, and let's see where we get it now on market. Oh, shoot, this order's already filled. I've already filled that order. I got to buy it. Hold on. It won't let me change the order because I've already filled it. 231 is where I bought it. And now I'm trying to buy at 228. So let's go up here and do 5 limit. And there we go. 228. Let's go for the 231. That's the minimum amount that's being bid right now on it. And day review order and place it. This order cannot be placed. See order messages. This change request cannot be accepted. If you wish to update this session type, please cancel. Oh, God. All right. Cancel that order. Yes. Close. And CMBM, cancel that order. Yes. Close. All right. Now I can start buying. And the stock I'm buying here is one of 3 really that I've been looking at this morning and picking up a little bit of. And just give me a second here. I'm looking at some stocks that have been called out this morning other than what we're focused on now. This one was called out last week. CTM, folks. And I'm not sure who called that stock out, but nice call on CTM. Nice one. That's a nice gain right there. CTM, ladies and gentlemen. There's its 1-day chart. Up 11%. So good call out on CTM, whoever called that one out. Now we're looking at this one this morning. And please be advised, I did not call this or haven't researched any of these stocks yet, but I was told this one was running up this morning a little bit, so I got it on the radar, SLNH. And that stock was called out by Rudiggity. So thank you for letting us know, Rudiggity. And another one that I've got my eye on is PHIO. And man, that Beyond has just gotten clobbered, hasn't it? Several people have called this one out today. PHIO stock. up 31%, 269. And the one thing about it I mentioned was we needed to see this thing break over. Oh my gosh, we've got China's invaded, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all my numbers up here. Oh, they went back to American. But FIO, I warned people about it. I said, man, I've seen stocks like this with this kind of volume, 141 million shares, and the average daily volume's 125,000. And it's traded 141 million. And I told you folks, be wary of these because they can run these things up on FOMO and then sell those shares all day long that they bought to run it up. All these shares that they bought to run it up and get you involved in it, and then more buying there than just get sold and sold short, sold short, sold short, sold short, sold short. PHIO. I've got Don Bordelon called this out this morning. It was up 82%. So it's lost 50% of what it was up this morning. 50% of that is gone. And I warned about this very thing happening with it. And I told everybody, don't buy it yet. Don't buy this thing, please. And to be honest with you, I'd wait till tomorrow morning. That's why I got a Talus beside it for tomorrow morning. Another stock that was called out today was NCRA. NCRA called out today, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see NCRA, this is now catching up to real time. This is 11:47, now 12 almost. Watching NCRA. Can't seem to get away from $2. And they can trade flat like that for a long time, but that one will be one to watch tomorrow morning too, NCRA. That one was called out by CI this morning, CI. Rule Free Speech seems to think Fubo might be making a big move. So here's Fubo this morning, FUBO. And man, did that thing get slaughtered. And he said, man, get in on it. About 30 minutes ago, he said to get in on some of this. And it was down there at 329. Now 337. Fubo. Watching it close. Wendy, hello there. Is Tilray getting shorted to death? Any takes on Tilray? Gary Emmer says, I'm in on Fubo. All right. I'll go with you guys. I'll go in on that. Fubo, especially at 338. I would even get more of it if it was 333. Okay, here we go. Fubo. Fubo TV. Someone said it could be the next Netflix, according to many here on this channel. World Free Speech said that. So I'm going to come in right now, enter the fray at 10. I like this price, review order, and place it. And I just filled that 338.99. 338.99. I just picked up some shares of Fubo, ladies and gentlemen, FUBO. That's the stock that I just got. CMBM. All right, good to know. Let's go look at it. Oh, yeah. There she rises. Look at her bringing her little head up over the 50-day right now. I just bought it down here on that nutsack, 228. I got some shares in the 228s. All right. Thank you for the little heads up. I wonder when they're going to get tired of paying 247% interest to hold shorted shares of this stock. Wonder how long that'll last. Now, another stock that was called out today was MSPR. MSPR. Let's look at it. And folks, I like it this now right here. This is definitely a bottom way below the 200 MSPR. This stock is up 226%, so it still has plenty of room to fall. So be careful, folks. MSPR, it's still up 200 and I've got an italics to buy it tomorrow. MSPR. This one was called out by Red Stick Smarty this morning. Red Stick Smarty called this one out. MSPR. All right. Doggone it, man. CMBM. Okay, I'm watching this stock, CMBM. I want to buy the bottom, folks. And I mean, I want to buy a 1 month bottom here. Well, it's not going to be 1 month, but the 1 week bottom is where we are now. We're on the 1 week bottom right now, folks, is where we are on the 1 week bottom. And there it is, folks. This thing is now down over the last week, probably about 120%, I'm guessing. And I see after I just filled at 338 Fubo, it's gone to 336. So it's still falling, folks. And I'm glad I just bought 10 shares. Duplicate order. And seeing that it's dropped to that, they'll go for 33. So I'll try to buy 333. Review order and place it. Oh, for sure, they're going to want that. 333, they'll want that on Fubo. The market makers will want that number big time. 333 and 331, maybe even 330 are pretty much guaranteed. So I'm going to come on down here and try to buy it right now. I got to order at 333. I'll try 332 as well. All right. Now let's zoom out a little bit and look at this more detailed. Lowest price today, 221, now running into resistance at 231, 10 cents higher than today's previous low. 10 cents higher now. CMBM now 10 cents higher than the previous low. And hold on a second. There we go. Fubo. Man, look at that thing being hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked. Holy folks. Let's take a look at this on a longer term chart. Let's look at the 6 month. There's the 6 month chart, folks. And man, what an attack after it today. After a nice spike off the 200 day. Look at that attack off of it today, right now, to try to shed everybody out. And notice where they took it to. The same pre-market low that they achieved this morning on 8/21. I don't even know what time it was. August 21st. They just got the same low as of August 21st. Right then, just now, August 21st, they just reached that same level right there where it stopped to the drop before, right there, folks, on August 21st. And that's where the price is right now, folks, in case you're not aware of that. That's why it looks like a good buy to me right there on that line. So I will get some more Fubo. And it's rising, so I'm just going to go in at market, change this order. And I'm going to go in market, review order, and place it. And look at the amount that it's down, folks. 111111. And I just filled it 336.5. Duplicate order. Market, review order, and place it. All right. And this is the stock that I'm filling on now. Fubo, ladies and gentlemen, Fubo. Looking at SoFi again right now here. Congratulations, all you SoFi owners. $31 up 4% today. Nice, 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 nice. Very nice. I think the highest ever was, I think, $32.56, I believe. 32.56, that's correct. The highest ever for SoFi, 32.56. Oh, it's going over $35, folks. And Anthony Noto's going to get his just reward in about 3 weeks, $53 million. And he's going to buy SoFi stock with his $53 million, folks. He's going to have stock buying options that he can buy SoFi down in the low teens, like 11 and 12 and $13 range with his 53 million shares. With his 53 million bonus he's about to get in 3 weeks. This stock's not going to go under $25, and even if it did for one day, it's an aggregate amount, so it's not going to affect it. He's going to be over $25 for a month in just 3 more weeks, folks. 3 weeks, and he'll get that fat bonus, and he's going to buy SoFi stock, and the news is going to hit that he just bought another million or so shares, and the stock is just going to go freaking even higher. He'll probably even get the $45 bonus after that news breaks out, along with crypto, which he might break out on the same dang day, knowing that guy, that warrior, knowing Anthony Noto. He's a warrior, folks. He's a warrior. Well, CMBM. I'm coming in. And one thing I want to look at this. What's the volume today? 5,277,000. Okay. I'm coming in right here. I just filled at 230 and one half on CMBM. That's my number right there you see on the screen. 230 and a half. That's the number I just filled. BMNR, 2-year play, but damn, 15% down. What percent are you up this year, Kat? Well, let's just give you this. The stock that I own the most of, is up 100%. All right, and I own a ton of this SoFi, so that would give you an idea. Over the last year, SoFi's up 100%. And my dollar cost average is in the mid $17 range. So currently. But I've traded this stock a lot in between that time frame. I've traded it a lot. I've traded it a shitload. I've sold the highs, I bought the lows, I sold the highs, I bought the lows, I sold the highs and bought the lows again. So I'm up over 100% for sure because I'm day trading the thing. Sometimes, $10,000 a day in and out, sometimes more. Now I look at CMBM and close this one out here. Close this one out. CMBM right now, if you want to borrow shares to short CMBM, it's at 247%. This one says 247%, and over here it says even more. Says the cost to borrow here says 256%. Let me refresh this screen and see if it's updating now. To short this stock, CMBM, to short this stock, holy crap, folks. It just jumped massively to 304% from 247 and 256 to 304% to short this stock. And there are only 30,000 shares available to borrow. 30,000, folks. And the interest rate to borrow shares, 304%. Golly, folks, that is just insane. Who can afford to short a stock that's only going to go down 18% when you're paying 304% to short it? Huh? Ask that question of yourself. This stock is only down 24%. Who's going to pay 300% plus to short it for a 24% gain? What? Say what? You're going to go over, you're going to call this brokerage, and you're going to tell them that you want to short a bunch of shares of this stock. And they're going to tell you that it'll cost you 304% in interest to short the shares that you want to borrow today. And as of October 31st, it was only 257%. Look at the rise. Look at the rise. Look at the jump. That's because there's fewer and fewer shares available to short this thing down with, folks. And their days to cover is 0.02 days to cover. Well, this is why I have so many shares of this, because, man, a short squeeze could happen like you wouldn't believe on a stock that you got to pay 304% to borrow shares. Wow. Who would do that, again, for such a small gain? Who does that to get such a small amount of a gain? To get a 24% gain, you're going to pay 300 and something percent? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. I'm not a big huge when it comes to sporting events, win or lose, I'm not going to lose any sleep over. I'm not that kind of fanatical sport fan for any sport at all. I enjoy sports, but I also realize that sadly, much of what's going on in today's sport is sporting events is being scripted. In my opinion, there's a lot of scripting going on, and there's been already proof of a lot of very odd bets on certain players and stuff that give true indication of what's really going on in the NFL and the NBA. There's a lot of rigging going on, in my opinion, and I would suggest anybody who's thinking about DraftKings or any of these other gambling casino online things that you completely stop doing that, because you can tell it's all rigged, people. It's all rigged. No matter what you think, it all is rigged. That's just my personal opinion about it. That we know players are shaving points and acting like they're injured and things like that. So just when all that's going on, man, and I watched a really, really good documentary about it the other day on YouTube by somebody that was put up, and man, they just talked about how this for decades has been going on in the sporting world, and how they get friendships, befriend professional level players, and they get them into this circle, and then they get them into this betting, and the next thing you know, they get them into debt. And once they get them in debt and they can't afford to pay their debts, then they get them under their thumb and they pull the strings and they get them to make plays that they shouldn't, or they drop that pass that they would have caught. And this is what's going on in the world of professional sports. Unfortunately, it's turned into a gambling roust, and that's just my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yep. Morning, Michael O'Banion. Hey, Michael. Good to see you here, my friend. Good to see you. We're watching CMBM for the absolute bottom. I've been buying 10 shares at a time. And we were also showing everybody that this stock is outrageous right now. If you want to short any shares of this stock, which there happen to be there are hardly any shares available to short. According to this right here, there are hardly any shares available to short. And right now, if you want to short CMBM, they're going to charge you very heftily to do so. As a matter of fact, there are 6,000 shares available. 6,000 shares available to short this stock, and they are charging 304% if you want to short CMBM right now. That's right, and there are shares available here, 30,000 shares available at this brokerage is all, 30,000. The price is $3, folks, so that's not much. 30,000 shares at $3, at $90,000 worth of the stock is available at this brokerage. That's all, 90,000 worth. And at this here, this brokerage here has only 6,000 shares available. Just 6,000 short shares available. And if you want to short them, it'll cost you not 247% interest, but they've raised it just now. You can see that the short interest just spiked from 247 all the way up here, bam, to 281, and then it jumped again right here to 304%. This thing's ready to go off, man. Something's going to happen with this thing. The interest rate's getting higher and higher. The risk is getting higher and higher and higher to short this stock. And that's why that percentage rate is so outrageous to borrow shares. And look at this. Just months ago, the percentage rate to borrow shares was only 4% back in October. And here in the end of October, if you wanted to short shares, it was only a 4% charge to borrow shares to short. Then it jumped up to 22% at the end of October. And now it's jumped up to 247% and then up to 257. And now the jump has been all the way up to 300 plus, 304% to short CMBM stock. It's one of the highest numbers I've ever seen, folks. And if they don't have but a part of a day to cover, because they got 0.02 days to cover. 0.02 days to cover this stock. In other words, the shares that they borrow to short the thing that they're paying 304% on, those shares that they're borrowing to short it, they only make a 25% gain. They're paying 314% to borrow the shares, but they're going to pay and only make a 25% gain? How's that work? How long will that work? How long can they keep borrowing shares to sell it and gain 25%, but they're paying 304% to borrow the shares? That's what you should be asking yourself. Okay, yeah. Call the broker up. Yeah, we want to short CMBM right now. All right. Well, it's 304%. It's 224 a share. Alexa, what is 2.24 times 304%?
2.24 times 304% is 6.8096.
6.8 and 2.2, that's 8, that's 9%. That's $9 a share. You're gonna pay $9 a share to short the stock? Huh? Wait a minute. I'm confused. Yep. You're going to pay $9 a share to short a stock to make a 24% gain. I mean, that's the deal, man. They're charging people that much interest to short shares of this stock. So if they're charging them 304% and the price is $2.29, they'd have to buy the shares for $9. I don't know. I could be wrong, but seems pretty weird. So for that reason, I'm going to buy some more shares of it now. I'm going to come in right now at market. See the bid-ask difference is 225, 226, so there's no difference. Let's make it worse on them. Let's put in a buy order here at 225 and see if I can fill that. Review order and place it. And no, I cannot fill 225. And although I see the last filled at 225, so let's see if I got that. And no, I still got an order waiting there at 225, even though it says the mark. Oh, shit, the mark is now 228. Last 228. The lowest I could get before was 228.81. I'm going to duplicate that order. Review order and place it. And I'm going to put an order in with a limit of 231 on it because I think it's about to pop. And I just filled at 230 and a half, folks. Oh, my. Huh. And I can't get a 220. I did pick up a 227 buy. That's the lowest I've been able to get all afternoon, 227. Duplicate order. And I'm trying to buy right here again. And I picked it up at 227 and 227.01. 227 and 227.01. I love doing that. I love getting an 01. Man, I know there's my order right there, 227.01, folks. I was the one that got that. That was me, folks, 227.01. And I'm going to review this order and try and buy it again. And I got a 227.5. So I got a 227, 227.01, now 227.5. And I also got 228. All right, it's time for this showboat monkey business to end right now. Monday is over. Monday's triple downside, triple ta is over. That's the end of this market manipulating bullshit, in my opinion. And the way that they've gone about it is typical textbook fleecing method. Textbook fleecing method. Notice the one drop right there, then the second one lower, then the one drop here and the second one lower, and then off she goes. And then there's the same point right there where they tried to stop it again, a little pullback, and then off she goes, folks. And that's what's going to be the rest of this afternoon on this stock. Then I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think they've trounced it down enough. 71 cents down this morning, and opportunists are buying it here, including me. And I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong to do this, but I'm going to buy it. Interestingly enough, it won't drop another penny. I can't get an order to fill at 225. CMBM is not going to fill at 225. And I'm probably not going to get a Fubo here either. I'm trying to buy some Fubo. Let's go see what Fubo's doing now. 340, all right. Smashed it down to 340. Well, I bought it at 338.99 was the lowest I could get. 338.99 was the lowest I could buy on this so far. FUBO. And World Free Speech says he thinks this thing could go up to $9, $10 a share because he thinks it could be the next Netflix. Fubo. All right, let's get back to SoFi now. Yeah, stubborn little stinker. Won't get held down. They can't hold it down. They can't keep it down. SoFi, the stock they can't hold down. And with a few shares available to short this stock, it's going to be awful hard to keep shorting it down, I believe. And I could be wrong. All right. Right now, folks, the time is 1:13 in the afternoon. Before I step away for just a little short lunch break, I'd like to ask you all to do me a favor, please. And let's all hit the like button here. And we're going to do a countdown at the same time to hit the like button. So let's wait a few seconds and find out what time we're going to hit the like button. And I like 1:14 and 48 seconds. So we're going to hit the like button here at 1:14 and 48 seconds all together, please. And I would ask that you help me out by showing a little love on the screen until then. 114 and 48 seconds. And if you will put a heart up there, I will put a heart on the screen. So there you go, folks. And let's get this thing going. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there. And I'm going to run and try and grab myself a little snack to have a little lunch snack here. And while I fix something here real quick, I'm going to have something to eat here. Richard Samuels, hello there. Yep. And I do want you guys to see a stock that was called out here last week that's making a nice move right now. CTM, ladies and gentlemen. CTM. And they've stopped it at 133 here, 133 here, and here's the third time at 133. So if they can't stop it at 133 on this third time could be a charm on this. CTM, folks. But from 133, several times they've brought it down. The first time they brought it down to 124, 9 cent down. The next time from the 133, they brought it down to 127. So only 6 cents down. And the next time they bought it from 131, 2 cents down. And now she's starting to make her move back up over 133, possibly. CTM is a good looking stock right now. Looks kind of strong. Next, SLNH was called out today, and it has actually gone negative now. Next, PHIO was called out today. PHIO was called out early this morning by Don Bordelon. And I warned everybody about this, that they could run it down all day long. And now it looks like they're just capitulating on it right here. 31% up, but I warned you about it when he mentioned it. I said, maybe we wait till tomorrow on that one because the price had gotten all the way up here to 408 a share, folks, and the high was 409. And I told everyone to sell 406, 7, and 8. And if you did sell 406, 7, and 8, now it's at 270. How you like that? All right. Now we're looking at Rainy, which was up last night. I sent out a notification to everybody. It was up 20%. Last night, the stock was up 20%, RANI. And I sent out a notification about it. And this morning, it was up 17% in pre-market. And I discussed it and told people you might want to sell this while it's up 17%. And now, look at it. It's down almost 4% now. So if you were here early with me this morning at 6:48 this morning, once the bell rang at 7 o'clock, you could have sold this and made a 17% gain. And I sent out a notification on it last night at about 10:30 last night. I sent the notification out to everyone about this stock, RANI. We're also got our eyes on this in our NCRA, but we're going to wait until tomorrow morning for a pullback on that. And we've also got our stock eye on this one that's been beaten down to death, down 50% now, ALPS. This was called out this morning by Ghost Rider, knowing I like to buy on the bottom. ALPS, folks, 50% down. Just letting you know, you don't have to buy any of it. All right, so let me go grab, like I said, a little bit of something here to munch upon. Let me move these around so I have them more in order. QRL Mino, and this one comes over here. A, there we go. Close that one. All right. Minerva. Just going to take a quick look at this, then I'm going to close this out. Yep. All right. Let me check this out. right. And let's get over here, account. Hold on a second now. Back over to SoFi and positions. And the one that I'm up on this morning is FUBO. I'm up slightly on. FUBO is not really accelerating quickly upwards, but it is moving up. VZ Rover, SoFi, yes, yes, yes. I'm looking at it on the 1-day chart right now, and it looks like it's time for it to bounce right here. Very nice gain on it today, though. All right, guys, give me a minute here. I'm going to be playing you some of my music that is here on my channel, and I hope you'll enjoy it. It's Spotify, and I'm going to grab a snack here. So just so you know, I'm not just a stock trader, but I also am a musician, and I have my music on all music providers online, and my name is Tyler, last name Self. This is me right here, the artist, Tyler Self. This is my channel on Spotify, and I tend to once in a while play some of my music for you, so that hopefully you'll enjoy. And the songs that I'm going to be playing for you here are some of my, I guess, fan favorites, my most popular ones that are out there. This one's called Goodbye, So Long, Farewell. And I'll be back in just about 5 minutes or so, and hopefully it'll play a couple of songs without doing any commercial breaks. So let's try Goodbye, So Long, Farewell. And hopefully you'll get to hear it in its entirety. Goodbye, so long, farewell. Uh-oh, wrong song. Why are you doing that to me? That's not the song I'm calling on. Let's try it again. Goodbye, so long, farewell. And it doesn't want to play it. Play. All right.
I knew right from the start that you would break my
I'll be right back, folks.
tear my world apart. So I stayed away. You wore your blue jeans tight, had them ripped just right. You whet my appetite, and you just love to play. You play with hearts and boys, but you they are just toys. They fall in love with you, and here's what you do: simply write a note, and in what you wrote, tear their precious worlds apart. You leave your note on their bed, and when they read what it said, it really messed up their heads. When they read goodbye, so long, farewell, and we'll see you later. Goodbye, so long, farewell, see you later, alligator. Goodbye, so long, farewell. So me, I stayed away, and when you looked my way, I looked the other way. I would not give away that I was hot for you. All those other dudes, right out of the blue, I got pursued by you. Held your body close, thought I might overdose. You whispered in my ear, you may disappear. I didn't have a clue what you were gonna do, what you would put me through, but knew I wanted you. You took me to your place, yeah, I was. There are no words to say the way you made me feel. Your body soft and smooth, you showed me all your moves. I really dug your groove.
the perfect place to run and hide. Yeah, I'm a broken man. I think back to that rainy day when I first met you here. You chased all the clouds away and made the sun appear down by the riverside that day. You chased those clouds away down by the riverside with you. It was like a dream come true. When I fell in love with you, that day you stole my heart away. Down by the riverside, down by the riverside. My beer is now half through. I take a sip and wonder why I ever fell in love with you. You told me from the very start your heart could not be mine, but I was falling so in love and having so much fun down by the riverside. And you made my life change. Down by the riverside that day, you stole my heart away. It's true, I fell in love with you that day. Down by the riverside, my beer is nearly gone. Just like the river flowing by, yes, it's time you move along. I wish that I could find somewhere you would stay here with me. But if you do come back one day, then this is where I'll be. Down by the riverside, me and you. It was like a dream come true. Down by the riverside, you and me. It was the perfect place to be. Down by the riverside that day, I'd say you stole my heart away. Down by the riverside.
All right. Well, one of my many originals there. I hope you enjoyed that right there. Little music playing. And try to get back here in 5 minutes. Let's put this down here and see what's going on here. Wow.
Got another kid coming.
All right. Nope, we're not going to play Like Me right now. But we're looking at some stocks. Cam bam. Just give me a second here. What you guys got going on here? Richard Samuels, hello there. Piyush, SoFi over 30. Yeah, baby. Rocking and rolling. And on a path to its all-time high of $32.56. So I have one banana to finish, so I'm going to play this song Like Me, and then I'll be done with my banana. Here you go.
Got another kid coming, fifth one now in 6 years. And I wish I could tell you how happy I am, but there's something peculiar I can't understand. Yeah, I must confess it's a little disturbing. How could I have missed what I've been observing? Look at our kids and it's become clear to see not a single dang one of them looks like me at all. No, not one of my children look like me at all. Yeah, I walk right by them when they're there in the mall. It's weird they can be there right in front of my eyes and look like total strangers I just can't recognize. And my friends, they've all paired and showed me in there that I should take time and pay better attention. They tell me my wife might be fooling around. That's why all my kids look like guys here in town. Now I'm watching my son as he's playing ball. He does look a bit like our mailman named Paul. I look in the eyes of the one born last summer, and much to my surprise, looks like Peter the plumber. No, no, that's a real bummer. Peter the plumber. And now I'm looking around, and here's what I found. Yeah, my kids do look like other guys here in town. So I'm starting to wonder when I'm not home if my wife isn't there by herself all alone. But when my baby's born today, please don't say, oh my, he sure looks like Richard, our pizza guy. I'll be proud and I'll shout if I finally see that when that baby pops out, it looks something like me. Looks a little like me. Oh, that'll sure be sweet if it looks something like me. But we'll have to wait and see. But we're hoping it will be just a little like me.
But we'll just wait and see. All right, the song Like Me by me, Tyler Self, and many, many others of my songs available for your listening pleasure out there on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, and others. And I want to thank each and every one of you here with me today. I saw Catfish use a hanger to lift a battery. Yes, batteries and coat hangers, and how the two shall come together. That's right. I showed everybody how to fasten your battery so you can pull it out with coat hangers. For those of you that missed it, I will happily show you right now how to do it by going to my channel, and I will show you how to fashion a coat hanger to pull your battery out. So here we go to our latest shorts. And I've got some other shorts too that I haven't put up yet that I got to show you. But here's coat hangers and car batteries, folks. So hey there, everybody. You're probably wondering, what in the heck are you doing today? And I said, well, I'm going to show you how to use coat hangers and make these devices. This battery right here, I said, is dead on me, and it's got a dead cell, but it came from the factory with this little handle on it. And it's got this convenient little handle on it. And so this other battery I want to put in, it doesn't have the handle on it. And this is very tightly fit down inside there. And I'm telling you, if you slap that battery down in there without a handle on it, you're going to be in big trouble getting that out when you want to take it out. It's a pain in the royal patootie. So what I'm showing people here to do is to simply put the hook part right in the center of the battery where the hook is up at the top, and then bend this wire. And so there it is right there, folks. I'm bending the wire in two places like that. And then I straighten out the elbows or the two bends, which I straighten out these bends right here and make those straight. And then what I end up with, you'll see right here, is something that's perfectly designed to fit around the battery perfectly. See, wires go right around the battery very nicely. And you put one on one end and you put one on the other end. And then you can just twist this wire and this wire together with pliers. You got a little handle there, and man, you're off and running. That's how you use coat hangers to pull your car batteries out of your car if you got a tight spot. And that's my video that I showed everybody. This is the kind of helpful stuff I love to share with people that'll make their lives easier. Universal Man, I guess it is actually useful. One of the most rarest stuff in YouTube live. So anyway, that's my video that I put up about how to use your car hangers, coat hangers, to get car batteries out. And one thing that it does appeal, that appeals to a lot of people, I guess, because it was watched quite a few times. And also, in subscribers, we got a lot of views here. Says here, why you don't preheat your oven every time. 1,500 views. Why you don't preheat your oven every time. And what I showed on this video yesterday was that you can, in the time it takes to preheat your oven, you can cook the fish sandwiches. Okay? I set the preheater, I set these in here on a screen, and I put them up on the very top rack so that that element down below down there does not get them blackened on the bottom. So they're way up high, and then I got a sheet of tin foil underneath there. So when I slide this in, they're over the tin foil down below, one rack below, and they sit up at the very top. And while the oven preheats, they cook. And 1,500 views of that right there. People learning this little tip about don't waste your time preheating an oven for fish sticks, people. That's just pure silly. You're wasting energy. You're wasting your money. Put the thing on preheat and set them up there. And what I did was halfway through, about 10 minutes in, I flipped them all over, half rolled them over upside down, and then they all cooked perfectly. And by the end of the video, if you watch it, you'll see that they're a crispy brown and they're perfect. And the oven had just went off saying that it was time to put them in and start cooking them. So that's the kind of tips I like to put out there for people to help them, save money. Don't. And then also at the end of the video, I tell people, and by the way, when you're done cooking, since it's wintertime here in Michigan and chilly out and cold outside, leave that door open if you don't have any children around, and let the heat come out of the oven and fill your house. Use that heat. Happy Riverboat, what a scam by the food and utility company. Yeah. Yes. So less time to cook. Yes. So anyway, I showed people this video, and it's got a few views. I got some congratulations from YouTube about the performance of the video, that it's got more than usual, and I guess a lot of views on it and a lot of likes and stuff. So anyway, that's what I do. I put up stuff like this. I put up crazy stuff like this to keep people educated. So let's watch this SoFi get on up there and get on past 31 and 32 soon enough. Within a week or two, we'll be at 33, then 34, then 35. We'll migrate around, float up and down, move with the broader market. If the broader market's down, SoFi will be down. If it's up, it'll be up. And that's just the course of action with SoFi right now. And just buy and sell at my buy-sell sheet, and you'll be good on it. Now I'm going to take a look over here at ALPS, which was called out this morning for being completely trounced and down at the bottom, and we are bottom feeders. So we're watching this stock, ALPS. I think I might have got just 10 shares of it just to test the water. And we'll keep an eye on ALPS, which looks completely oversold, and we like to see that. Huge overselling on big volume, 4,300,000, usually average 700,000 shares a day, but big, huge selling going on this stock, and it might be oversold. We look for the bottoms. We're looking for the bottoms. That's why my name is Catfish. I like to buy the low. We buy the nut sack, baby. The hairy, scary nut sacks. We buy them. Looking at CTM that was called out last week by one of our tank members. Congratulations if you decided to get on some of that. Looking at one that was called out this morning here also, PHIO. Someone called this one out, and what an absolute fall after it was called out this morning. So I'm glad no one bought in, and I've got my asterisk beside this because this was Don Bordelow's pick. And folks, listen to this. This stock was up 82% this morning. This stock was up 82% this morning when the price hit 405, and I bet it was 408. Do you see now why you got to sell that 08 number? Wow. The high of the day, well, it doesn't matter. That number is still a number you should have sold on my buy-sell sheet right there. You should know. Look at that high of the day right there, 418 on this stock today. When it was called out this morning, 418 high today. 418. And when he called it out, I said, no. I'm going to put an italics beside that, and we'll trade that tomorrow. They're going to wash that thing out, I said. Well, shit, they've already started on it, Don. They've already washed it out. They've already fleeced it out. They're fleecing it out now. Jeez, oh, Pete's, man. Wow, what a drop. Golly. And have they halted it? Oh, no, don't worry. If it falls to the frickin' through the floor, who gives a rat's ass? Are they going to halt this stock that has now fallen? It was up 80% this morning, 82% when you told me about it, this stock. PHIO, Don Bordelon. It was up 82% when he called it out. And you should all know to sell these numbers up here. The thing hit right there, ladies and gentlemen. The price on this stock was a crazy $4 a share. $4 a share. 401 actually. A little over. And so right there, folks, those numbers are all buried. I mean, my buy-sell sheet has these numbers in here. You must be smart enough to sell the 97, the 98, the 99, and the dollar. Sell those numbers, 97, 98, 99, and the dollar. You got to sell there. Then you can buy back sometimes 66, 67, 78, even lower, much lower, like in this case. Way lower. Oh, my God. Man, if you sold right there at the 97, 98, 99, and $4 range, if you sold there, look at it now. It's at 205, 206. Wow. They just took it red, ladies and gentlemen, for a second. They probably had a bet whether they could get it to go red or not. Jeez, oh, Pete's. PHIO. Wow. From 80% up into the red. I'm tempted to buy some of it. I tell you, I am. I'm going to buy some of it. PHIO. Select action, buy. 5 shares. I just want to see what this thing does. Day, market, review order, and place it. Order status. And I just filled it 2035, folks. I just got a 2035 buy on that. And I didn't buy a lot of it. I'm just testing the water. I got it 2035. Now I'm going to reduplicate that order. And ladies and gentlemen, before I place this order, which is a market share, I'm watching the percentage gain number. Look at the percentage gain number. Review order and hold off. Look at the percentage gain, how much the stock is up right now. Not the price. Don't watch the price. Watch the percentage gain. 97 is the lowest we're seeing now. 9756 is the lowest we're seeing. 9756 is the lowest. Now 9805. There's the 9756 again. Now 73 is the lowest. Now 54 is the lowest. 54 gain, 0.54 gain. Now 122. Now, will we see the 0.54 again? Will we see that 0.54 again? Watch it, folks. The percentage, we're looking for 0.54 gain here again. No, she's out of here. I'm in right there, and I just filled at 209.52. 209.52, folks. That price is 6 cents higher than I just bought it, and this thing's going off, perhaps, folks. PHIO. Duplicate order. Limit. Now I'm coming in underneath this thing. I want to come in underneath this thing. 208. I want to come in 207. Day only. Buy. Review order in place. 207. Place it. Yep. All right. And that one is staying put. So now we're going to duplicate the order and come in 209. Limit 209. 209. Review order and place it. And I just got a 209.52. So I've got a 203 and a 209.52 now. I want to duplicate that 208 because I know they love to keep pulling it down to that. So I'm going to hit limit 208 again. And I really don't care about that. I'll go for 209. 209. Review order and place it. So I like to stay beneath the price as it's rising, folks, supporting it as it rises. Every time they try to chop away at it and drop it down a few cents, I like to pick those up. I like to get those shares. And the stock that I'm looking at right now, ladies and gentlemen, is PHIO. It was called out this morning earlier, and it was up 82% when it was called out. And I just saw them take it in the red, folks. They just took it into the red. So I've got an order to buy 207 and one at 209. Let's raise this one at change this one at 209 because that's supposed to be 208. Review order and place it. So now I've got a 207 order in place, 208, 209, and I've got 207, 208, and 209 waiting to be filled. And I see the price now is 204, so all those should have just filled. So they're still trying to take it in the red. Yeah, they tried to take it in the red again just then. Man, there's some power on this thing. Powerful manipulators on it, folks. Be careful with this. When you see that thing moving up like that, 206, 207, 208, 210, 211, and then suddenly right back over to 204, that's some powerful players being involved in that, okay? So be careful. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to buy any more until I see it start to proceed right on up. I want to see it pull away from here. I'm not going to get caught in a trap. No. But I do like that it looks as though they're trying to make it a pride thing where they can keep maybe buying this thing in the red. So let's do what they're doing, okay? And I'm going to put in duplicate order, but I'm going to try and buy it at 204 where they did it a couple of times. That's all I've seen is 204. So I'm going to put in 205, review order, and place it. Because I've seen them twice try that now. And I've filled now at, right now I've filled so far at 203 and a half, 209, 209, 207, 208. And they're now at 204 and a half. Duplicate. Being very stubborn here, right above the twos, which I like. I'm going to try and buy 204. Trying to buy PHIO at 204. It's now at 207. This is the stock that I'm looking at, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to take a look at it on Charles Schwab's Thinkorswim, so please hold. And CMBM, 210 just achieved for the low. The 130 low, 210. And let's go over here to other stock that we're buying right now, which is PHIO. There it is. And I mean utterly and completely attacked at lunchtime like nobody's business. And this stock, ladies and gentlemen, was up 80-something% this morning when it was called out to me this morning. There was the high on it, PHIO, 475. And I warned everybody then, don't buy any of this. Let's wait. This is a tomorrow buy. But at this stage, it might be a this afternoon snatch. So you can sometimes see utter panic set in. And the interesting thing is why no halting of it just then when it just fell? What they weren't going to halt that. They didn't care how low it went. They sure didn't halt it. It just hit that number, 190 a share, and then it just stopped at 190, didn't it? It just stopped at 190. They didn't halt it. I don't believe they did. By the way, Fubo is making a pretty good move. I bought Fubo at 336, 338, and Fubo now is at 344. So Fubo is making a nice move. I'm going to change my buy order, which is at 332. I'm never going to get that now. And let's come on up and try and see if we can get 340. Man, they're raising it quick now. I have to go up to 346. Yep, Fubo's moving, folks. Fubo is on the move. And I just got it at 345.99. FUBO, folks, is on the move.
And let's look at this more under the microscope. There it is. So there it is, man. Look at that. Look at that FIO, PHIO. Look at that massacre. Look at the MACD. Look at them run this doggone RSI all the way down into the total negative there. Look at that RSI on PHIO, where I just bought it, folks. I just bought some there. Talk about buying the sack, ladies and gentlemen. It's it, man. 190s. PHIO in the 190s just then. And now they're trying to get it at 208, folks. And I just filled orders at 204 and 205. Duplicate order. Market. Now, I will show you guys a strategy that I use. When I get to this stage of the game, I start looking at the percentage gain, okay? So I hit, I'm ready to place this order, and I'm watching the percentage gain on the stock. I'm not looking at the price at all. I'm watching that percentage gain, folks. Because I'm looking for a stock's strengths and weaknesses. And the real way to see the true strength and weakness is in the percentage, people, not in the price. I just ordered right then. You saw why too, didn't you? You can see why I just bought there, right? And I just got a 20458. 20458. So I'm going to duplicate this order now. And I'm going to be doing a review of this. And look at the gain now. Watch the percentage. Oh, my. Now we're only seeing 97.99. Where's the 97? So that's the lowest. 9756 is the lowest. I'm watching the percentage, folks. 9756 is the lowest gain. You can see how the algorithm trades here, folks. This is like looking at this thing with your finger right on the pulse of the stock, folks. 9756 is what I'm looking for. Where's that 0.9756 again? Meaning they still have a grip on it, folks. There it is. So they still have a grip on it. They're still trying to maintain a hold on it. But watch it. Why is it that number keeps being the lowest number? Now 9951, and that's a good signal for us. If we don't see that, nope, there it is one more time. So you're really watching the algorithm here as it's trading, ladies and gentlemen. The algorithmic trading. And no, JG, I'm not. So I haven't sold it. I'm not in a rush to sell it. If someone comes along and tells me about another stock that starts to take off, then I'll just sell some of it then and move it over onto the one that's rocketing. And I'll just make anything I've taken a hit on, I'll just make it all right back. All I got to do is wait for the right one going the other direction and catch it before it really explodes. And I know how to do that by the charts and stuff, the volume and the charts and the candlesticks. And if someone calls out of stock and I get over on it and I can see all the right indicators and the volume and the flow and the percentage, and I got it all down to a science, and I go, yeah, I can just move it over off of that stock. I can take a little, and people say, well, you're selling for a loss. No, I'm selling for a profit. I want to move it over onto something that's running up the other way. Oh, but you're selling for a loss, Catfish. No, okay. The way I look at it,
Every time I sell, I'm selling for a profit. That's what I'm trying to do. Every single time I'm selling for a profit. And right now, speaking of profit, I'm looking at the gain on this one, and I see it's dropped to a 0.61. So I'm not only seeing the 0.756, but now I'm seeing a 0.61. And now I see a 0.49. So this is definitely not going the way I would hope it would. Not PHIO right now, it's not. But I got my eye on it. Oh my, what is that right there? I'm in right there. Somebody decided to pull the trigger just then. And the orders I just got at 205, 204, 204, 204, and now 208. That's somebody that said, okay, we're done. We're done messing around. Let's just buy this shit. And they did, folks. You'll probably be able to see it right over here if I go over to Thinkorswim. You might be able to see it on the candlestick here. PHIO. Boy, I tell you what, I like it. Folks, listen, I don't even see a real big candlestick here that just made that happen. But I just saw the price jump a big amount. And now they're trying to take it down to 201. What? It was at 204, spiked to 208, now back to 201. Man, I smell sharks in the water, folks. I'm going to go in here and mark it. I smell some sharks in the water. Hey, don't worry about it. Like I said, guys, listen, I know it's tough sometimes to see yourself go down on a stock that you keep thinking that it can turn and it can run. But I want you to know something that, remember, we made a 450% profit on this last week. So you can't, because you might be down, even 100% if you were down that much, you made a 400% profit on this stock last week. So don't be overly reactive, okay? Don't overreact. Don't overreact. You didn't overreact when you made all that money last week on this stock. And there's no reason to overreact on it when it goes down, because someone like Piyush or Gary Edwards or Matthew or Rudiggity or CI will call out another stock that has the exact formation that we're looking for on it for a breakout. And then we'll just sell some of this off and move it over. And if it keeps breaking out, we'll sell more of that and move it over. And if it keeps breaking out, we'll sell more and move it over. You know what? On the day that I'm going to share this with you guys because it's important to understand this. On the day that it was called out on this stock, CMBM, last week, when it was called out, I said, you know what? I'm going to sell some of these other stocks that I'm down on, and I'm going to move them over to that. So that's exactly what I did. If you go back to that day, you're going to see that I was at a loss on those stocks, but I wanted to sell for a profit. So I started selling those off because I needed to have the cash to buy into that other stock. And so I just started moving it away from stocks that had me down 15 and 20%. And I said, all right, I'm selling these that I'm down to get over onto that one. And I did. And I started buying the shares at $1.60, $1.66, $1.67, $1.68. Then it was at $1.70 and $1.77, and it got up to $2. When it got to $2.20, I sold some of it, and they brought it back down to $1.97, and I bought some more of it, and then it went up past $2.20, and then it went to $2.40s and $2.50s. I sold some, and it came back down. And I just kept doing that all day with it, folks, and it just kept. But my point is this: when you making those kind of gains on the stocks, check your emotions. That they will not help you with selling and buying. Yes, keep your emotions in check. Yeah, and never panic or freak out. Just realize that when we're dealing with stocks that make these kind of gains,
like we did last week on this one, they're going to be equally as volatile to the downside as they are to the upside. You have to understand that. And even though we're making great gains on all last week and all the last 3 weeks, all month of October, we've had phenomenal stock picks that have, the guys in here in the tank and women have picked out some stocks that have gone ballistic, and we've made great, great gains. That Laura called out that one, and it just took off. So we've had several people call out some stocks here that have really, really taken off, and we've been very fortunate. But when you keep getting those kinds of gains on these stocks each day, you can get spoiled by that, and you can get upset. Oh man, I gotta take. Oh, this stock is killing me. Well. But look at all the other ones during the month that we just kicked ass on. Okay, so don't let one day's down movement on a stock necessarily blow your whole game plan, because your game plan is keep catching stocks at the right moment in time on triple crossovers with lots of volume and good news. Keep looking for those. Keep searching for those. Just keep searching for that needle in a haystack, folks, because they're out there, and some of you have caught them. In fact, we caught one last week with the one that everybody's complaining about now, MBMB or whatever. Everybody's complaining about it now, but CMBM, man, we bammed that thing right through the roof. So it is, by the way, also a stock that goes up 450% on a big news day. It's hard to achieve and hold that percentage. It's just tough to, especially if it's on a breakthrough of a medical thing or like the signing of a contract with another company. It's hold a 450% gain. And so, yeah, has it cost me some money to keep buying the CMBM even though it's going down each day? Yeah, it does. It costs me money. But I can still move over my stocks over to these runners like this one here and this PHIO this afternoon after they get done piddle-paddling around with it at $2, it could go right back up to friggin' whatever they want to let it go to, 280 again. No problem, 280, no problem. 277, no problem. From where it is right now, to go up that much this afternoon, no problem at all. But it doesn't mean it's going to. It could easily just plateau here a long time and then drop off this plateau even further down. Seen that before too. So that's why I was only buying 5 shares at a time of this PHIO. I haven't been, it's $1.99. I've been buying $10 worth per buy. I probably only spent $150 on this stock so far because I'm just kind of toying with it and watching the percentage gain. Somebody says, I will never be down 100%. Yep, and many people trade with stop losses, and but I don't do that because I've seen them trigger stop losses and then run it right back up on you. They see where you're at and they come and get it from you, and then they just run it off to the never land. So I don't play that game either with them. I don't let them do that to me. No, I'm too stubborn to sell with stop losses, and I don't have to worry because I don't have to worry. To me, again, this is an interesting facet about the way I trade, but loss really isn't in my vocabulary. Loss is what can occur, but just short term. It's such a short term because we can just find another one that's going up ballistically and we just move it over and then we're right back up. And sometimes even more of a gain than we had on the one that dropped. I've seen that many times. Especially what happened last week with this CMBM. I had those other stocks that had dropped 20%. Well, I moved over to that and it went up 400. And so what kind of loss did you have on the ones you sold that you were down 20% if you moved them over to a stock that went up 350% after that, which we did. So remember, sometimes selling at a quote unquote loss is really actually selling for a profit. If you've got a great runner that has great news, that has high volume, and you can see that it's resisting every pullback. It just keeps going because of the momentum and the desire of the public to keep forcing it higher with those little pullbacks. But it's just a jiggity jag, herk and jerk and herk and, it's just herk and jerk and 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 herk and jerk. All stocks that have gone from in the below $100 price range into the 500s and even higher have all done that. They've all herked and jerked their way there, all of them. None of them just went straight up there to those. They all get herked and jerked a lot. And you have to remember that. And so looking at PHIO, I've got my eye on it. I already see the low of $1.90, and right now it's sitting at 197. But I'm not going to get too much of it. Like I said, I've only been buying 5 shares of it at a time because I wasn't sure what it was going to do. Just filling it out. Don Bordelon called it out. This morning it was up 82%. PHIO was up 82% this morning. Cam Bam. Cam Bam, thank you, ma'am. Pretty soon gonna owe a lot to Uncle Sam. Cam Bam, oh ham, you see how they slammed it down to the sack. Oh my goodness gracious, shorts attacked. Oh, it's a fact they attacked the sack, and now you, oh my goodness, it's a slam bam jam. Here we go, everybody, it's the time for the show. CMBM is what, my friends, I think you should. The program begins, here we go. She's gonna fly like Catfish Tyler. You can't say why, but she's gonna go, go, go. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear it. You can hear the sound of the whistle blowing. Off in the distance, you can hear that sound blowing, ladies and gentlemen. Off in the distance, you can hear that sound. Oh, yeah, she's leaving the station, boys and girls. She is out of here. Pulling out. Cam Bam. Oh, what a great run we're about to witness starting right now. Let's just motivate this thing and talk it up. Watch. 5-day average right here, springboard upwards over the 50-day average right now. Bing, bing, bang, and off she goes, gang. You watch it, folks. Cam Bam with a percentage to short shares that is unreachable by most. You cannot pay what they're asking right now. 304% is what they want if you want to borrow shares against this stock, CMBM. And that's very, very slim shares available, by the way. There's very few shares left to short this thing down. We get enough retail confidence behind this thing, they're going to be totally screwed. I'm telling you, people. If there's enough retail confidence, you could see a GME situation with this stock. It's got that much short interest, and it's got that much, and they can't borrow the shares for like SoFi, where they're paying people to borrow shares. CMBM, they're charging people a ton of money to short these shares right now. And that's why I like it so much, because eventually I think they're going to run out of shares that they've borrowed to make it go down, and sell to make it drop. And I think then it's going to be just a slaughtering, an absolute short slaughtering on this stock, CMBM. And if retail stays in it, and you can see right this is a croc right here. This is a short-eating croc right here. Look at his body right there underneath the water, and his legs are hanging off right there, and his back legs hanging off here. There's his tail right there. You can see it. That's a short-eating crocodile right there, folks. I'm telling you, I've seen them before in the bloody water, and you're in trouble. You need to run short. You need to swim as fast as you can because it's coming after you right now. I'm telling you, this is a crocky, and he's coming at you. He's a short-eating crocky, folks. I'm saying right now. Was that the Polar Express? Yes. Does anyone here own PLTR? Their report after the bell. I sure do. Short, you bet I do. I own it, PLTR. It's been on my long list for 2.5 years. I've been telling everybody to buy PLTR for 2.5 years. And there used to be a guy on this channel that convinced me to buy it one night because after earnings, they had
busted out with the earnings, and they're beat the street, triple beat, and the price was down 10%. And I said, why? And I said, man, I've seen this before. I'm buying it right now. And I bought that thing down 10%. And an hour later, that thing just rocketed. Well, folks, this stock here I'm looking at on this here chart is called CMBM. And I don't know whether it's going to do what I think it could do, but it could do it at any moment. And it can start right now, and believe it or not. And I make no promises to you, but this price right here sure looks a lot better than $2.10 of just about 45 minutes ago. 1352. It wasn't even 45 minutes ago, folks. It was 30 minutes ago. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 minutes ago. 28 minutes ago, price was down here at $2.10 a share. And now look at it start to make its move, ladies and gentlemen. It's a crocky. CMBM. I like the look of it. Let's start the short squeeze right now. Come on. Let's just watch this 5-day just start smoking upwards. And watch this volume of these candlesticks get big and green. And watch it start to explode. And they come in so hard and heavy on it. And it runs up here so fast, they halt it. Yeah, they halted on us, folks. I'm telling you, if what I call for right then just happens right now, then they'll halt this sucker in a heartbeat, folks. They'll halt it, halt it, halt it, halt it, halt it. She looks like she's going to run, folks. Well, how interesting. I wonder what happened to all the cheap shares of $2.10. Sure does look good. Let's look at PHIO. Trying to re-achieve the same lows of about an hour ago right now. They're trying to re-achieve the same low of $1.90. They're almost at it right now. They've really been leeching it down here this afternoon. And believe me, this thing's down 6%. It was up 82% this morning, folks. 82 plus 6, so they've got it down 88%. They've driven it down now 88%. Wow. They've driven this thing down 88% after a high of 475 this morning in the pre-market. But the interesting thing is, it's at the same price that it closed yesterday right now. Look at that. They've driven it all the way back down to the exact same price where it closed yesterday. Look at that. Look at that. They've driven it all the way down to where they closed it yesterday, right there, folks. Can you guys see that? Wow. Exact same price they drove it down to right there. How crazy is that? Jeez, oh, Pete's, they've driven it down to the same price, actually a little lower than it was. Jeez, oh, Pete's. And they just received the new low, 187. And that's probably below where they were over here even. 187, yeah, it is below. Wow. That is amazing, folks. Now it's down 10%. They've driven it down 92% off of the high. What, did they do a public share offering? Huh? Did PHIO do a public share offering? Let me go look. This stock was up 82% this morning. It was called out by Don Bordelon, and it was up 82%. Oh, yeah. PHIO Pharmaceuticals announces exercise of warrants for approximately 13.4 million gross proceeds. Yep, they did. Biopharmaceutical agrees to exercise certain outstanding warrants to purchase up to an aggregate of 5.663182 million shares of common stock of the company originally issued in July 2024. December 2024, January 2025, July 2025, having exercise prices between $2 and $5.45 a share. What? So they exercise warrants to do a share buyback in consideration for the immediate exercise of the warrants for cash and the payment of additional 0.125 per new unregistered warrant, additional 1,415,000 in the aggregate, in which are included in the gross proceeds to the company. The exercising holders will receive new unregistered warrants to purchase shares of common stock in a private placement pursuant to section blah, 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 the Securities Act. The closing of the offering is expected to occur in two tranches. The first closing of the offering is expected to occur on November the 4th, 2025, subject to satisfaction of customary closing conditions. At the first closing, the holders will exercise certain outstanding warrants to purchase up to an aggregate of 4,706,430 shares of common stock, having exercise prices ranging from $2 to $5.45 per share. Why is this thing dropping on this news? Well, finally figured out how to log in this D-Will account. I've been on my Louis account. Aha! Welcome. PHIO just hit a low of 171, now 181. Jeez. Wow. Boy, howdy. Look at that, folks. 172. $172. You want to see something? That was the low of the day, folks, right there, 172. What does this say on my buyback sheet right here? Right here. What does it say to buy back over here? Right down there, fourth one from the bottom. Buy back. 171, 172, 173. There's your buys right there on that chart. 171, 72, 73. And just now, they took that thing down to 172 for the low today. And look at it already, now 184 off of that 172 buy-in. And I didn't see him drop it that low, so I'm going to have to get some more shares here as it rises now on market shares. Duplicate order. My last market filled at 182.99. And I just got a 184.5. And I've just been buying 5 shares at a time of PHIO. PHIO. I will show you what it looks like here on the Thinkorswim app. It was up 82% this morning, folks. It was up 82% this morning. And they just took it into the red, 10% down. Wow. And there it is, folks. The bottom. 172, folks. And the lowest I was able to get was a 182.99 because I wasn't paying attention to the dang thing, unfortunately. And this thing's taking off now, folks. And that's okay. I'm getting a dollar cost average down here. And I just filled it from my last order was 182.99, then 184.5, then 186.5. And I always tell you, buy the 187 and 188 and sell the 220, folks. And I just got a 186.52. So we're getting a lot more shares here now. My account positions. I've only been buying 5 shares of this at a time because I wasn't sure what it was going to do. But right now, today, on my ALPS, I'm up nicely. ALPS is rising from where I bought it on the bottom. Fubo, I'm up on that nicely. PHIO, right now I'm down $9.99 on it. But, wow, some people are really down on that thing. There's a boatload of buyers here wanting to buy this, though, right here, folks. Matter of fact, at 186, there's 5,300 on the bid side wanting to buy this stock for 186. So I'm going to join that party, and I'll put mine in at 186 too. Review order and place it. Especially because the price was just 172 about 15 minutes ago, 172. So why are there such energetic buying going on at 186 now when they could have got in at 182? It's because of FOMO, folks. That's the reason that you have so many buyers here. Another stock that we want to watch tomorrow morning, everybody, is going to be this one. We want to look at this right out of the gate tomorrow, MSPR, okay? Let's be watching this one out of the gate tomorrow, MSPR. Write this one down, folks. Could get fleeced out very early. MSPR. This one was called out by Red Stick Smarty this morning. Red Stick Smarty called this one out. So thank you for calling that one out. Crunches McBasketball. Hello there. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. And look at that price too. 666666, folks. Look at them trying to hold 66666, folks, price, okay? And by the way, the price was already at 102 a share. 102, and it probably hit 108 for the high. What does it say today's range was? 109. Well, now you know why I keep telling you to sell the 108, folks, the 106, 7, and 8. Because right here, that price was 109, ladies and gentlemen, and you got to sell that. And then you can buy back the 666 after you sell the 108. Easy peasy, folks. Easy peasy. Well, this PHIO, I don't know if it's going to muster any strength and move to the upside or not. It was up 82% this morning, but then they did some sort of warrant offering. So, but don't be surprised by this thing, because sometimes when they do that, then books have to be cleaned and everything has to come clean. Even all the naked shorted shares have to be returned. When they make a move like that, they can catch some shorts, and they don't want you to know at first, so they drive it down, and then they try to accumulate out of it until they all got, oh man, they all want it to get out, and then they can run it up. You can be surprised by these sometimes. I'm not saying that that's about to happen with this stock, PHIO, but don't be surprised if it does happen, if it somehow just takes off here and gets a little bit of a short squeeze this afternoon. And sure seems like there's no shortage of buyers wanting to buy this at 185.86 when they could have bought it at 172. 13 cents lower, they could have bought it just 15 minutes ago. But now they're coming swarming around it at 185 and 86 instead. Huh. Okay. Well, see a lot of attention on it at 185 and 86, and I can see why, because it was up 82% this morning before they did their warrant offering. All right. I got my eye on this thing because, ladies and gentlemen, I can see right down here that this exponential line is moving over the simple moving average right now. That blue line right here just crossed over the simple moving average right there, folks. This line moved over the simple moving average. And this can precipitate a move here of the 5-day off of this 10-day. And let's see if I'm right. Now, one thing I'd also like to see is this 50-day and this 45-day come together here. And I'd like to see that blue line disappear behind nothing but yellow. But then again, this is PHIO. I don't know what it's going to do. It was up 82% this morning when someone called it out to me. Now it's down 12%, negative 12%. So 82 and 12, it's now down 94% from the high of earlier today, down 94%. They've driven it down from an elated high this morning to a decimative low. Now 13.2% down, 13.3% down. And this is where I make an entry at the 7.7. Buy. Buy, please. And let me get over here. Duplicate order, market buy, please. Review order and place it right there at the 7.7 if I can get it. And I picked up a 1785. 1785. Nice. Duplicate. And it's already at 185, folks. Off the 1785, it's at 186. Golly, wow. Wow. Man, somebody wanted that 178 with Catfish, didn't they? I just got a 184. 178.5, folks. And then right after that, a 184. Wow. That's pretty dynamic, folks. I'm going to come in now with a buy order limit at 179. I can tell you that if I got a 178.5. Right now, 179. Do it. And the last order I could get, the lowest I was able to get here was a 1785. And don't get me wrong, I've gotten some shares of this stock. 5 shares at 204, 5 shares at 205. And then I bought 203, then 182, 184, 186, and now 178.5. Try and get some more at 182, duplicate this order. And we're going to come in just below it at 181. Review order and place it for 182. So I've got an order now sitting at 179 and an order sitting at 182. I'm trying to buy PHIO, and folks, I can't make any determination what this thing is going to do yet, but it seems interesting to me that they're interested in getting it here for this price for so long. And especially that they could have bought it at 172, and now they're hoarding it all up at 182, 10 cents higher. So that makes me wonder, okay, they could have just hoarded it up at 172, but now instead, let's hoard it at 182. And then I wonder, will they soon be hoarding it at 192? Because it moved there in 10 minutes, folks, 10 cents up in 10 minutes. The trend is definitely rising, folks. And I can't get a 182 order to fill right now, so I guess I'm just going to come up here and change this one I got at 179 and make it 183. Screw it. Review order and place it. And I just got a 182.82. It's a nice number. 182.82. Nice. PHIO, folks. And the reason that I'm purchasing this right here is because of these charts. I like this exponential rising off this simple moving average right here. That light blue line is an exponential. It uses 3 numbers. It uses the 9-day, the 12-day, and the 26-day chart numbers. And this thing is now moving up off the simple moving average right now nicely. And the stock I'm looking at is PHIO. It was up 82% this morning, folks, and they just ran it down to 12% in the negative where I started buying it. And now it is 10% down, almost 12%. It's down 11, now 12% again. So trying to turn the stock from 82% in the green this morning down and make it where it's almost 100% down. It's right now 92% down from off the high this morning, 92%. And I like to buy stocks like that because usually when they take something down 90 or 100% and get it in the red, there's some real retail lashing going on. This is usually just major ETF money just lashing stupid retailers to death here. And then at the end of the day, they run it right back up to where it was, and then they just laugh all the way to the friggin' bank, folks. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. But if you ask me, there was a lot of buyers coming in right here when they tried this attack right here earlier. They were trying right here to dump shares, and the buyers were coming in more than the sellers even. Right there on that biggest dump of all, most of those were buyers instead of sellers on that candlestick, folks. They were trying to dump it down, but shit, that we were buying it up. The longs were going long on this thing, man, at that price. Then they tried to dump again on the heels of that, and still the longs bought more. Right there on that candlestick, they're all buying on that discounted price. Happens to be the exact same price where the price is now, by the way. That's right. Where they all did the buying last time, it's the same price now. It's at the same point. Except this has risen from way down here all the way up to way up here now. And what does that tell you about the truth of the stock? That tells you the truth of it. When all this buying was going on, more than selling was happening at this price. That was the price. Now up here's the price. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's look at our other stocks here. Cam Bam. Cam Bam. Has it become the cannon yet? Has it launched? Well, it certainly looks to me like it already got its low of the day, and that was achieved at 1349 hour, 149. The next low was there, and we just seen that tapped out. 217. 217 tapped out low. Why would that be encouraging, I wonder? Well, it would only be encouraging if you looked at this low right here. That was at 210. The only difference is right here was the low, right up there, 210. So right there was the low, 210. And you look at this right here dropping and go, well, why is this encouraging? Well, for one, it's plateaued out and flattening, and it's doing it at a price. You can see it's starting to rise back up right now. It's doing it at a price of 217, where the previous low was 210, folks. Hello, boom, 210. Big old nut sack. 210 spike drop, and then a sack full. Then another sack here, even higher than the level that they filled the sack here. Now they filled the sack up here. And now we're going to run off this sack, folks. You know what I think? I think it's time. I think it's time to watch this thing right here, this 5-day average, pop right up over this 10-day right now as I'm speaking to you. And I see this exponential average coming up to cross over this simple average here too. And I think it's time. I think it's time. I mean, folks, look at that formation. And I think you know what time it is. Oh my gosh, there's the satchel and there's the fluff. I have been known, Catfish is known to be the anatomical chart master. All right. Ronald Hart says, Gary, Darth is not your father. Block him. Kevin Banks, hello. DVLT got fleeced. I put it on my watch list to see if I can get the bottom. Yep, it was up this morning early, very early. It was up, DVLT. I had it on my list to tell people about possibly because it was green this morning in the pre-market early. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what this is right here? Anybody going to guess what that is right there? Well, if you don't know what that is right there, let me explain it to you in song. All right? Should I? You guys okay with it? Sometimes music is a language that every people understand. Today you're looking for the low and you're watching it go and you see it hit the low on the nutsack. On the nutsack, baby. On the nutsack, baby. We're watching CMBM today. Oh, and they sure did run it down like every day. A double nutsack and you see it on the screen. Oh, hey, I gotta stop and I'm ready to rock, cause we buy the damn thing on the nutsack. I got in a Chrysler and make a lot of money. So come on, let's make a whole bunch of money. Yeah, the nutsack is a very hairy place where we all buy together. On the nutsack, baby. We buy the nutsack. Nutsack, yeah, it's a fact. Nutsack, when the shorts attack. Dave says, stay away, cats. I'm buying all the fact on the nutsack. But the whole tank shimmies. Yeah, the whole tank shimmies. Oh, the whole tank shimmies. And all the cats are splashing around, round and around and around. The nutsack is a very hairy place where we all buy together. We buy that nutsack, baby. Buy the nutsack, baby. Nutsack, when the shorts attack. Oh, yeah, it's a fact. We know of no slack. Nutsack, when the shorts attack. Oh, yeah, it's a fact. We buy the sacks and what? Shorts getting busted. Everybody's moving on the nutsack. Oh, everybody's loving on the nutsack. Oh, everybody's moving and then, oh, we buy the sack. Everybody's moving on the nutsack. Hairy little sack. Oh, it's on the shorty's back. Shorty, shorty, I'm here to report. Hey, oh, shorty, busted. Okay. Happy River, a flesh-eating porpoise. Now let's just wait for that sax song to hit. We just got to wait for it to drift across the plains of New York. And like I said, over Ontario from here where I'm at, just an hour away from Detroit here in Michigan. All right. That's what you call finishing a song with an open, leaving it open, a cliffhanger, if you will, and not. It's called unresolved. Uh, how you do today? Oh, we're doing fantastic. We're tracking a stock here, CMBM, again today. And one of these days, we're going to buy this stock at the very lowest price of the day. And I think it might be today. I think we finally got the very lowest price. There are no guarantees because it's just kept falling every day. But today it dropped another 25%, and we bought it at $2.10 a share. The price now is hovering at $2.18 a share. And we saw the big old hairy sack accumulated right there at the 210. And now the 218 satchel. And the next will probably be the 223 satch. And then the 229 and 30. And then the 238, then the 244, then the 249 through 52. Then the 254 and 55 will be accumulated, and then the 266 and 7s. And soon after, the 280, the 272, 73 sack, and the 280. And they may be very short sacks, folks. They might be very, very short sacks. We might just see very quick, small little satchels. But I don't know what's going to happen with the dang thing. I'm just saying it could easily happen. And interestingly enough, the price of the stock was seen earlier as a great deal, apparently, by a lot of savvy investors when the price was over here about an hour ago at $2.10. So the smart investors got in at $2.10. It's now at $2.18. And I think it's going to continue to climb. So I'm incentivized to keep chipping away at it. That's right. I've been chipping away all day, chipping away, chipping away, chipping away, chipping away now. Chipping away, chipping away, chipping away now. And look at this. I just filled that FIO at 186 and it's and 178 and 184, 182, and it's at 193 now. All right. FIO, FOMO. FIO, FOMO. Look at that. FIO, FOMO taking off, ladies and gentlemen. The one I just got through buying shares of. And CMBM, they now, as soon as I mention it, start to come at it really hard and try to smash it on down even further. And I'm telling you something. I'm going to tell you something. If this doggone PHIO stock starts to explode, I'm going to move my money over. Oh, my gosh, Tyler. Come on. Get this stock on the screen so people can see this stupid thing. And here it is right here, folks. And this stock was up 82% earlier today. And ladies and gentlemen, I think they just got a nice little big sack on that one. And now we're going to see this thing right along the 50-day right now. And they're trying to run it sideways on the 50 for a little bit. But folks, this can be just consolidation of the stock on a move up, holding the 50 for just a little while till it breaks on above. And I actually like this very much. So I'm going to continue to purchase this stock, PHIO, and I'm going to come on in on it now. And it looks good. And I'm going to sell, if I need, I'm going to sell a little bit of my other stock that I'm holding to get this. And I'm going to buy this now, PHIO. And I'm going to come in for 20 shares, PHIO limit, coming in underneath it at 191. Review order, buy, day only, review order, and place it. Because could they possibly try one more shot at 188 before they let it break above the 50? You bet they could. So I'm going to try for 191. I'm also going to try to buy here 192, buying 20 shares at a time, limit 192. I'm going to come up underneath, review order, and place it. Yep. I know what I'm doing. Place the order. And folks, the stock I'm buying here is PHIO. It was up 82% this morning, and they just took it down into the negatives. PHIO. Now, another stock that I've had my eye on this morning is THAR positions. Now, let's go take a look here. Hold on. And I own THAR, which I'm down $1 on. But I am up on ALPS a little bit. Every time I look at it, I'm up 11%, and then it shows me I'm negative on it. And I did it again. Fubo, I'm up on. Fubo, I have made some money on Fubo today. And THAR is just hovering around 330 a share and hasn't really moved any. I'm not down and I'm not up on that THAR. SoFi a little bit up today on SoFi today. That's nice to see. And let's see here. CMBM. And oh yeah, here we go, folks. PHIO. PHIO is the one. By and she's starting to move now, folks. I'm going to come in. I've got 190, 192. Let's just go in 194. Screw it. And let's go ahead and push it on up. And it looks good. Buy. Limit. And let's just put in 195. Review order and place it. And I'm not kidding, folks. This thing could just rocket back up after they've totally deluged out all of the short, have got all of the retailers out of it. And so hold on a second here. And I just went green on PHIO. Buy. And we're going to try and keep the pressure on them. Coming up underneath them here. 20 shares. Try and get limit 194. Okay, review order and place it. And this stock, ladies and gentlemen, was up 82% this morning. The price of this stock was up 82% this morning, and they've now got it down. Well, a little bit ago it was down 15%. Now it's only down 5%. So they're bringing it back up off the burial zone. And another stock that's up very nice today, folks, go take a look at THAR. THAR. Let's go look at it on the chart. And folks, they ran this thing up this morning to $7.47. And then they took it down and down and down. THAR. And then they've capitulated the dang thing all day long. And now they're trying to fizzle it here. Trying to fizzle it right now. THAR. Trying to shake people out of it right now, folks. Yeah, baby. See, they had a breakover. They had a breakaway. This thing broke up over, and it was going over the 5-day, the 10-day, the 45 and 50, and they had to take that thing down right now. And I like it right here. So THAR, I'm going to come in. buy. And I'm going to be buying 10 shares here. Limit. The bid is 323. The ask is 327. I'll come in at 325. Review order and place it. I like buying on the sack, folks. And I just filled at 325. Duplicate order. Bid is 323. Ask is 327. See that? Even that big spread, fat spread in between them shows. Let me try on 324 and see if I can get that. Review order and place it. Try for 324. And I sure did. I got 324 there. Good. Duplicate order. See if I can pick up a 323. Heck, I'll even go 322. Hell, you know they're going to go 320, so let's just try that. They'll for sure go 320. They may even pop this thing down to 313 for a flash. But I'll be okay to get a 320 buy if I can get it in 320. I just last filled at 324. Earlier, I was able to get this stock for 310, 308, 310. Right here, folks. I just got through buying these earlier today, right here at these prices. And you can see where I filled right here of THAR. And I filled at 308, 310, 313, 312. So I got cheaper shares than where it is right now. I'm just trying to kind of catch the double bottom, if you will, at a higher price than before. So try and catch this double bottom. Trying to get a 320 buy right now. The stock, ladies and gentlemen, is still up 8% right now. I see FIO that I bought down in the 178s is now at 182. FIO that I got some as low as 178 is now at 182. It even went up to 194, folks. Wow. FIO hit 194.5. Trying to get a buy here right now at 320 on THAR. I suspected they would take it that low, and they got a bid right now, 320. That's probably my bid sitting there. And see if we can get a little lower than that even. Try 319. Try and break morale with a 319. THAR, another stock that was up pretty intensely. THAR. You can see this morning, $7.47 a share on this stock. $7.47 a share. And look what they've been doing with it all day long since they got it. at that price. $7.47 a share this morning, folks. THAR. We saw the same thing happen with the exact same thing happen with this MCMB. This is the exact same duplicate chart. 747, folks. And I sold it that morning at 776 MCMB. And look at them do the same thing on this thing. Just ride on the 200 day with it just all day long. And then here near the end of the day, they're trying to reach the same low that they got there at lunchtime low. So here right now, as they come into this last whatever time, just a little another hour of trading left as they try to filter people out of it, just so small volume. You can't even see any freaking candlesticks at all. THAR. MCMB. I mean, CMBM. There we go. Cam-bam. 206. And they continue to push pressure on it. Well, you're kidding me. It's already at 213 after it was just at 206. Goodness. So they really want a 213 close that much on the agenda today, huh? Man. All right. I'll come in there, 213. Play your game. I should have been keeping my eye on that and got a 208 out of these guys. By the way, the previous close was 209. And I just got a 212 and a half. Shit, I thought I'd get a 213 there for sure. I thought those market makers would get a 213 for sure there. And I just filled at 212.58. I wonder for these market makers to give us this price. I wonder why it's here, Savannah. But earlier it was at 208. I'll go 209 now, see if I can get that. And unfortunately, I cannot get 209. It looks like my lowest is going to be 212 and a half. My lowest, 212 and a half. And now I can't even get any 213s. I'm going to buy right here, folks. Can't even get 213 anymore. Pitiful. I just got a 213.92. Let's come at that again and see if I can get me a 213 order to fill. Limit 213. I'm not sure why I got to put it in. 213 limit, 10, review order and place it. Let me get some 213 here, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. I got a 213 buy. Nice. Awesome. I feel good. I feel very good about that. And I feel very unlikely that I'm going to get a 209 now. Very unlikely. CMBM. Well, I pride myself in buying at the very lowest price of the day. And I think I just did. Well, almost. I'm trying for 209, but they don't want to seem to come and nibble at that. So now, all I can hope for is a 211, I guess, will be the most they can muster up now, it looks like. So I'll try 211 and stay right below this market manipulated price. And this is what you call fleecing, ladies and gentlemen. The chart you're looking at right there is the exact method of fleecing a stock. And they have, listen today, folks, they have bought it here at 225 and they've sold it at 245, 20 cents higher. And they have bought it here at 226 and they have sold it at 245, 15 cents higher. And they have bought the stock at 225 and they have sold it. And this is trench trading, folks. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the trench. That blue line is the middle of the trench. And this is how they're trading it. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. And if you do this all day, you can make a ton of money, folks. Even with the price dropping, you can make money on it. If you sell it here and buy it here and sell it here and buy it here, or the other way around, sell it here, buy it here, sell it here, buy it here, sell it, buy it, sell it, buy it, sell it, buy it, sell it, buy it. By the end of the day, you've made a bunch of money while it fell $1 a share. I mean, it's trench trading, folks, I call it. This is where you are in the bottom of the trench and you buy. And this is where you got your head up and take a shot, boom, and you sell. And then you get your duck down here while they're firing at you and you buy. And you reload, and then you come up here and you take another shot, boom, and you hit them, and you kill another one. Then he comes down here and you reload and you buy, and then you come up here and you shoot, sell. Then you come down here, you buy again, you reload, you get more ammo. Then you come up here, shoot, come down here, reload again, bam, bam, bam. You're buying, come up here, sell, boom, boom, boom. And you can actually see the exact amounts. They work it down in increments, the same amount down, 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 the same amount down. And the same amount, the same drop, the same drop, the same drop, the same drop again, the same drop again. But you can learn from this, folks, and you can make money on it. You can learn it. You can learn their method of manipulating a stock down, and you can make money off of it, trading in this trench, that trench, that trench, that trench, and that trench. And you can make money off of it, folks. I know it sounds crazy, but you can. You absolutely can. And the experts, they're looking down here at all this trading, they're going to go, okay, well, it's overbought right there, so I'm going to sell it right there. it's overbought big time. I'm going to sell it. Now it's oversold. I'm going to buy it. Now it's overbought. I'm going to sell it. Now it's oversold. I'm going to buy it. Now it's overbought. I'm going to sell it. Now it's oversold. I'm going to buy it. Now it's overbought. Now I'm going to sell it. Now it's oversold. I'm going to buy it. Now it's overbought. I'm going to sell it. And this is what they're doing all day, trench trading it, trench trading it, trench trading it. And they make a lot of money off of this technique right here that I call trench trading, folks. And you can too. You have to understand what they're doing, how they're doing it, and how you can make money off of a stock falling. And all I'm doing is I just keep buying a little at each bottom. I bought a little there, I bought a little there, bought a little there, bought a little here, bought a little here, bought a little here. Yeah, I bought every little bit at a low. I bought 10 shares there, 10 shares there, 10 shares there, 10 there, 10 there, 10 there. I'm not worried either. I'm definitely not worried about it. And but I'm showing you what trench trading is so you understand what it is and how it works. What you need to find, though, is one that's going the other way, trenching upwards. And we'd like to see that right now on this one here, PHILIO, that was called out this morning earlier by one of our viewers. And I said, no, we don't want to buy this one, Don. It's up 82%. And man, was I ever right about that. He didn't want to buy this stock this morning, Don, up 82% because it's 10% down now. Forget about it this morning, man. I told you, let's let them fleece it out. Well, she's Pete's. They freaking fleeced this thing out today already. They didn't even wait till tomorrow. They just started hacking away at them right here, man. And they butchered them. They butchered them all day. They butchered anybody that was long. They just butchered them, slayed them out. And I mean, hacked them out, hacked them out, hacked them out. You know, some people don't understand how they can do this to a stock, but it's pretty easy. They buy. Then they short this position. They sell some of the shares that they bought there. Then they start buying more, accumulate, and they take a short position. Sell that short position. Then go long and then buy it back up. And then they short that position. And this is in the pre-market right here. Then the market opens. What do? They start buying like crazy, and they give you this little head nudge and a fake, and then, oh my God, it's going to go to the moon. Get in. No. Oh no, they've just bought 5 million shares right there. And so what they do is start selling that 5 million shares. And they short that position until they get it where they want it here. And then they go, all right, here's where we take up the longs together. Let's all go long again. Where it started out this morning, we'll go long again. And then we'll run it up. And we'll buy. And we'll get everybody into it, buying it. And then we'll attack it and sell it all again. All the shares that we bought here, we're just going to go short. And then we're going to sell them and sell them and sell them and sell them and sell them. And then right here, again, during this duration, they're buying on that, buy it up there, buy it up, 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 buy it up. Got a lot of shares they bought, now sell them. See that? Short it right there after they've accumulated this position where they're going to short. All these are short shares, short purchase, short across here, all short across here. Short, selling until it finally breaks the straw. And then you've got these short positions that they all shorted, making them big money here. Then they run it up again, buy long on the double ta-ta, the second one, go in long, run it up, and then short sell them again. All these shares, folks, that they all bought here through this region right here, they're all still selling from here down to there. And then they try this little dipsy-do, double afternoon, double ta-ta, comes back up here. And folks, as quickly as a stock falls through a region like that, it can suddenly spike right back up to that point. So don't be surprised here in the last 45 minutes. And I'm not kidding, maybe the last 15 minutes. Don't be surprised. Don't be in shock, because as fast as it can fall, it can go right back up there, okay? They can make it do whatever they want. Believe me, they can, whatever they want. And interestingly enough, with this stock, PHIO, buy, I want to buy some more of this at 188. And I think I'll sell them at 220 tomorrow. That's right. And I might even sell them at 220 this afternoon, people. And if you think I'm kidding, I'm not kidding about that. And I just filled at 189.58, 189.58. And just a little bit ago, I was filling some other shares I picked up at 182, 182, 184, 178 I bought. I got 186. This is the stock I'm looking at, PHIO. And you can see my buys on it earlier, buying shares, PHIO at 186, 186, 186, 184, 182, PHIO, 182, 182. Yeah, baby. And look at it now, 189, 190. Well, remember, this stock, folks, was up 82% this morning. It was up 82% this morning. And then they did a warrant offering of warrants to accumulate money so they could buy back shares of their stock. Folks, this is going to be astounding to you people probably, but we could see this thing take off right now. And that's why I'm going to duplicate this order, because I am of a feeling, I've got this gut feeling about this, folks. And my limit order is now going to go in at 189 and see if I can get that to fill. And we'll see if I can get a 189 to fill. And right now, I do not see that happening. I've got 10 share buy at 189 right now. And I got news for you. This thing's breaking out, folks. Look at that thing right now. This is PHIO, ladies and gentlemen. And my order just changed to a 191 order, 192 review order and place it. And my latest order filled at 189.58, and 192 won't fill. But I think they will try that one more time, so I'm going to come in even at 191. Review order and place it. Especially if it breaks over $2. And my last orders were filling just a little bit ago at 182, 182, 182. So account positions, I'm probably about to go green on this stock. And I just did, I think, yep. Actually, I'm down 67 cents, folks, and I've got 210 shares, and I just went green. I just went green. All right, just went green on PHIO. And now's the time to buy it, folks, I think. And I could be wrong, but I'm going to stick around here and keep accumulating it. At market. I'm buying at market here. Just to keep the pressure on them. Keep the screws to them, folks. And I just filled at 192.99. Whoa. So this stock has now gone from 178.5, where I bought it just at 230. 178.5 was the lowest I could get it for. And now it's gone all the way up to 192.99. And this is PHIO. And remember, this stock was up 82% this morning, folks. Now listen, I'm also looking at some other stocks here. One of them is this one, CMBM. And I'm expecting to see this make a move, and it has made its move off the bottom. And I just got those shares down in the low twos, and now it's at 215. And she's starting to make a move. 215 is a CMBM. And so I'm going to be watching two stocks here. Hold on. So this is CMBM on the 1 day, 1 minute chart right now. Let's zoom in on this. And there it is, making its run right back up over the 50-day moving average as we speak right now. And then I also want to come down here and open up another stock. Where is it? There should be another line here, right there. There we go. Nope. Huh. Interesting. Well, dang. There's usually, I have two windows open here. Just give me a second here. All right, there's my candlesticks. And look at the buying coming in right here, folks, as it crosses over right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is CMBM is the stock. CMBM. Just saw a low of 205 a share 20 minutes ago. Now, guys and gals, please give me a break here. I did have a banana is all I've had here for a little snack this afternoon. Let me go up there and get me a little granola bar, and then I'll be right back. And I will be back in 5 minutes. Let me go over here and see if I can find the, hold on a second. There we go, back in 5 minutes. There we go. And now I'm going to come over to my music here on Spotify. And we're going to play a song that maybe you haven't even heard before of my music channel on Spotify. And it'll be hard to find one that you haven't heard before. But I'm going to play you one of them right here that you've probably never heard. And it's called It Was a Long Time Ago. All right, here we go, folks. I'll be right back, folks.
stay up late at night, searching for the perfect words to match a melody I've heard inside my head, running round inside my head. There in my head I hear a tune, and the lyrics, they'll be added soon. I'll toast it, then I'll post it on YouTube, and I'll tell you why that's what I'm gonna do. Cause once it's there for good. 100 years from now it could be. Listen to my little song, even though I'm dead and gone. Yeah, when they lay me in the ground, my melodies will still be round for years and years and years. You see, it's almost immortality. That's what it means to me. So even though I'm dead and gone, my melodies will carry on. And when I finally pass away, my songs will still be here to stay. Perhaps they'll play them in their cars, or maybe play them in the bars. They may come on the radio. The fact is, I don't really know. No, I don't really know. But when it's time that I move on, you see, my songs will carry on. My songs will still be here to play. I'll be immortal in that way, like Elvis Presley and James Brown, whose songs will always be around. I hope that my songs too remain when I am on a different plane. On a different plane. My songs will still remain. And who knows when I'm beyond the grave, may tune into radio waves to hear a song that I once wrote, and I will know it note for note. As long as YouTube still exists, no reason for me to be missed. That's right, I'll always be around. Come hear my lyrics, hear my sound. No, I will never really leave. My songs, they're all a part of me, and they will help me to achieve a state of immortality. Yeah, that's what it means to me. A state of immortality. That's what I'm trying to achieve. The state of immortality. That's what it means to me. Take my place in history.
Here at Spotify Advertising.
All right. Well, a little bit of music by me, Catfish Tyler here. Tyler Self's my name. Come look me up. That song, Immortality. As we watch the day unfold, SoFi rather boldly stands up and it holds its ground today. Or will they try to fake it and the morale, they try to break it? But no way, no how, no way today, my friends. SoFi is going to $35 a share, folks. CMBM is moving. No way. No, goodness gracious. Great balls of CMBM, everybody. CTM is also looking all right this afternoon. Someone called this out a couple days back. Been watching it. CTM. How's our FIO doing? FIO, FUMO. FIO, what a bummo. You bought it, you were a dumbo. Laisse-me voir le chat sur cette channel maintenant. Voici la charte pour le stock CMBM. Ah, yes. This is the stock chart. And it buys a little nut sack. Then we see the nut crack. Then we see the thing going. They are trying now to hold this thing down at $2.13, my friends. And this is not going to be easy to do, see? Because this has got the demand on it right now. Too many eyes are watching this channel to not pass up this opportunity to buy this stock, which could springboard on any minute of the news that we might hear. That's true, what I'm saying to you. This is absolute truth, what I'm saying. You can see they just now try to shake everybody out the triple tata this afternoon. That not scare me. That make me inspired. I am inspired by this right here. Weltspeed, what are you talking about here? What is that information? I'm not looking back at this thing, see what this is saying in the chat here. So I don't know what you're talking about right now. Curious Cat, welcome. Am I still CMBM? Yes, I'm still holding it. I am. I'm holding it. I'm holding it confidently. Now, let me share something with you. These stocks which have been called out today, which have made massive gains and run up really big, they've also got the tendency the following day to drop like a frickin' rock because that's the kind of stocks they are. They don't hold their value. They're run-up stocks. They're day trading stocks, folks. They're day trading stocks. Okay? They're day traders. You get in, you get out. You made your money, leave them. Wipe your feet and move on to the next. Dust your feet and move on to the next stock. Don't linger around on these that run and pop, and don't linger around on them. Get in, get out, make your money, and you're done. Go to the next stock. Catch it on the run. Catch it on the run, baby. That's the way you do it, baby. Marcus, hello there. Sad G29, sold SoFi. At the top, sweet. Looks like market players holding down FUBU right now because it looks like a sort of short-eating porpoise, okay? Rural free speech. I hear you. And I see here an attempt at quarter till to do a little fleecing of CMBM, but the low already was below this at 205, so I'm not concerned about a 209 effort when it was 4 cents lower earlier today. So I'm not feeling disheartened by that. I know that they're going to make a splash effort. That's how they do. Splash the close, folks. Splash the close. Try to close this stock at the low of the day and get all the weak hands out of it. Get all the weakies out. Get all the weaks out. And I agree. Let's get them out now. Be gone with you, weak-handed gullibles. We'll call them the gullibles, folks. Surely not a gullible person, but yeah, is it discouraging to see your stock being taken down at this point this afternoon, or is it an attempt to make you discouraged? Okay, I see it as an attempt to make me discouraged. I'm not discouraged. I feel fine right now, and the reason I do is because I already know that, again, you guys are picking out great stocks to catch tomorrow morning when they get fear set into them tomorrow morning. And one of those stocks that was called out was NCRA. NCRA. And I told right away, hold on, don't you dare buy that, anyone, this morning, because I suspected it was going to be taken down. And I was right. This was in the pre-market that this stock was called out to me today, NCRA. And I said, no, folks. And I told people that stocks that are up that huge, a lot of times they just trade sideways all day long. They don't move. They just don't move. They just don't move. They're just dead. Deadsville, folks, dead. NCRA up 20%, never moved off of 208 a share. And look at the price, folks. 208 there. 208 and sat there all day long. Can you believe that number, 208? Savannah, are you listening to Catfish? 208 a share is what it's been at all day long. 208, Savannah. I know you don't believe in that number, but I'm trying to convince you. And every time I see it, I'm going to show it to you. NCRA. And finally, it finally broke off of that number just now. And watch the truth be told on this stock right now in the last few moments. And this might be a great stock to buy in after hours. All right. NCRA. Watch it, folks. NCRA. I'm telling you, that stock could make a move once they get their hands off of it, because it's been held here at 208 all day. All right. And I do want to look at this stock at the very end of the day. I want to see what this does right here. I can already see the volume they're trying to come at it with right now. I can see that. Let me go over here. All right. Bring it, boys and girls. 206 buys. And why is it not 205? There's the bid, 205. There's what we're looking for. And some selling off efforts here right at the end of the day. Selling it down to the lowest it can be found at 348. And I will take the bait at that price. Fubo, what's it doing right now? Called out earlier. It's right where I bought it. I bought it at 345 and it's at 346.5. I didn't buy much of that Fubo, but I did buy it there at 345. And Thar that I got at 318, 319, 312 is at, Thar 319 and 318 is at right now 327 and 328. So Thar is up nicely. THAR, the one I bought earlier, THAR. NCRA, refresh the screen. Okay. 348. Rainy, I sent you a notification. All you people in my channel, I sent you a notice last night at midnight. Well, it was at 10:30 at night. I sent a notice to everyone that this stock was up 20%. And I said, sell it in the pre-market. I said, don't. You guys know what to do when it's up 18% this morning when you got up. But I set the alert for all of you members, so you got a notification. I sent it out. If you double tap the notification bell, then you'll get my notifications. And I sent out a notice about this stock last night, telling you it was up 20%. RANI. All right, let's look at ALPS. This was called out this morning as a possible at the very low. And man, they've just sat there on this thing. And my question, I often wonder, who takes it down to 132, 131, 133 and just sits there all day at that price and just sits there with it all day? At the same price all day. Who does that? Why don't they just drive it all the way down to $1 or down to 99 cents or 97? It really scared the bejesus out of everybody. But why is it just 48% down? You know, those are the things that make me sometimes wonder and make me want to buy a little bit of it just to say, I wonder what's going to happen when they get their hands off this thing. I wonder what happens when in the after hours when, you know, they've stopped squelching it. The volume is 4,300,000 shares today. It averages 707,000 a day. So why is it being held here at this specific price all day? Why there? Who makes that decision to take it there? And then who makes the decision to just keep it there and keep buying it there? That's what I wonder. It's interesting to see it sometimes, but that often happens. It often happens. Now I want to go over here. I'm looking at SoFi. I want to see how it finishes out the day. I hope to see a strong finish on my main stock that I've been telling everybody to buy for years now, 2.5 years, when the price was $4.66 a share. And look at it now, ladies and gentlemen, every one of you, $30 a share now. Golly, man. And we've taken advantage of the dips, and we've taken advantage of the sells on the highs for 2.5 years on this stock, folks. We have made some money off of this sucker, man. Has it been played? This stock has been played like a fiddle, folks, and we have been enjoying the music all along, including today. If you're smart, sell here, buy there, sell here, buy there, sell up here. I mean, all day, man. Just do it. Figured out how much they pulled it back from right here to here. I bet it was identical as this pull back from here to here, folks. Learn how to read these things. This pullback right here was from 30.38, which is on my sell sheet, to 29.55, also on my buy sheet. Alexa, what is 30.38 minus 29.55?
30.38 minus 29.55 is 0.83.
So, ladies and gentlemen, they dropped the stock price 83 cents. How much did they drop it over here? Take a look. $3.20 a share, where I tell you to get out. $3.20 down to, wait, hold on. I'm sorry, $31.20 down to what? $30.57. Alexa, what is 31.20 minus 30.57?
I don't know that.
Alexa, what is 31.20 minus 29.9?
31.2 minus 29 is 2.2.
Shit, I got it wrong, folks. 31.20 minus 30.55. Alexa, what is 31.20 minus 30.55?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
All right, let's try it another way. Alexa, what is 31.15 minus 30.58?
31.15 minus 30.58 is 0.57.
All right, so It was basically 62 cents run down from here to here, folks. 80 cents down here, 60 something cent here. And you can take advantage of that. And I bet you this drop is the same. What is 3077 minus 3020? What, Alexa, what is 30.77 minus 30.20? Well, that's 57 cents. Alexa, stop. So you can start gauging these drops and you can make some very good money day trading these on these trenches. If you catch this trench right here, folks, that's a very good place to be buying the stock. And you meter this out. How far did they drop it down? How far did they make it fall from the $3.38 to this price, to the 29.59, 29.60? That's 98 cents, folks. They made it fall almost $1. 30.38 to 29.55. 78, about 70 something cent drop. And here we figured a 65 cent drop, and here again the same amount. I mean, folks, you got to figure this out. 31.20 right there, down to 30.55. And these numbers are all over my buy-sell sheet. 30.77 is on my sell sheet, and 30, look at that. They did it twice, 30.76 and 77, and stopped it at 30.77 twice. I'm just showing it to you, folks. These numbers are all on my sell sheet, and then the buyback after the 37.7 sell is 30.20. 57 cents lower. You could get it 57 cents lower. 65 cents lower here. 80 cent lower here. Wow, man, you can make some money on SoFi right now, folks. Watch it. They're swinging it big right now, 55, 60 cents at a time. And right now, dang thing could pop again from here all the way back up to there. Probably will. I love it. ALPS has finally got a pulse, folks. It looks like it's starting to breathe a little. Got off the 133 to 134 now somehow, but even that hasn't been able to break away. We'll see. 139 now. Watch this, folks. ALPS, ladies and gentlemen, and it has got a pulse. At 357, it is coming alive. ALPS. 139. That was a pretty big little jump right there from 134 to 139 ALPS made. CMBM higher than it was moments ago at 205 and now going up 207, 208. 30% stop losses were triggered and it went down to 205. And after that, it's done. 30% is all they got. And you better look at these numbers. 208 effort for a close. 208 Savannah. You see that? Closing it at 208, their favorite number to accumulate, 208. For anyone that'll sell them the bait, the shorts all love to eat 208. For anyone that'll fall for the bait, their favorite number is 208. If you'll sell it to them at 208, that's their favorite place to buy it, folks. And therefore, I'm coming in right now with an order. CMBM. I would love to get some 208 right here. And I'm going to be buying market share buys, review order, and place it. And I just got a 207.99, even better than a 208. Nice. Way to go, market makers. Man, that must make you feel powerful to be able to do that, to sell it for a whole 100,000 below the price that you want. Can I buy some more there? Sure. I know you'll let me. Let's do it again. What I got? 207.5. It's fabulous. They try to bump it, dump it, try to dump it, pump a dump, a pump a dump, a dump, pump is what you got them on the rump. They're dumping and pumping. Oh, yeah, they're pumping the dump, folks. Review order coming in right here. The last few orders of the day. Looking to buy it cheaper than they can, 207. And I just filled at 207.99 again. Sweet. And I think we're done, folks. The market bell just rang. And nice. Now let us observe once the market makers get out. I got several orders at 207. I cannot believe that they wouldn't try for the 208 close. They probably figure it'll hold that in the after hours at least. Well, beaten, battered, and torn. CMBM. The shorts are borrowing shares of this stock and paying 304% interest rate to short sell it. And all for a 31% gain. Uh-huh. Okay. I see. Interesting. All right. So, hey, congratulations all you SoFi owners out there in the world. 3% gain on SoFi today. I'll take that any day. That's a nice little pop right there in most of our accounts, knowing how many shares I'm holding. And coming over here, let's look at this ALPS now that they got their hands off of this. Let's see what it does. And often you will see stocks like this make drastic quick drops real quick. And I like to buy stocks like there sometimes when there's down 7 or 10% because a lot of times they'll jump right back up within just minutes. They're just got a whole bunch of loaded in share sells to try to short with the small amount of volume that there is compared to the regular session. And they can get it to drop more drastically with small amounts. And let me come over here right now to this one, which is ALPS. I don't know that I have a lot of this. Maybe I only bought like 10 shares of this, I think. I think I might have only bought 10 shares of this. And I'm right. I have 10 shares of it. And I made $11.40, folks. ALPS. I bought 10 shares of it and somehow made $11.40. It's crazy. I have no idea how I did that. Am I back? Is there anybody here? Please wait while we reconnect the chat. What the heck? Yep. The only reason I decided to stick with CMBM is because I thought we might see the potential because I know the interest is so high to short the stock that they just might run out of shares to short with, and then it might just take right on off. I'm not going to wait forever on it to go back up. If I see a runner, I will get on that and change course. I will for sure. You guys know that. I do that all the time. And someone said FIO was making a move, so I'm going to come over here onto it on my Charles Schwab Thinkorswim and see if I can. Nope, it says I'm not connected to the internet. This is becoming a real issue. Can you read this? Question mark. Can you read this? Enter. It says on my phone 44 people here. 45, so there must be. I'm still streaming, I guess, but I don't know how, because according to this, the computers, it's saying that there is no internet connection on the computers. So I do not know what in the world is going on here. It's very, very odd. Yes, I can hear you. Yep. This is really, really weird, folks. Everything is. And my phone wouldn't even seem to be working in the internet with my phone. But right now, as you can see, folks, all of these terminals, they're all telling me, all my sources say you're not connected to the internet. They're all saying, all right, PLTR got a double beat, nice. LUMN, a good one, yeah. So let's try to reconnect to the internet. I don't know what's going on. Ezo Pete's. Now, this is just going to, now let's just try a simple solve. I'm going to close all this, close everything, close this all. Power, restart. This computer is quite old, as you probably all already know, I'm sure. But I have so much enjoyed this. It's worked well for me over the years. Back when I bought this thing years and years ago, man, this was like top of the line touch screen, and people were like, oh, but no, nothing now. No capabilities compared to the more current stuff. So I'm going to have to bite the bullet and buy a new one, I know. But right now, we are going to log in again and see if this thing will reconnect itself to the internet. So let's try this. Yep. I think it's reconnected, folks. I just don't understand what's going on here. Now I'm going to open up the Explorer again. All right. It said something here about Trump will not let us stand. Trump's new rule that blocks student loan forgiveness for some public servants. All right, so let's go over here now to check this out. History. And I want to get to YouTube. And I want to get some sounds. So the first one I want is, my sound I'm going to put is the Running Man. And now we will. So I guess this internet is working again. I don't understand why I'm getting cut off. I just don't understand why I'm getting cut off. Stinks. All right. So there's my train whistle. It's got to be on one. Stinkers. Keep messing with me. I don't know why. And it does look like my other computer is back connected to the internet somehow. Maybe this is the problem. This computer here is the problem source. Somehow interfering with the signal, but they're not linked together in any way, so I don't understand why it would be. So now I'm going to come down here to my applause. There it is. All right, there's my applause. Train whistle, cartoon, applause. And let me get back over here. And we're going to go to YouTube, my channel. View your channel. So I can make sure you guys can see everything okay. 41 still watching. All right, you guys are hardcore. I appreciate it. So for all of you that bought CMBM today and watched it continue to fall all day like I did, know that I suffer with you, but I am not going to be hurt about it forever because I'll move it over onto a freaking runner tomorrow that someone picks out. I know, but it seems like it has nothing but problems with the Zoom, LOL. Yep, and even somebody taught me how to get rid of that auto zoom feature, and I did it on my phone. I got rid of it, and it still daggum auto zooms. It still does it. Now, I want to go take a look at some stocks here briefly before we close out this evening session. And, oh, see there? Look at ALPS. It was down 7% a moment ago, now down only 2.8. So this is what I'm talking about. A lot of stocks like this, you'll sometimes see very early drops of drastic because of MM's working it with loading a bunch of sell orders in right at the close, and then on the low volume make it fall. But then sometimes that'll think that sucker will go right back up, and that's exactly what's happening with this one. You saw it about, 5 minutes ago. I said, man, look at that. It's down 8%, and I was going to put a buy order in. They probably heard me and said, shit, he's fixing to buy. Dang it, we got to get him out of this thing. And they closed me out, man. They saw I was getting ready to buy, folks. They did. They knew it. They knew I was getting ready to come on in on that. Now, hang on a second here. Wow. Dadgummit. All right. Now we come down here and we click log in. Got to log back into my Charles Schwab because I'm going to do some trading on this if they try that monkey business of taking it down 8%. And again, the after hours trade text me. And of course, they have it down to 133 in the after hours. It's a good collection point. Market makers working their magic number. All right, now, folks, just give me a second. I will be back here in just a hash mark. Okay, hold on. All right. Got it. Logging in. And I see this thing, ALPS. Someone called it out to me this morning early. Said, hey, Catfish. It was Ghost Rider. Said, take a look at ALPS. So, oh, hell. Hold on a second, folks. Hold on a minute. All right. Oh, you stink. Oh, man. Sometimes they don't come easy. You know it don't come easy. Man, making a profit during this past week hasn't been easy like last week. And by the way, my last orders were filling on CMBM at 207, 207 and a half, 207.99. I see it now at bid 209, ask 216 in the after hours. Ridiggity says, Tyler, did you try this for the Zoom issue? Steps to potentially resolve or prevent this include disable Zoom and Zoom to fill in YouTube app settings. Okay, open the YouTube app and check app settings for any new auto zoom or zoom to fill toggles. Oh man, let's go over here. Now you got me. YouTube. So I would go into my YouTube studio, I'm sure. So let's go YouTube studio for sure. Roll over here to the left and go to app settings. All right. Now, I'm in app settings. Open the YouTube app and check app settings for any new auto zoom or zoom to fill toggles. Okay, well, let's go over here. These are the settings, general settings, channel settings, advanced settings, audience, ads, tags. Let YouTube enhance visual quality, video quality enhancements. Let YouTube enhance your content's visual and audio quality to improve the viewer experience. For example, we may boost image clarity, increase image resolution, or adjust volume levels so dialogue is easier to hear. Changing this setting won't affect videos you already uploaded. Okay. I think you have to do it on the iPhone. Okay. Okay. All right. Kieran Kennedy. This is the most closest Hey, thank you for your comment, but we don't allow name calling, and we surely do not allow prejudice against people who have different sexual orientation ideas than you, Kieran. So sorry, but you're not allowed here anymore. Farewell for at least 5 minutes. And if you want to come back and act civilized, we'll let you return. But you're in a now 5 minute duration to ponder your error of your ways. All right. All right. So I'll try it on my phone. There's nothing I can do about it now, that's for sure, while I'm streaming, but I will try it on my phone. Thank you for that tip. I will definitely do that. I'll give it a shot. So somehow or another, I made some money on this ALPS today, and they've probably taken away from me now in the after hours, but still watching it kind of close and kind of curious about it. Next, come across here and look at our CMBM close at 204. And oh shit, look at that, folks. What is going on there? What the heck is that all about? And I couldn't get any orders to fill anywhere around 204. I was filling orders right up to the very 4 o'clock, right up to the very end, and I couldn't get any 204 orders. This close wasn't 204, people. It wasn't. It was 207. They were trying for 208. Where did they adjust this close? That's not what it closed at, folks. When we watched the closing bell, the price was 207. I said, I'm surprised they didn't go for 208. Well, goodness gracious, look at that. In the after hours, up 5%. Got their little grimy hands off of this thing. Their filthy little cheating hands are out of it now. They've taken the magnets off the bottom of the roulette wheel, folks. That's right, CMBM. Nice. Watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them some tasties. By the way, I filled a lot of shares of this CMBM today, lower than this. This morning early on CMBM, I was filling orders on CMBM of buys of higher for sure in the threes, but when they dropped it down, I started buying, and I was only buying 5 shares at a time. I was spending $15 on each buy when the price was in the 322s. So then when they dropped it down to 261 and 255, I started buying it, folks. More. I bought 10 shares in there. And then they got it to 243, and I started buying more. And then they dropped it all the way down, CMBM, to 231, where I picked up some shares. And then I bought it at 227. And then I bought up 5 shares at 208 and 209, and then 207 and 205 and 204 and 208 and 203. And a lot of shares I got in the 203s, 212, 212, 208, 209, 207, 207, 207. So a lot of shares acquired at 207. Gosh, why do you think it's at 215 now in after hours? You think it was manipulated? Huh? Do you think this stock might have been manipulated today? I think it was. I think it dang sure was. Let's go look at it right here. Shit. What's going on there? Look at that. What's that all about? The heck? 75,000 share buy there just now? Bid is 215, ask is 218. I freed up 25,000 today. Maybe wait until Wednesday or Thursday to trade this week when Congress opens up White House again. I hear you. That's a good idea. Golly, look at that son of a gun, man, taking off right now. CMBM. Well, let's just let it go, folks, because you know what? They can't halt it in after hours. They can't cheat us like they cheat us in the daytime, ladies and gentlemen, in after hours. Who wants to sell the damn thing now at this price? Who wants to sell it here? Oh my gosh, we got some covering going on, folks. I'm going to make it tough on them here. I think I'm going to join in the feasting here this afternoon. Duplicate order here, CMBM. Except now I'm going to have to change the order from market to limit, and I've got to change it from here to good till cancel plus extended. And I see 217, 218, so I'm going to go at it at 217. That's right. I'm going to buy it at 217, folks. And I see the bid now, 215, the ask 218, so I'm going to disrupt their whole little network. I'm going to try and get it at 217, review order, and place it. And just really piss them off. And I just filled at 217. Duplicate the order. And the bid, the ask is now 217, so I'm going to come in at 216 because I know they're trying to undercut with the bid. So I'm going to come in at 216, review order, and place it. But I'm not going to place this order, folks, until I take a look at this percentage gain. Look at the percentage gain, 27.42 right now. Watch it. And I'm not going to place this order until I see that move in my favor. So I'm watching it very closely in the afternoon, after hours, because they can be exaggerated moves in the after hours, folks, with lighter volume, exaggerated movements. So right now, you can see it's down 27.7592. Enjoy the cool weather. I'm outdoors right now, outdoors. I'll check back in tomorrow, not at the open, though. I plan on sleeping in to try and get a good night's rest. Do that. Do that, JP. Get yourself a very, very hearty night's rest. A full night's rest. Stuff yourself with rest. All right? Stuff your chest with rest. Get a treasure chest of rest, my friend. The valuable treasure of rest and true peaceful happiness. They're pulling CMBM down again. Pat Yeager says, we gained an hour. CMBM is not being pulled down. It's still up almost. It's up 6.5% in after hours right now almost. It's rising, folks. And something tells me there's something shaking here. A whole lot of shaking going on. I'm not faking. A whole lot of shaking going on. Now I'm looking here in the after hours, and I see a bid of 215 and ask a 217. I'm ready to place my order, but I want to see that percentage changing. 27, 42, 47, 27, 42, 47, 27, 42, 47, and steadfast 27, 7592. Now back to 2742. What I want to see, back to 2742.97 or whatever it was, 2742.57. I think it was 97. But I'm watching it. I'm watching it like a hawk, folks. 2776.59. That looks like a new number. We are all buying CMDM drop. Yes. We bought CMDM's drop today at the closing. 204 a share. We were filling orders at, I got the lowest. I don't know how they came up with that number because the daggum stock closed at 207. And I had orders galore going in to buy it right at the closing. And I could not get anything around 204. I was buying this stock right at the closing, right up to the closing bell at 359. At 359, the lowest I could get was 207 and a half, 207.99. At 359, I was filling those orders. And then they throw up a 204, my ass. They didn't close there. They closed at 207. Where they came up with that number later on, I don't know, but it wasn't 204. The stock closed at 207, folks. Just so you know, CMBM today closed at 207. After the closing, I even mentioned to everyone, well, I'm sort of surprised to see they didn't close it at 208. But it was 207, folks. Somehow the number got moved around. I don't know what you would call it otherwise. It was moved from 207 to now 204. And maybe that happened in the very last second beyond 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock and 1 second, they got it to 204. But at 4 o'clock, folks, the price was 207. So whatever's going on here with Yahoo putting in prices a second after the market closed to make it 204 instead of 207 that it actually was. I don't know. Probably why the damn thing's up 6% now in after hours. Because of all the cheating about this stock. Kind of fun to see that turn around real quick like that in the after hours. This thing could go up freaking 80% in the after hours, depending on what the news is. We've seen it before. This thing's a short squeeze waiting to happen, man. I tell you what, if they start seeing others cover here and this thing starts to go up to 10% or something in the after hours, then you might see some others follow suit and start a mass exodus toward the door because they're not all going to be around left holding the bag if this thing takes off. And I think it very well could take off. I've even shown you why I thought it was going to. And even today I showed you, it looked to me like just the final fleecing, the final attempt to just get everyone's nurse it dry, to just nurse it dry this afternoon. NCRA just had a sweet move. Okay, good. I was telling people not to get into that stock today. I said, you better hold off on that because, and I was right, man. They ran that thing down. Whew, man. Well, that THAR, they kept after that, beating the shit out of it. And I bought shares of that THAR at 320, 320, 324 THAR, and I see it now 323, so it's right where I was buying it. It's a little bit over where I bought most of my shares. But yeah, CMBM. I bought shares right up to the closing. I bought them right up to the closing, folks, at 207, 207, 207. And then Yahoo's trying to show you that it closed at 204. They changed that number, ladies and gentlemen. When the market closed and the bell went off, I looked up and it was 207. I heard the closing bell go off, and then I looked up and the price was 207. And I commented and I said, wow, that's wild. 207. They didn't even get 208 closing. And now I look at it here and it says 204. Who decided to do that at Yahoo to change the number to 204 when it was really closed at 207? I guess that's what they call the adjusted close that we sometimes see on historical data. Let's go see if that's what it is. Let's go see if that's what it is. I've never seen the adjusted close any different from the actual close, but maybe this is going to be an instance where I'm going to get to see the adjusted close. So here we go. Nope. It says the close was 204 and the adjusted close 204. Well, that's not true. The close was 207 and the adjusted close was 204, folks, because at 4 o'clock, it was 207 a share because I commented about it when it closed after the bell rung. I said, oh, wow, 207, folks. Can you believe it wasn't 208, Savannah? I said it. And now I look at it and Yahoo's decided to punch in a 204 number for the closing. And this is probably why it's at 213 and after hours. And it'll probably continue to maybe rise even more. And I hope tomorrow I wake up and this thing is $4 or $5 a share. Summary. Let's go look at the summary page. How many shares were traded today? Well, there were 560 million 3 days ago on October 29th. 560 million. Just think how many suckers sold if it really was 204. At 204 in the after, just think how many sold there and looking over at it now, 214, going, what? Holy shit, I sold at 204 at the close because I thought, oh my God. Yeah, it's depressing for them. Yes, they did. Folks, just hold on a second. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Hello?
There?
Yes, we're here. Yes, we're here.
Hey, well, I'm on my way home.
All righty.
I'm gonna stop and get some milk.
Okie
You really
dokie.
need it? Are you out?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't looked in there, but, I would be right on the verge of out. And if Nick comes home, there'll be none for him. So I don't know if he's coming or not. But anyway, it's up to you, honey. You can do whatever you want. I'm not going to die without milk.
Yeah, I would think you wouldn't, because ask all your people that you're not supposed to be drinking milk as an adult. Bad for you. Take a survey.
Gary Inwards, are you on the channel right now, Gary, with us? Gary is our official resident physician on hand, and he
And he'll probably tell you that milk is not good for you.
well, I'm checking to see if he's in the tank right now. And we got somebody that's confirming what you said. Blue Kai says, yes. Gary Quincy says, haven't seen him here. Okay, thank you. Well, if Gary was here, I'm sure he would tell for sure because he doesn't hold back. Milk is for baby cows. Gary Quincy says milk is for baby cows.
Milk is for babies, period.
That's exactly what Rudidigity says. Arnold Schwarzenegger says milk is for babies. Well, I am a big old baby. I'm just a big
No.
old baby. Big old
No, you're
fat
not.
baby. Well, I sure do like. I'm not going to go any further.
Yeah, you better not.
Gary Quincy's laughing. We got a bunch of people laughing in here in the tank. We bought this crazy stock at the closing, honey, that was down, down, down all day long. And then as soon as 5 minutes later, we look up and it's 6% up now in the after hours. It's 6% up almost, 5.39%. Mysteriously, it ran down all day. And now in the after hours, everybody wants it. They can't get enough of it. Well, anyway. All right, so I'm excited to see your return. And as soon as I hear you're pulling in, I will make sure and toodle to everybody and run up to escort you through the door.
Okay. right,
She
well,
says. She doesn't sound overly excited about that, does she, folks?
well, I don't know if that. We'll just talk about that later.
All right.
Hey.
All right, safe
Bye.
travels.
All right. Bye.
Love you, bye. All right. Oh, God. Hold on just a second here, folks. God dang. All right. All right. Let's move back over here. Taking a look at our SoFi stock at the end of the day, up 3.20%. Nice. Well, that's good for me because I own a lot more SoFi than I do any other stock that I own, and way more. And my second most held position is AMD. ALPS now down 7% in after hours. I bought about 10 shares of that, I think. ALPS. I'm pretty sure I got one order of that. Yep, filled 10 shares. And folks, I got that at 141 and it closed at 142. Now 7% down in after hours. So I'm going to take that opportunity to dollar cost average, duplicate order, change this order from market to limit, good till cancel plus extended hours. Come over here on this stock and buy it at 130 to 131. Review order and place it. And I just got it at 133.74. And the stock is ALPS. And that is 8% down. Let's buy it again. Duplicate order. And let's lower this down to 132 since the bid it says up there is 130. So let's go 132, buy 10, review, and place it. And I picked up a 130. Well, I can't even buy the 132, see? So that's all a charade, folks. Them saying that the last price sold is a charade. That 130,001, and I can't fill a 132 price. That's a charade, folks. That is a charade. Yes, it's called in a mask charade, folks. A masked charade, and I just filled it 132, ladies and gentlemen. And it's now saying the last share sold was 133, and I just bought it at 132. Nice. Thank you, because I wanted the dollar cost average down. Try this again. Duplicate order. And I love how Yahoo's showing the price at 130 in after hours. Yahoo, see, Yahoo is telling you that the price is going for 130 in after hours, down 12 cents, 8.45%. Oh, yeah? 130, huh? Let me put in mine at 131 and let's see what I get there. Good till cancel, review order, and place it. Let me try that. Let's see if I can get a 130 order to fill, place order. I bet you I can't. And actually I did. I got a 129.99. Nice. Hey, look at that, folks. There's my buy right there. Bam, Catfish Tyler buying 8% down. That's right, folks. That's moi. You're looking at moi. That would be moi. I'm the one buying there. And I'm going to try again and see if I can get it at 130. Review order and place it. Trying 130, place the order. And no, now I can't get a 130 price. Nope. I got that 129.99 and I got a 132 price, but now I can't get that 130. ALPS trying to show you it's hilarious. And the market maker's 13001. I got a buy order sitting at 130 exactly, folks. 130. I'm just waiting. And instead, they've got to have a 1301. And I just got 130 just then. Nice. And the thing is, the bid is 130 and the ask is 134. Duplicate. The bid is 130. The ask is 134. Oh, my God. Now the bid and the ask are both 130. Oh, man. No wonder I'm getting these 130 orders. Review order and place it. Let's see if I can get 130 again, doggone it. And I did. Nice. And the bid is 129. The ask is 130. Well, fair enough. Nice. And you don't think they love having this thing down? And believe me, I'm going to go for 129 because I can tell you right now, they'd love to get that number right now, 129, because that puts it down 13 cents in the after hours. So I'm going to review this for 129 buy right now and place it. And that would be 13 cents down, where they'd be trying to hold it down 13 cents. Now, they've already got the 130, which is the 13 in that form. But I still think they'll even like to double up and get the 13 cent down to go with the 130. But I don't know which means more to them, to hold it with the 130 or to get it 13 cents down. Either way, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for the 13 cents down at all. So I've got my bid now, 129, because there it is, 13 cents. And that doesn't surprise me at all. Let's see if I just filled. And no, I still have not filled at 129. I don't know who's the lucky one that got that, but I only have a 5-share order on this to see if I could get it filled, because I know a lot of times they just use very, very small increments to get to numbers in after hours. So I thought, well, let's just try to buy 5 shares. And I can't even get a 5-share order to fill at 129. And I just did. It just filled. And let's see if we can get a 128.8888. Let's go for that. And I'm going to try right now for 128.8888. And place the order. Trying to get a 128.8888. And I got a 127.99. And that's my buy right there, folks. 127.99. You're watching me place these orders, folks, and buy these cheap shares right now. You're watching me buy them. They're my orders going in. Duplicate order. I'm the one buying them, folks. I'm working against some market makers in after hours. Interesting that they're not even showing the bid ask right now anymore. They're not even letting me look at the bid ask. The bid now I'm seeing is 127. The ask is 128. So I'm going to go in 127. Review order and place it. And the stock I'm calling out here was down big time today. Chris Ryder called it out, ALPS. I don't know what this thing's going to do, but this is what they did to it all dang day. They knocked the absolute mother effing out of it completely all the way down, and then it just sat there and accumulated down a massive amount, down 44%. And in after hours, they've got it down another 9% here, so 55% down. And Catfish thinks, well, we could be on the bottom. Now, I could be completely wrong, but I see a sack earlier down here, and they haven't re-achieved that number. That number was 10113. 10113, coincidentally. 10113 was the low today. And why now are people wanting to buy it at 128 or 127? Anyway, I'm just buying some shares here at what I think is a very good low price, and I could be wrong tomorrow. The doggone thing could go 99 cents. I don't know for sure, but I'm showing it to you. ALPS, it was called out this morning early, and I told them, don't you dare touch this stock. We'll buy it tomorrow. It's what I wrote. ALPS. Well, I didn't really say that. I just said I'm going to watch it to be dropped even further, and they did. All day long, they dropped it. But they kept it down 44%. They even had it down 55% at one point. But then it started to rise here, and then they just accumulated it and accumulated it. A couple of times it even tried to break out. It tried to break out right there. It tried to break out there. But somebody wanted to suppress and accumulate it. And they wanted to get it right here, even right here, folks. They wanted it right here where they got it here, and where the drop was to right there. It's the same point where they dropped it from way up here. Look how it stopped right there on the double nut sack. See how it stopped there? Well, that's where it is now, folks. And they're even trying to get a little bit below. They're trying to get where the hairs were earlier today on the second sack. They're trying to buy where the hairs were right now in the after hours. So I'm snatching them there because they snatched a bunch of hairs out there and then they ran it up to this point. And now all they're trying to do is get to that same number where they were in this afternoon. And they're not even close to it. They're not even remotely close to it. And that was 104. 104. Let me refresh the screen and see what they're showing for the low of the day. Days range. 111 was the low. 111. 111 was the low. And now they're wanting to buy it for 16 cents higher in the after hours? Okay. 111 was the low, and now everybody wants to buy it. 16 down 10% in the after hours, but 16 cent higher than the low of today. And everybody's suddenly, yeah, that looks good. I'll buy it at 127 in the after hours. Well, at least I think it looks good. So, and I just feeling here, and I could be wrong about doing it, but I'm going to continue. Because, like I said, a lot of times you'll see early hour, afternoon, continued big drops, and the next thing you know, by 7 o'clock, they completely got everyone out of it, and then it turns, and the next thing you know, the dang thing starts going green between 7 and 8. I've seen it many, many times, and that's the only reason I'm sitting here just plunking away, buying 5 shares at a time while it's sitting here. I'm not building a huge position on it. I still only have, let me see how many shares I'm holding right now. I didn't buy heavy on it. I've only got, for one thing, ALPS, I've only got 65 shares of it, see? I've only got 65 shares of it at $1. I'm buying now at $1.27. So I don't have a lot of money tied up in this stock, ladies and gentlemen. By any means, I don't. Well, Fubo, I made a little money on today. I bought 40 shares of that, and it's up. THAR, let's go see what happened that in today. Hold on. Let's move Fubo over here. And THAR. All right. THAR made a nice move today, up 8%. NCRA, someone said it was making a move in after hours, I think. 6.60 down in after hours. NCRA. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Whittling away early in the after hours on it. By the way, the S&P 500 was green today, went up a little bit, and the Dow was slightly red today, down 200 points. But the NASDAQ was green, and the Russell was barely in the red. So we had a mixed market today of greens and reds across the board. And thank you very much, Happy River Oak. May you go and have a good night's rest, yes. And brush your teeth like a cat. They're coming in more on SMBM. I might snag a few. What about the ASST? Yes, I saw last night ASST was on a move, and it was moving up along with another stock that I told everyone about, RANI. And I don't know what ended up happening with ASST today, but it did make a move last night, and it was looking pretty good. And I thought, oh, wow, ASST might be making a move here. And I had it on my radar this morning earlier until my computer got shut off, and then it got taken away. But yeah, this morning, I mean, it was up in the pre-market. It was up, and it was up. I'm pretty sure it was up last night when I looked at it late. Let's move it over here. All right. And man, I just love to see this ALPS pop right back up to 142 where it closed by the end of this evening's session, which it easily could do. This thing traded 5,700,000 shares today, and it averages only 707,000. And that's a lot of manipulation, folks, to bring it down 44%. 5 million. And if you look at the historical data on this chart, just so we can make sure we understand something about it, look right here on the historical data. Folks, this stock has only traded 2 days. All right. We were told about this morning. ALPS. It's traded 2 days. Yesterday, it opened at 290, and that was the high. Then they drove it down to 221, and it recovered 35 cents off the low yesterday on 707,800 shares. And today, look at them wash all the newbies out of this stock. $1.75 was the high. Yesterday was $2.90. Today, $1.75 high. And the same thing, right out of the gate from $2.90, they ran this thing all the way down to $2.21 and then had a recovery of 30-something cents. But here, man, right out of the gate, $1.75, and they ran it down to $1.11, and then it came up about the same amount. 30 cents it came up off that bottom right there to close at 142. It's the same thing here, 221 to 256. Alexa, what is 2.56 minus 2.21?
2.56 minus 2.21 is 0.35.
So 35-cent recovery off the low today. And Alexa, what is 1.42 minus 1.11?
1.42 minus 1.11 is 0.31.
So a 35-cent recovery today off the low, and yesterday, 31-cent recovery off the low. All right. I'll be watching for that. Whatever happens tomorrow, when it gets to the freaking low, when I buy it, I'll be looking for a 30-cent pop off the dang low tomorrow on this. All right? And don't be surprised to even see it happen anytime. It could happen anytime, folks. Wow. 22,525 subscribers. 767 in the last 28 days on this channel. Thank you, folks. Those of you that might be new, hey, look, this thing's starting to come on back now a little bit. ALPS. Don't be surprised, folks, don't be shocked to see this thing come on back up. And I'm going to pick on some more on them in the after hours. I'm up $86 on this ALPS right now, folks. Got 70 shares, and I'm up My gain, it says, is $93.79. So ALPS. Yeah, buy it. And I'm coming in right now to try to buy a few of these in after hours. Limit. I'm going to try 128. I see the bid is 127. The ask is 130. So I'm going to try 128, and let's see if they change the bid. Good till cancel plus extended. Let's see if they raise the bid from 127 to 128. Let's find out right now. Are they going to change the bid from 127 to 128? Review order and place it. Will they change the bid from 127 to 128? Right over here, it says bid is 127, but I just bid 128. Order status. What did I fill? Oh, I've got an open order at 128. Huh. Isn't that interesting? I've got an open order at 128, and it says now the bid is now 128. What do you know? I just drove it up a penny. And after, by the way, I just filled at 127, and now I can't get an order at 128. So guess what I've got to do now? I got to go in at 129. Doggone it. 129 to get the order to fill. Good till cancel plus extended. Review and place it. Darn it, man. I got to go in 129. And by the way, they're showing over here that the price is right here, 127.08 in after hours, and I can't even get an open order now to fill at 129. I can't even get an order to fill at 129 now. I don't know why not. It says the bid is 128, and I've got an order sitting there at 129. Let's see if I filled on it. Must have filled already. No, it won't fill at 129, ladies and gentlemen, but they're trying to show you the current bid is 128. See this? You see this this nonsense? I've got an order sitting here to buy at 129 on ALPS to fill this order, and it's telling you the bid is 128. And I'm not filling. Well, let's refresh the page. Maybe they filled it now. Maybe they did. No, I'm still sitting there with a buy. Good till cancel plus extend hours. So who can you trust, folks? Who can you trust here when they're telling you the bid is 128 and the ask is 130? And I've got a bid here at 129 that won't fill. Who do you want to trust here, folks? Well, let's just refresh this and see maybe it filled already. And no, my order is still sitting there for a buy for 5 shares at 129. And yet they're trying to tell you the bid is 128, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope you're learning something from this. I hope you're learning something from this. I'm learning something. I just learned something. I'm learning that you cannot trust what they're telling you the bid is on a price. That's for sure. And I'm seeing orders filling now here at 130. Go figure, 130. Yeah, they want that penny. That's right, Pat. Well, I don't know, but I can tell you one thing. Catfish gets so mad when he sees this kind of deception going on that he's going to put another order in at 131, and they can kiss my ass. Because I'm not going for it, folks. I'm going to try and buy 131. Kiss my ass. Not 130, 131. Because if I can't trust what the bid is, how can I trust what the dang ask is? Right? If I can't trust what they're showing for the bid, how can I trust what they're showing for the ask? And I just filled at $129.99. And the bid is, and the ask is 130, folks. There is nudged up to that as they can close as they can get to that bid right now. $129.99. Man, oh man. And look at that. There's me. Bing, Catfish. There's my signature 12999 purchase. But still 128, and they will give it to you. No, they won't. They're not giving me 129. It's still sitting there. 129 is right there waiting. Alps, 129. I can't get it to fill. They're not going to give me a 128 if they don't give me a 129. I'll put it in right now. Duplicate order, 128. There's no way, folks. Review order and place it. There's no way they're going to give me a 128, I promise you. I'd be very unlikely that they would. Nope. 128 orders just sitting there waiting on them. 128 just waiting. I did finally fill the 129, though. Let's try and fill that again, the 129. Place order. And I did get a 129 there. And it's showing last order filled, 129. So, how interesting. ALPS. Now, I'm not going to buy any more shares of this, but you guys just learned something from that right there, didn't you? Yep, I live in Michigan. Yep. Pat Yeager, yeah. Bet still 128, and they will give it to you. Juan Guzman, I tried that, and they didn't. It's still sitting over here at 128. They won't honor that. And right now, I also cannot get a 129 buy. Well, I actually just finally filled both of those, 128 and 129. But my suspicions are that this is just a very short duration hold down of 10% down. I think real enthusiasts will come in to pick this up in the later after hours. I think opportunists will start coming in. I could be wrong. I don't know anything for sure. I never do. I never do know anything for sure, folks. All right? Nothing's a guarantee. Hold on a second, folks. All right. Okay. Now, get back over here. And the thing that I find interesting too sometimes about stocks that are being manipulated in such ways is I wonder who's behind it, who's behind the operation, who's behind running it down to 127 and, seeing if they can steal away some weak hands from silly people that just don't understand what they're doing. And so I wonder who's behind it all sometimes. I just wonder who's behind it all. Who's behind all that manipulation of stocks? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to buy 128 again. And I bet I can't fill there. Review order and place it. Let's see if I can get a 128. And no, I cannot. So although you're being told by Yahoo that they're filling orders at 128, I can't get one to fill there. And now I'm actually going to put in a bid at 129 and see if that changes the bid price they've got on the bid. So I'm going to try for 129 now, review order, and place it. And see if that changes the bid. And no, I cannot get a 129 to fill. And look at the bid price they're showing, folks. I've got a 129 order open, and they're showing a bid price of 126, folks. Holy crap. They have to be, it has to have filled. Please don't tell me that 129 is still sitting there. Okay, good. No, I got a 129 there. Oh my gosh, man, oh man. Wow. But for a moment there, I couldn't get the 129 to fill. Man, I'm fighting the beast here, folks. They're really trying hard here in after hours to shake them out. Trying hard to get everyone out of this thing. And I'm the one that's messing with their little program. They just can't stand when I do this, man. They're trying to work it down and use little tiny share amounts, and I just keep working them the same way. Try it, throw it at me. I'm ready for you. I'm ready for all of your little 1-2 share onesie twosies. I'm ready for your onesie twosies. I really am. And now I'm going to try to buy at 126, where it said the bid is 125 and the ask is 129. So let's see what happens when I put in 127 even. Review order and place it. I love it. Let's expose this. Let's expose this. And look at that, folks. I got a bid sitting at 127 that will not fill. Buy at 127 that won't fill, and they're trying to tell you that the bid price is 125 a share. And I want to expose this. They probably don't like me doing this, but I'm exposing it right now so you can see it. So you can bear witness to it, folks. And that order still won't fill at 127. Been sitting there. And it won't fill. But yet, they're going to try and tell you and the whole world that the bid is 125. Man, I ought to call my state's attorney about this one. So what's going on here, man? I see some deception. It appears to me, I could be wrong, but it looks deceptive to me that when I've got a buy order at 120 and you're telling everybody that the bid is 126. That looks like deception to me, folks. I think we're being deceived. I'm just going to call it out for what I sees it as. That doesn't look right to me. There's my buy order sitting there open at 127 to just buy a couple shares to try a test here, and they won't show that bid price. They're showing 126. And I think that's illegal. I think that should be illegal. Just going to say it like I see it. It should be. I think it's false. False posting. Of course, they could probably say, well, we're on a 15-minute delay. See, we got a 15-minute delay going on here. And don't go getting all rambunctious, Catfish. JG says, good luck. Check out CMBM. All right, tell me about it. What's it doing? I bet it's going ballistic, isn't it? Holy crap. I called it, folks. Look. Oh. Holy crap. Oh, my goodness gracious, everybody. What do we got here going on? Somebody tell me what's going on. Ding dong, the shorts went long. This is our CMBM song. Ding dong, the shorts went long this afternoon. Ha ha. Ding dong, the shorts went long. Found out we're all King Kong strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long and after hours now. Oh yeah, she goes and blows, and this is what we know, and this is why we sing and we ring that bell, yeah. Ding dong, the shorts went long, found out we're all King Kong strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long today, up 22% in AH. Just the smallest catalyst is all it takes. And guess what? They don't have this pull the plug thing going on in after hours, folks. There's no pulling the plug on us. All right? Dang. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Man, that's energizing. And I'm up $114 on my Alps purchases too. Golly. CMBM. Nice. Sell. 254. Jeez. Limit. Can you guys see this? CMBM. 254. And I'm going to take some out. Good till cancel plus extended. Review order and place it. And I got to click this little button. Yep, place order. Oh, man, I know to sell 254, 255, folks. You got to sell. Limit. 255. And not too many. I'm just doing 20 shares here. Good till cancel plus. I don't know how high it's going to go. I know I got 600 shares of it, and I'm going to start selling 20 at a time. Now I'm going to go out limit. Folks, I'm selling here at these numbers because they're on my buy-sell sheet. All right, I bought them at 207, and now they're at 254, so I'm selling here. And I sure as shit know to sell 257, good till cancel plus extended. Man, wouldn't it be short squeeze? Just see this squeeze all the way up to $7 now. You know, I don't know how high it's going to. I'm going to put in 259, 20 share. I'm not in a hurry. To sell them. Let's see if we can get some 264s out. Limit 264s. I won't be greedy. I'll say 263. Wow. Somebody came on the channel and said CMBN was done. And goodbye today. Imagine if you had millions to buy. I'm telling you, Ben. I know it. Golly, look at this thing, folks. I wonder how high it's going to run. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after I just let me go over here and look at my trade order status and see how much I was just selling shares for. I think I sold around 100 or more. And I just sold at 253. Just sold at 253. And now let's see if we can buy back at 244. 253 sell, buy back 244 in after hours. Because you know they love that number. They love 244. They love 243. I also sold at 255. I got a partial fill at 255, 20 shares. And I just had a buy fill at 245. Now 248. I got a 245.01 buy after selling 254 and 255. I got a 245.01. My next orders for sell are 259 and 263. And I will go for a sell again at the 254 duplicate order because I know how much they love to stop stocks there. And we'll go for 20 shares there at 254. So we got another possible nice spike about to happen. So I'm going to try 254 again. Try to buy back at 247 after selling 254 and 255. And so my lowest buy here has been 245.01. 245.01. And now I'm going to come in here. Buy CMBM. Here we go. Duplicate order. Oh my gosh, look at it go, folks. It's at 260 now. Sell. Limit. I got 263 I'm waiting on. Waiting on a 263 to sell. And I have sold 259. I just sold 20 at 259. Now I'm going to try to buy back here. CMBM. Try to buy. Try to come in and buy at 249. Actually, 253 will be at 252 or 253. So I'll try to get it at 254. I think they might try that one more time, or 255. But at any rate, I'm going to go for 255. This thing's running, folks. 256 I'm going to shoot for. Good till cancel plus extended. And it's running, folks. This thing is running. And there won't be any stopping it in an after hours. It's up 31%. Limit. Get out 272, folks. You know to sell some there. Get out there. Good till cancel plus extended. Review order and 277. 277, folks. Place order. And this thing's not going to get halted, folks. What's the news? Blow the horn. Yeah, baby. Let's get this thing going. Yes, yes. Man, I heard that. Let's hear it again. How come there's no dang volume on it? Where's the volume? There it is. There it is. Yeah. Play that horn. Blow that horn. Yeah, I hear that whistle blowing. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Listen, baby. Listen to that horn. Run, Shorty, run. It's time to run. You got to catch that train, baby. You got to catch that dang train. That's right. You got to run, man. Look at that thing run, folks. Nice, nice, nice. How fabulous. Sell here, folks. Sell with me. Sell right here with me. Come on. I'm going to come out 40 shares. I've got 430 left. I'm going to sell actually less than that. I'm going to sell 20 at a time. I'm in no hurry. I'm in no hurry. Limit. You got to sell here. 83, 84. You know these are on my buy-sell sheet, folks. You know this. Good till extended plus extended. Review order and place it. Get out here, folks. Get out some here. Nice. Selling again. And you know these are all numbers on my buy-sell sheet, folks. You know you got to sell through here. Limit share, 284. Come on up to 284. 285 right now, folks. Good till cancel plus extended. Review order and place it. Yes, I know what I'm doing. Place the order. And I'm trying to sell 288 now as well. Sell. Ladies and gentlemen, do it to it, man. Let's make some money here. Limit 288. 290. Good till cancel plus extended. Folks, you got to sell 293. Place it. Place that order. Edit. Oh, man. Order cannot be placed. This order cannot be accepted. Why? 292. Sell. Immediate or cancel. What is that? Good till cancel plus extended. All right. I'm trying to get out 292, folks. And we're going to get out here for sure. Yep. 297. Come on, folks. Get out there. Don't waste your money. Don't be dumb. 296, 297. Sell here, folks. 20 shares. Review order and place it. 297. Get out 298. Order status. Got to sell that 288. And I'm trying to buy here 256. Forget about it. Change that order. Buying, we're going to change that order now and try and buy 277. 272. I'll try 273. Trying to buy 273 right now in after hours. Review order and place it. 273. Good till cancel plus extended, ladies and gentlemen. And they can easily pull it back down to 272, 273 right now. Trust me. Trust me, folks. Very easily do that. They can easily do it. Okay? They can easily do it. CMBM coming in to buy here now. Trying to buy 20 shares. Limit 277 here. 277, folks. And I don't even know they'll get that, so I just won't get greedy. I'll go for 278. Good till cancel plus extended. Review order and place it. Yep, I know what I'm doing. Stop asking me that. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's get these orders in. All right, I'm trying for 277 buy right now. I just sold 292 buy. I'm trying for 272 here now. Limit. Trying to buy 272, folks. Good till cancel plus extended. And I'm going to try and get 269. I don't even care about 268. I'm trying 269. Buy. Good till cancel plus extended. Review order and place it. Yes, indeed. You can easily see that number right now, folks. We could easily see that 260, 269 here. All right. Coming in right here. Limit 272. Again, I want 272. I'll try 276, 275. I'll try that. Good till cancel plus extended. And I now have 414 shares. Yep, and I'm coming in right here at 275. Place order. Trying to buy CMBM is what we're on. CMBM. I really hope it goes to $9. I tell you, man, let's just get it, baby. Let's get it. So, but it's not just going to go straight up to that. It's not going to go straight up to that. There's going to be the ebbs and flows of it, folks. So we need to play these correctly. And the next order is going to be a limit order at 277. Good till cancel plus extended. And I'm trying for 278 now. Review order. And I'll just go 279 because something tells me this thing's about to bust. Oh, wait a minute. No. Edit that. And I don't want to sell. I want to buy here. 279. Review order and place it. Yeah, I want that. Edit. No. Review order and place it. 279, and she's out of here, folks. 279, and she's at 285.86 now. Forget about it. You're not going to get that. You're going to have to edit this order. And it's at 290 now, so I'm going to try for 283, 284. Good till cancel buy, 284. Trying to buy 284, and I've got orders to sell at 297. All right, I'm trying to sell at 297, 298, 299. You need to sell there. I'm going to be selling 20 shares, limit order, 297, 298, 299. I'm out there. Review order to sell, folks. Good till cancel plus extended. Oh my gosh, get out some. Good till cancel plus extended. Get out there. 40 shares, folks. Delete. Review order, $3. Place order. Sell, folks. Now you're going to come in with buys, limits. Buy limit, 284 right now. I'm trying for 285. Good till cancel plus extended to buy here. Review order and place it. Order status. Sell. Now I want to go up and sell 20 shares or 40 shares at, ladies and gentlemen, 306. 306 here, please. Actually, just go for 303 for now. Good till cancel plus extended. Review order and place it. 303. And then put in 304 after that. Place order. Sell. 304. I'm going to come out with 40 shares at 304. Limit, folks. 304. Come on up. These are all in my buy sell sheet. Review order and place it. Good till cancel plus extended. Now I'm buying. Limit order. 277. I'll go 278. Good till cancel plus extended. Review order. Buy. Limit. 288. She's going, folks. And folks, we're going to get these sells now coming. Here they come. Sell. Instead, change that to a 307, folks. Sell. 307 sell here now. Come out 40 shares at 307. Review order and place it. Good till cancel plus extended. Sell 40 shares, 308. I'm telling you, 306, 7, and 8, folks. You got to sell there. Good till cancel plus extended. Review order. Or I suggest you sell there. I'm not telling you what to do, people. I never tell people what to do. I make suggestions only. Only suggestions. And my suggestion earlier today was that this stock was being manipulated down and it had a major possibility of a short squeeze on it. And it looks like I might have been freaking right. $2.92, folks. I'm just going to come in underneath this dang thing and piss them off. I'm going to try to buy 288 limit. Good till cancel plus extended. 288. I'll come in 289, review order and place it. And just really throw a monkey wrench in here. And I'm going to buy again here. Any attempt to suppress it, I'm going to buy it and just really, just like I said, just mix it up here. Limit, we're going to try 288 here, 283. Yep, I'm going down. Coming down to 279 now. Review order and place it. Wait a minute. Got to make sure we're good till cancel plus extended. Review order and place it. Coming in right here, folks. 283. Place it. And I just filled that. 281.97 I just got. 281.97. The bid is 289. The ask is 290. After I just bought a 281.97, the bid is 289. The ask is 290. After I just bought a 281.97. Duplicate order. Wow. I just got a 281.97 with a 283 bid. I'm going 284. I'm going in. Review order and place it. 284 buy now. Place order, looking for 284. Come on, baby. And I got a 281.97. I can't believe it. Now trying for 284. And I'm selling in the 297, 298, 299. I just sold it 296, folks. 20 shares at 296. I'm going to go up and duplicate that order. 40 shares at 296. Sell. Good till cancel plus extended. Limit. Review order and place it. Now you know why I tell you to sell right up there around the 297, 296, 97, 98, 99. And I've got sell orders in here right now at $3. I've got buy orders in at 269, 273. I'm trying to buy 273. Now I'm going to come up here and try to buy 282. I'm going to try 279. $279. And it's rising, so I'm going to try 280. 10 shares at 280. Buy. Good till cancel plus extended. Review order. And place it right there. And I got a 279.99. Nice. And I'm going to duplicate that order. And I want to see a 273 come my way now. 273 I'm expecting. I'll go 274, but 273 would be better. Review order and place it. Yes, I'm ready to buy it. 273. Let's go. Let's get it. Right now, this is a great place to buy. I'm waiting to buy at 273 right now. And I did pick up a 275 just then. But I'm trying to get 273 because they love that number. But I did get a 275. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him go 273. But they're probably not going to do it. Duplicate order. Nope, they're not going to do it, folks. The last you're going to get is a 278. Review order and place it. Yep, 278 is the lowest you're going to get here, I think. Replace the order. And I just got a 277.99. 277.99. And now it's at 279. And I can't get the 273, but I did get a 275, and I'm not going to get the 269. So I'm going to change the 269 order. And folks, I'm dealing with the stock CMBM. CMBM. It was down 31% today, now up 36% in the after hours. A beautiful call by me on this one, I might add. I called it out, folks. I called it out all day long that it could have a short squeeze on it. Oh, yeah. Limit. Market. 269. Forget it. I got to go 278 now. There's no way. Review order and place it. Got to go 278 to get in on that sucker now. And place an order on it. And I just filled it 268.97. How do you like that, folks? Selling 294 and 296 and now buying back at 268. Duplicate. Let's get some 266 here. Golly, man. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Down to 266. Review order and place it. I'm just going to put it in at 270 because I'm not going to get greedy. Place the order. 266 if I can get it. And I got a 266.99. Absolutely gorgeous. Duplicate that order. Review order and place it again. Doggone it. Let's get some more 266 range after we just sold the 296. Let's go, baby. I got a 26999. 26999. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Duplicate, and let's get that 266, folks. Come on. Let's get that 264 even. Come on. 264. Let's get some of that on the floor. Review order and place it. 264. Come to me, Papa. Come to me, baby. Come to me, 264. I'm ready for you. And let's get some more 266 buys in. Complete the order in. 266 before they're gone. There you go. 267. I'll go in there, review order and place it. Before they're all gone, I'm going to buy them at 266. Folks, that's what I'm going to buy right now. I just sold 297 and I just filled that 261. So I just sold 296, now buying back 261. Nice, folks. Golly, man, this is awesome, man. Nice. We're going to go for 263 now in the after hours. Oh, man, just let's get it on. Come on, let's wrap them. Let's wrap it up. 255, let me have it. Yeah, 255 I just filled. 25594. Lord bless them for doing that. And now we're going to come in and review order 263. I got a 255 after I sold 297. And I just filled at 264 after a 255 and a 261. Now we're at 264, ladies and gentlemen. And watch this thing fly here. Watch this thing fly. I can't even get a 266 anymore. We're going to 272. Review order and place it. Can't get a 260s in the 260s anymore. I'm waiting to place this order as soon as I see 266. Oh yeah, 266 for the ask, and I'm in. And I just bought it 26599. I love it, folks. Duplicate order. Come on, let's get some more here. 264. Come on, baby. Let's see if they can get down to 259 again. Come on. Review order and place it. 259, folks. Let's try it right here. We know they like that 255 number. We know they like that number. We know they like that number. Yep. And now I cannot fill at 259. I'm trying to fill 259. It will not fill. So now we're going to have to go up to, it looks like, oh, yeah, here we go. Duplicate order. And I think we can get that 255 buy in here right now. Maybe even a 249 could come our way. So I'm going to try for 251 because I'm not going to be greedy, folks. Review order and place it. 251 will be as good as 249 to me as far as I'm concerned. So let's try for 251 right here now. And I just got, the lowest was 259.9, and that's it. 259 is the lowest I could get. I'm going to try and duplicate that order. And I cannot get 259 again probably, so we'll go up to 262. Review order at 261. Going at 261 now, and place that order at 261. And I cannot fill now at 251 or 261. So we're going to take this order at 251 and change it. And we're going to come up here to 262. Looks like they can't hold it back, folks. Let's just go in 266 again. 265, review order and place it. I love it, folks. I'm having so much fun right now, and I just filled at 26499. 26499. And I've got an order here, 261, that looks like it's never going to fill. 261 is not going to be doable, it looks like. Change that order. Let's come up to 263. Change it to 263. Review order and place it. And folks, we're coming in now at 263, and I just got a 264.99 and a 259, and now we're at 264.5, and I'm waiting on 263, a 263 order to fill. I'm waiting on a 263 order to should have just filled just now. Should have just bought 263. And I did get 263. Beautiful. And man, and this is just a lot of accumulation now, folks, at 262, 263, up 30%, folks. CMBM is the stock we're on. And all day long, I sat here and I bought it and 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 bought it. And somebody says to me, that thing is dead. Hang it up. Put it away. It's dead. It's dead. Well, it wasn't dead. They were trying to play dead with it, folks. They were trying to play dead with it. They played dead with it, is what they did. And now I'm playing with it in the after hours. I'm having a blast. I'm going to try to buy it right now at 250, 255. They're one of their favorite numbers. And I would even go higher than that. I'll do 256. Review order and place it. Because I'm confident they'll go for that number, 255, 256. And I've got sell orders in at 3, 303, 304, 306, 307, 308. And I don't even have a sell at 30. I don't have one at 306. I need one there. I've got 303, 304, 307, 308. I need a 306 sell in there. So sell of 306 here. Sell. And we're going to go over here to sell 40 shares at 306. Limit. 306. If you don't think it can go back up over that, you'd be wrong as could be, folks. 306. Good till cancel plus extended. They could do it in the morning, folks. Wasn't it funny that at the end of the day, I said, man, wouldn't it be cool as crap to see this thing freaking take off when the market makers get out of it and see the dang thing run up to $7 again? Jeez. Well, right now, I'm calling the numbers, and you can see I just put in an order to try to buy 256. I love that number there. And now I'm trying to go in 261 because I think this thing is going to bounce and go back up over $3. Very common to see this kind of manipulation, folks. So my last buy order that filled was at 259. I got 2 orders to fill at 259. And I also bought a little bit at 263. And I even got an order to fill at 255.94. Nice. I got a 255.94, folks. 255.94. Beautiful. Duplicate this order. Coming in now here at 255 again. Let's see if we can get it. 255. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see that in the after hours. Review order here. 255 and place it. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see 255 at all because they really, really, really like to run a stock down to get more of it there before they let it really go. And my last order that I could get the lowest I've gotten here in after hours recently is 255.94. That's the lowest I've been able to get. And I've got orders to buy more down here. Here we go. 252. All right. Nice. Duplicate order here. I'm just buying small shares here, folks. Review order. I'm doing 5 right here, just small amounts. Because I know they like to get 255, folks. And I just got another 255 order right then for 10 shares. And that's going to be it for 255, folks. It's at 259 now. I'll go to 257. I'll try 257, 258 now. I'm just chasing it up. Good till canceled plus extended. Trying for 258 now. Place order. And staying right behind them, folks, now. We're right behind them now. And now we're at 259. And let's go, baby. Let's watch this thing run right on up to over $3 again now. Let's see another leg on this thing now. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Let's see this thing crest $3 now. Let's see this thing. They just created a big gap down right then. A massive gap down. They gapped it up. They gapped it down. Now gap it up, folks. There's nothing to keep it from running. There she goes, folks. There she goes. And she is gapping up now. Now I'm going to start selling. Duplicate order. And I'm going to come up here and I'm going to sell 276. That's right. I'm going to sell 20 shares at 276, suckers. You got to buy them from me now. Review order and place it. Now you got to buy them back from me at my price, boys and girls. And I've got an order to sell at 276. And I'm going to sell some more here. Why not? Duplicate. Let's go out 273 now. 273, folks, right here. We're going to take some here. Review, order, and place it. Good till cancel. Place it. 273. And remember, I just got through buying at 255. Sell 20. 273. Good till cancel plus extended. Yes, I know all about this. Let me get it out. Place the order. 273, please. After those buys at 255, 255, 256, now I'm selling 273, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to sell 273. And I'm going to sell also right here, duplicate order, and we're going to go 276. 276. Dupe 20 out there. Review order. Selling 276. Boom, boom. Out they go. Goodbye, 276. 276 I'm getting out now, ladies and gentlemen. These are the stocks that I'm trading. This stock is CMBM. CMBM. And I'm going to be selling here, folks. I've already just sold 273 after I just bought 255, 258, 256. Now I just sold 273. Now I'm going to come back down in here with a buy order. I want to come in right now off the 273 and try to buy 264. 264 off the 273 right now. Good till cancel plus extended, buy and review order that and place it. 264 buy I'm trying to get now after just selling 273. Going to try 264. I'm also going to try to buy 266. Duplicate order. Come down here and try to buy 266 right now for sure. 5, review order and place it. 266. I want it. I want it now. Yes, I want it. I want it now. I want it now. 266. Place order. Let me buy that 266. And I got 26599. Duplicating that order now. 266 again. Review order and get ready for a placement. Yep. And we're going to go check this, check this, check this. 261 is where we are now. Nice. That's even better. Place order. And I just filled it 262.99. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Let's go down here. Click on this a little bit more. Duplicate. And by the way, I'm only buying 5 shares at a time. Let's come down and try and get 264 now. Review order and place it. Yep, 264. Review order and place it. And I'm expecting this to launch back up over $3 here, baby, by 8 o'clock or even later tonight. So I just filled at 263.98. 263.98 was my last buy. And I got some 262.99, 264. Very nice. Let's get some more here. Duplicate order. Try and buy the lower price at 262. Come in underneath it. It's at 263. I'm coming in underneath it at 262 to give it some support and place the order 262. CMBM, folks. This is the stock I'm trading right now. And I've been buying it all freaking day, folks. All day. I bought it when it was here. I bought it 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 there, there, there. I bought it here. I bought it there. I bought it there. And I bought it there. That's right. I bought every freaking drop. Every one of them, folks. You watch me do it all damn day. Ben Bacco, yes. Ricky Scheider, hello there. Happy Riverboat, great Scott. Yes, go Tyler, go. Yes. Any thoughts about ASST? No, I thought it was going to run, and I saw it this morning up in the pre-market up nicely about 10%, and then they knocked the shit out of it, so I have no real thoughts about it now. But this is a stock I have my thoughts concentrating on right now. I am just slaughtering them here. And ladies and gentlemen, let me go upstairs real quick because I want to unlock the door for my wife when she gets home. And I'll be right back, folks. Just chill out, and I'll be returning here in just a minute. And holy smokes, wow. Wow.
folks. We are back. Is it $5 yet? It is time for us to enjoy and reap some of our rewards right now. Congratulations, everyone, on a kick-ass performance. And funny thing is, I just got through selling shares at $2.96 a shares at $2.52 now. Nice. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for a Mountain Blue. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not advertising anything other than a delicious Mountain Blue, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to pour it into this frosty mug where I'm going to show you how to pour the perfect nickel head, folks. And it's kind of hard to get it on a frosty mug like this, but we're going to get a nickel head. Oh, yeah. And there it is, folks. A nickel head. The thickness of a nickel traps in all those delicious flavor bubbles. All right. Let's keep kicking ass. Let's keep kicking shorty ass here. I see the price is $262, and I just filled orders at $255, $254. I'm sure of it. See what I filled. Let's refresh this page now. It should be, all those orders should have filled there, lower. And I got 256 and 254. And right now we're sitting at 252 in after hours, 253. So, congratulations. Pat Yeager says you deserve it. Oh, he go to door. Yep, CODX, Tyler. Yeah. Sometimes with these stocks that bolt on us, we have to just sort of hit those and hit them, tap them and run. It's just like a quickie, you know. And if you try to, it's good to not necessarily sell out too early on them, but if you sit on them for a week and a half or 2 weeks and they don't move, then it's time to move over to a runner, just like I did today with this one, CODX. Let's look at it. And as many people know, I sold my CODX stock. And moved it over to another one that was running up, which is my tactic. I don't like to hold and belabor too long on a stock that's just draining me. I'll just eventually just say, hey, someone says, hey, look at this. And I went over. I said, oh, crap, man, I see that. And I said, okay, I'll run over there and buy that one. And then it goes up 44% in after hours. So you have to just do that sometimes. You have to just move it. It's like I tell people, when you're moving down the left lane and you're going 90 miles an hour and then everybody stops in the left lane and people are going past you at 55, you got to move over and jump on that. And then they'll speed up. And so I tell people that all the time. Don't just sit there on a stock that pulls down here and then just sits there and sits there and sits there and sits there. Move it over onto one of these runners that we're picking out in the morning and make it all back in the same day, in one day. That's all you have to do, folks. It's not, you don't have to sweat it when you're down on a stock. People always say, oh, I can't sell at a loss. I can't sell at a loss. Bull crap. I sell at losses, but I sell for a profit because I'm going to move it over to the one that's going by me this way and running up. That's what I'm going to do. And that's what I do. I change course. You know, when you're sailing and you got a wind coming out of the west and it's carrying you really nicely to the east and northeast, and then all of a sudden the wind changes direction and swings around and starts coming out of the south, you're not going to go the same direction. You can't just keep going the same way. When the wind changes, you got to change. You got to set your sail accordingly. All right?
You got to go another direction with the CODX. Let's just bleed it off a little at a time. You don't have to do it all at once. You can just find a runner that's starting to move up and then move a little over onto it. And if it keeps climbing, then move a little more over and keep pecking at it. And then if it keeps climbing, move over more. And the next thing you know, sometimes that stock will just boom. And man, then you can just move it all and start really enforcing the move up by buying along with everybody else with a horde of other people. And then you really get then the momentum of your money helps it rise even more. As you can always see, I'm very much an optimist. And when you have to be, because, for example, to hold on to SoFi shares for 2.5 years, you saw a price of $4.59. Then you saw it drop to $4.55. Then you saw in 1 month it was at $10.23. Then you saw within 28 days it was back to $7.71. And then within another 3 months it was back to $10.49. And then after that, 2 months later, it was down to $7.71 again. Then after that, it was up to $11.70. Then it was down to $6.41. And I mean, SoFi just drug us through the ringer, man. Holy crap. SoFi was just like enough to make you spine hardened. Am I right? Nerves of steel after you own SoFi through all that crap. Cell phone says, I see you were right on, SoFi. Yes, Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
Hello.
What's going on with you, Double K?
Well, let's see. I took a fall and my phone went flying and I just got it back, let's just say.
Oh, no. You know.
So I've been basically no phone all weekend. And if anybody has ever gone through not having a phone for a couple of days, it's crazy.
Well, we want to first of all know, did you get hurt? Did you get hurt when you fell? Did you hit your head?
No, I did not get hurt. I was fine. I did more pride than anything.
You didn't hit your head?
No,
Again?
No, but I did face plant. But
He did face plant. Was it in front of a big group of people so everyone was laughing?
No, it was not, thank God. It was in my garage.
Ah, okay. Well, that makes it a little better. Well, everybody here is going hog wild because today, all day long, I was telling everybody about this freaking stock, and I bought it over and over as it fell and fell and fell and fell. And it just went up 40% in after hours. So we're sitting here selling the shit out of it. I just sold the highest I could at $2.96 a share, and it's back to $2.50 now. So in the after hours, we've been raking it in, man. We've been raking.
What company was that?
CMBM. All day long. Look at the chart.
I know that one.
Well, it was up 450% last week. We made, you made a bunch of money. You called me back and said,
Yeah. Well, I made a little bit of money, but then it all went away, and now it's coming back, huh?
Right. Well, they dropped it down today to $2.04 a share. The closing $2.04, the low of the day. They closed it at the low of the day, and then suddenly in after hours, the thing just started skyrocketing. And I told everybody, I told you this thing was set up for a short squeeze. And I showed everybody today that the cost to borrow shares on this stock is 304%. If you want to borrow shares to short CMBM, it's 304% today. And they may have even risen it now even higher. Let me refresh the page and see where it is now. The last I saw, it was 304% to short this stock. They're charging people. Hey, Carl, how can anybody make any money if the stock only falls 28% and they've got to pay 304% to borrow shares? How can they make any money that way? I don't understand that. If they only can... And right now, the cost to borrow has risen again to 305,494. So it's even higher than it was just a little while ago. It's rising. Cost to borrow, folks, is 305,494. And If you don't know about this site, Double K, it's called companiesmarketcap.com.
Okay.
Company. Hey, honey. Is that my wife? I thought I just heard my wife come through the door. I think I heard my wife. Well, another stock that was down massively today was a bottom feeder stock, maybe Double K, is called Alps, ALPS. And they ran it down 44% today and another 13% down in after hours. And it's just something to look at. You might want to just poke around with it. It's Alps, ALPS. And they really fell. They fell a lot.
How about Lumen?
Yes, Lumen. Yes. Everybody was commenting on Lumen today. Everybody was talking here on the channel about Lumen. It made a nice pop. Yes, indeed. So, and then SoFi today, up 3.2%. Nice. Over $30, $30.63 a share. Man. And you know, I've been telling people to buy that since $4.66 a share, brother. $4.66 a share. I was telling them to buy that 2.5 years ago when I started this channel.
Lumen's going over 15.
Jason Perry says that the cost to borrow short and short Newegg is over 500%. Yep, that's good to know. Want me to call him back? Hey, Double K, let me call you right back. I got to call this guy on the car on my Facebook car. Alexa, call Dave Sunday.
Calling Dave Sunday's mobile.
Yo, dude.
Hey, I'm streaming right now because a stock that I started accumulating today, which is called CMBM, the one that went up 450% last week when we had such a great day. I think you made around 2,400 on that stock about a week ago. I know I did very well on it. I think you were about the same as me, but I don't know. But to make a long story short, what I do know is that today they ran it down all day. And I was sitting there just buying it and buying it and buying it. It closed at dollar. What did it close at? 204. It closed at 204. Well, go look at it in the after hours.
Well, it's 253 now, it says.
Yeah, nope, it's 263 now, and it went all the way up to $3. And I sold it at 297, and I'm buying it back just now. A little bit ago, I just started back at 255. So after buying it down in the twos, the low twos, a lot around 206, 7, and 8, 204, 205, I bought all in there. And then now it went up to 297 in the after hours where I sold it. And now I've been buying back shares with everybody here on the channel, and we're buying back at, we just got through buying back at 253, 254, 255. And now the price is going back up. It's at 264. And so we're hoping to see it continue to rise, even maybe run back over $3 before 8 o'clock even. So we're still trading on it. We're still trading like crazy. And it is something else. I think you might want to take a look at this stock though, CMBM, because it has the biggest short percentage. I mean, it is shorted very heavily, and the cost to borrow is outrageous. The cost to borrow.
Couple of days, it tanked.
The cost
from where it was. That's the one that popped up to $6.
Over 7. I sold it at 776. Right. And by the way, the cost to borrow on it is 308% now. 308% to borrow shares to short it. Not like SoFi, where they're paying people to short it, where they're giving them a negative interest. The interest on this to borrow shares is the last I saw, 305% interest. They're paying 305% interest to short this. I said, people, that doesn't make any sense. If they get the thing like today to fall 30%, but they paid 305% to borrow the shares to make it fall. How are they making any money that way? And sure as shit, this afternoon, you could see they're not, and the thing took off. And it was just up 45% in the after hours when I was selling it. And so anyway, that's where we are right now, and everybody's sitting here on the channel with me still. We're still trading it, and we just bought it again, like I said, in the 250s, and now it's at 261, and it could easily go back up over $3. And in the morning, it could be over $3. It could be $4 or even $5. And anyway, but I'll have to call you in a little bit. I have to call.
Yeah. Call me later on when you get off, when you get done.
Yep, I will for sure.
All right.
Love you, man.
Talk to you later. Good luck.
Yep.
Go Catfish.
Yeah, talk to you later. Bye. Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
Hola.
Hey, man. All right. So anyway, keep an eye on this daggum CMBM, my friend, because tomorrow
I've
son
still
of a
got some of it. I'm kind of hurting on it a little bit, but it'll come back.
Well, golly, man! In the morning, the thing could open at 350, and it could go to $7. You know how fast it can go, man. So, man,
I know. That's why I'm not worried about it. That's the way that one will swing, and that's the way some of the other ones swing.
Yeah.
Look, now, Lumen did $1.50 today. That's a lot for that stock.
yeah, Lumen to move $1.50 is outrageous.
But it's starting to get into a bigger category, meaning that the stock price is getting a little higher to where people are, especially other people, they don't really buy cheaper stocks.
Right.
So when it starts getting to a certain point, other people start looking at it. And this stock is gonna go definitely over 15 in this current trend. And it might get to 20. I don't know, but
yep,
it's definitely on the move, and I've profited off of it so far.
Yeah, good. Well, Newegg may have a high short percentage cost to short that stock, and it is up 80% over the last month, and it's up 2,265 over the last 6 months. So
what is
Newegg?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, up 2,200% in the last 6 months, NEGG. And that's insane, folks. And I don't know whether I'd want to venture into that kind of water. But Cumbium stock is rising. CMBM is rising. Yes, let me go look at it. Yes. Yep, it is continuing to rise, folks. It's now gone back up to 266, 267. All right, here we go. Let's ride it back up over $3, people. Dang straight. Let's run it on up over 3 again now. You gotta play it smart, folks. All right, you gotta play it smart. So my sell orders start at $3, and I'm gonna start bringing them down. I'm gonna write them down a little bit slowly. And I'm selling CMBM, so I'm going to write it down slowly. My sell orders start at 3, but I'm going to come down here to 297 now. I see the price is already at 272, so I'm going to try to get out some at 286. 286.20 limit, good till cancel plus review order 286. And you got to trade in the trench, folks. What I mean by that is, in this after hours now, they'll start. First, you get the real big swing, and then you get a smaller swing, and then a smaller, and then a smaller, and a smaller until it kind of starts, squinching together like that. It's in a wedge, folks. That's how it'll do. So the first times you can get the big swings, but you have to look for a little bit less profit each time on each swing the next time. You understand what I'm saying? So now I'm not aiming for 296 sell. I'm aiming for a 286, 10 cents below my last sell in after hours, because they'll start squinching it, folks. They'll start squinching it. So right now I'm going to try to, like I said, I've got a sell order at 286. I've got a sell orders already up over 3. And now I'm going to try to sell some more here and duplicate order. And let me just move this over.
New egg is very interesting. I did a little reading on it. Very interesting.
Okay. New egg is very interesting, he says. He did a little reading on it.
I just I don't know where it's at. I'm just as far as on the chart and everything else, it looks like to me that it could fake you out and go lower. My thing is just kind of watch it. Don't necessarily jump full bore into it if anybody looks at it.
Yeah. No heavy weight going in. No, I never say that. Don't ever do that, folks. Don't go in heavy. Wade in on everything.
Plus, it's an $80 stock.
Yeah.
So it's 100 shares is $8,000.
Yeah. Yep.
So
invest your funds wiser.
I'd rather have $8,000 of Lumen than I would of that one.
Hearing you. I'm hearing you. I'm definitely hearing you. Well,
but anyway, it's not it's an interesting stock. It's I guess they deal with gaming and everything else. It's they deal with products that are hooked to everything and everybody.
Yeah.
So it's a very big company, but I just don't know enough about them.
Right. I got it. Well, folks, I'm putting in some sell orders here on this stock right now, which is the stock CMBM. And I just got through buying a lot of shares down there at 250, 253, 54, 55, 56. Now I see it's at 259, 261. And I've got sell orders. I'm going to put in one at 272. And I'm going to put in one at 273, 20 shares at 273. And review that order. Good till cancel plus extended. Might sell that in the morning, and we may see some orders over 3 that we could sell in the morning. So what I would do is I would be putting sell orders at 313. I've already got them at 306, 7, and 8. So I'm going to start putting in orders now, good till cancel plus extended, that can fill in the morning, and I'm going to try to sell them at much higher prices. So I'm going to go down to sell orders that have already filled. And I'm going to put duplicate. And right now, then I'm going to start putting in some sell orders here at $3.11. 3.11. 3.11. I like to see that in the morning or whatever, even this evening. Limit 20. Review order and place it at 3.11. And you know what? Let's just make it 40 shares at 3.11. Review order and place it. Good till cancel plus extended. And make sure you don't just pick good till canceled. It's got to be good till cancel plus extended. Okay? And now I want to put in another order here. Sell, just like I did earlier, and duplicate the order. So, duplicate. And I want to come up here to 3.13. I want to sell 40 shares there. And I'm going to make it actually 312. Sell. Good till cancel plus extended 312. Review order and place it. And I want to sell. So I've got 311, 312. Now we're going to go for 313. And the price is rising, folks. We're at 265 in after hours now from buying at 255 just a little bit ago. Sell, duplicate order. And I've got orders to go out at 272 and 273 is where I start. And now I'm going to try to get out at 316, 3 point. Actually, I'll just go out 314. Good till cancel plus extended. And you know you got to sell 313. Just do it. Just do that. 313, 40 shares. They can pull it back from 313 to 288. Edit this order. Something's not right. All right, so let's go over here and see where I have all these orders in. So I've got orders 4, 8, 120, 4, 8, 240, 4, 8, 60. I should have enough shares for this. 40, 80, 100, 20, 40, 60, 200, 40, 280, 320, 360, 400. I got 599. It's 400 there. Huh. It's interesting. Well, I don't think I have any more orders open on this stock, and that is CMBM. Let me see here. All open. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 4. 360 right there. 360, 380, 420, 40, 440. And I got 599. So I don't know why it won't let me put in a sell order there. Probably because it's too far away from where the current price is. I'm guessing 313. And it's at 261 right now. Oh, I'm trying to buy it. It's a sell. That's what I want. 313 limit. All right. And I'm going to actually just put 20 there at 313 because they may even go up to 319 or 320. So we'll put 20 there. And they may even go way higher than that tomorrow. All right. And where are we right now on the doggone thing? 263.94, up 29% after they beat it down 31% today. Now it's back up 28% in after hours. Man, those were some good buys today when they beat that thing down to the very bottom, folks. And now we're going to get over here. We made a little bit of money on Fubo today, F-U-B-O. And we made a little bit of money on ALPS. I made $114 on ALPS. And CMBM is far from over, in my opinion, folks. I like that. Closed at 204. Trying to manipulate it back down now here in after hours. CMBM. Order status. 256. So this is about where I was buying a few shares earlier in the after hours. So see how they ran it down just now? 256, and then they only let that thing run up to 270, 269, 270. 272, folks. And I sold 272 and 273. I had orders there, 272 and 273. And I sure as shit did. Sold 273 right there. Nice. They took it up there and I sold it. All right, here's the stock, folks. CMBM. This is the stock right here that we've been trading all day long, that they abused and they beat and abused. They ran it down and they had all of us confused. But then they ran it up after everyone got out. They were all scared so much today out of it. Ernest Green says, I was diagnosed with stage 4 last month, lost 60,000 today. I got hope. I made 5,000 back thanks to you. My goal is to get it all back by the end of the year. Wow, Ernest Green. Wow. I was diagnosed with stage 4 last month, lost 60,000 today. You lost 60,000 in the stock market? Ernest? Are you being earnest with me? No. Or is your middle name facetious? What dang stock did you own that made you drop 60 grand today? I got hope because I made 5,000 back thanks to you. Jeez. Well, listen, folks. Looks to me like we've seen this afternoon's and evening's run up to 297 where I executed my sell orders. And I told you to sell the 288s and the 289s, the 292s, 93s. I was selling all through there, 40 shares at a time. And so congratulations to those of you that sold with me when it got up and we sold those numbers. And for those of you that weren't here when it happened, we sold 20 at 285, 20 at 284. We sold 20 at 296, 20 at 284, 285, sold 20 at 289, sold 20 at 280. We sold a lot of shares up there when it was up to the 290s, folks. And now got to buy back at 255s, 254s. Nice, folks. 255, several time buybacks there at this number right here. So let me get on out of here, folks, and I hope you guys have a great evening. We got lucky today. We picked one that was being overly abused, folks. They over-abused it. And we got lucky and caught it on that low. We caught the low. And then we watch it blow. And we bought it on the sack. When the shorts attack. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I hope you guys have a good one. No, I lost 60,000 in the last 6 months. I made 5,000 of it back today. Got it. All right. Well, hey, listen, please, if you're making that kind of money, don't forget to help in some small way by contributing to the channel and help us grow this channel, make it even bigger, make it bigger and bigger and bigger. And the one way that you can do that is, of course, by clicking on the dollar bill signs down below. But you can also come directly to my and directly donate to me in another fashion, which means that the money doesn't get taken away. 33% doesn't get taken away by those that are with YouTube. And so please be aware of that. And so therefore, if you decide that you made 5,000 and you'd like to contribute to this channel's continued success, whereby people can make that kind of money, then please consider coming over and Cash App the person that helped you make that. All I'm asking for is a small token of your appreciation, folks, for making money on this channel, learning how to day trade with me, learning how to buy the low and sell the high. So I want you to know that I really do appreciate it. All of you people that called out these stocks today, these are you guys that are calling these out. You are the ones that are making this channel successful, folks. So thank you for calling out these stocks. And let's see what happens with them tomorrow, everybody. We'll hope to see you guys. I start at 6:48 in the morning. And if you have made a lot of money, don't forget that this is not just a well of wealth information without having to prime the pump once in a while. All right? So there's where you can donate, and you can also donate without money by just listening to my music. Go over and find me on Spotify, Apple Music, and just listen and stream my music. Doesn't cost you a dime to do that, and I make money that way. So thank you. And plus, I think you'll enjoy some of my interesting songs that are different and eclectic. That's what the word is. I've heard eclectic music. So what a day today, folks. Take a look at this chart. Look at this chart, ladies and gentlemen. This is beautiful. CMBM. And I was right about it, folks. I was right. Look at that 204 close and just look at that slam up here. And this is the same thing that we've seen with this chart many times, folks. They love this formation. They love this formation. Let's look at this longer, folks. Let's look at the 10-day on this thing. Man, they just love this formation, folks. Golly, ladies and gentlemen, look at that sucking thing. Look at that sucker. Gosh dang. Look at how they tried to get everyone out of it and fake everyone out today. Look at that big fake and look at the run now. Oh, time to cover tomorrow. Man, this thing could go on up past 7 tomorrow. We could have a short squeeze on this thing big time tomorrow, man. Look at that sack today. Look at that attack right at the closing and look at it, all a fake. All of it being fakes. And that's why they got all these shares today. That's why they got all those shares. They bought all those shares and then they tried one last drop. But this, ladies and gentlemen, that is consolidation. That right there is consolidation. There's the cup. There's the handle. There's the drop and the pop, baby. There's the handle right there. And there's the drop and there's the dang pop. And I told you I thought it was going to happen just like right here. I thought the same thing could happen now. And I think I was right. Oh, my gosh. Wow. Oh, wow, folks. Man, oh, man. This right here is right there. This right here is right there. This right here is right there. And now this is going to be the run from right there. They're not even close to that line where they pulled it down that one time there. Where they took it down to, and I showed everybody this, was the blue turquoise line was right there on the 50. And I showed everybody that. I said, hey, this is the same place they stopped the turquoise line from rising over here. And now this is going to be resistance to the fall. It's the same exact point. And I was right, folks. I was exactly right. It was resistance to the fall, wasn't it? See that? Right here, when this thing took off, this is where they created the resistance and pulled it back for that little hitch and go. But right here, oh my gosh, that same number they got to, the same dang number is right there. Holy crap. So that's why it bounced off that, folks. Because that's the same place where it bounced downwards before the launch. And that's why they took it to that same number today. It's the same number right there. It's why it was resistance. Because before it was resistance to the climb before the big climb. And now it's resistance to the fall before the big climb again. Okay? That's my call on this stock. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And that is CMBM. That's it for me today. I thank you for taking the time to view my channel. I thank you for all the likes. I thanks for all the conversation. And we're 3 likes away from hitting 100 likes. So if you haven't hit the like button yet, hit the like button now and I'll get over 100 likes. What stock is this? CMBM. The shorts are having to pay 304% to short stocks on that stock. To short it, it costs them 304% to get shares, to borrow shares. The brokerages are charging shorters 304% to short CMBM. And there's only, I saw this morning, there was only 5,000 shares at one brokerage and the other one only had 20,000 shares left. And that's not very many shares at a price of a stock of $3, folks. So it could even spring further. It could go way up tomorrow, even continue the run. And we'll see what it does tomorrow. But I hope you guys have a great night. Congratulations to those of you who bought this CMBM with me today and kept believing, because I kept believing. I thought, man, it looks like it's just like major fake out. And I was right. It was a major fake out. 26 years of trading is why I figured that out. Yep. All right, guys, I'm going to get on out of here. We'll have a great night. You guys have a great night, too. Thank you for all of your participating on the channel. I appreciate it very much. I got to go. I got to go see my wife. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 6:48 a.m. I wish you all the luck in the world and all of your successful things that you do in life. I hope that you have great prosperity from your financial investments. And I think that it's best of all to be in the best of health. So I hope that's the best thing for you, too. I pray that for you. And as always, I hope that you are all surrounded with love, because you deserve it, each and every one of you. We'll see you tomorrow, everyone. I'm out of here. Sorry, Wendy. I'll have to look at GHI tomorrow. Bye-bye. I got to go. I'm hungry and I'm thirsty too. Toodles, 6:48 a.m. if I can wake